Chapter 1 The gorgeous Empress transformed into a cat? June. The Imperial City of Shingon. As the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving gone lay a streak of afterglow and thesky, the oppressive air gradually faded. The evening breeze brought a touch of coolness. It had been a full 2 years since Shinyon arrived in this unfamiliar world, and had transitioned from initial panic to now comfortably embracing this leisure lilifestyle. With Thiramo wafting from the kitchen, the final the soft evening meal was finally placed on the dining table by Shinyon. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have successfully cooked a treasure as duck. Quality superb. Cooking proficiency 100. Cooking saintly proficiency max. Random reward 1 eternal bright candle. Shenyon lanced a system notification thought pop-a-doop in front of him without surprise and chuckled helplessly. These wasp the life assistance system he acquired after crossing over. Over the past 2 years, honing life skills such as cooking, fishing, and playing the Kintafari at most level shad become his greatest hobby. After all, a laid-back life didn't require a strength living comfortably was sufficient. Therefore, he paid little attention to the various mundaner words from the system, merely chuckling gone discarding theme aside. For instance, the so-called eternal bright candle they'd appeared to thin air in Hishin looked like just an ordinary candle. Just as the sky was slowly darkening, he conveniently pick a dupa fire starting stick and liddy. The soft glow instantly illuminated the entire courtyard. However, just as he prepared to enjoy his dinner, a milk soft mio suddenly came from the corner of the wall. In the dim light, a kitten no bigger than a palm was staring straight at the Fudon histable. When did you sneak in, little one? Shinyon chuckled looked a did amusing lion was just about a step forward topic a toop, but unexpectedly, the kitten's fur bristled instantly. It deliberately showed its small milk teeth and me a wood fire celiathum. The its face was full of vigilance and de wanted to escape, ways attracted bethesmal to Fuden couldn't move its legs. This human had an conflicted expression amused Shinyon so much that they couldn't help but laugh out loud just shuffled like the ruis and dish missing for dinner, steaming the little kitten's just perfect. Kitten? The Empress Skinglin was over yups at tan wanted to slap the despicky blega in front of her. Recently, something had been happening. The original bright moonlight seemed to carry on toff crimson. Every time Ethasun satan the moon rose, she would inexplicably transform into this little kitten. For her, whose strength weighs among the fierce deer in Tinian continent, it had been too long since she had stepped out of the deep alas. So today, unable to resist her curiosity on a longer, she's cretly slipped due to se kitten. Dog. When I ergen mitro from tomorrow, my fierce daughter will bedo steam I want via day out of the dogs. Facing the threat, Empress Skinglin said fire sea lie in her heart. Alright, little cats are rescued, how call thee with them? Unaware of these circumstances, Shinyon reached out and picked up the kitten by its neck for, cradling it in his palm. You look hungry, don't you? Do you want to wear they treasure stuck in theatable? I feel want to eat, just meal form. Empress Skinglin sneered in her heart. In the vast human race, is there any delicacy haven't tasted? Trying to lure me with such a thing is simply foolish. Due to soon as he sat down at the dining table, an unprecedented era may suddenly hit her nose. In an instant, it made her soul shiver slightly. This is the treasure's duck? Thekatan transformed Empress Skinglin couldn't help but would in her eyes. Knowing that their cultivation had reached her current level, not even a delicacy, beaut heaven the most precious celestial materials and treasure could not shaky her soul. For a moment, she forgot what she looked like and now and instinctively went tedosk, meow. Amused bethekut expression of Tikatan in his arms, Shinyon rubbedites fluffled ahead and laughed, ya little gay are quid human-like, well shareth is a multagather today. Empress Chinglan. Shameful. Absolutely shameful. How to rethisto this delicious food to lure mine to acting cutie and cute? I. Empress Chinglan. I swear to the heavens and earth. If it a kivanona bite, he will sleep naked with him tonight. She has been regarded as the belief her royal family sees in Kitchild who danded reach at the supreme real mo void returning and spirit attainment bethios of only 130. Yet, apart from her father, she had never had so intimate a contact with an iman. Meow? Before Empress Skinglin's thought could finish, a piece of meat was fed into her mouth. It was fragrant, soft, and smooth. It melted in her mouth. Thetis was simply indescribable. But what surprised her more was that as the piece of meat she digested in her stomach, a warm current surged forthand spread through other body in an instant. It made her couldn't help but moan comfortably, meow. She was indeed hungry. For the sake of food, she was almost becoming a lucky cat. Looking gather with sympathy, Shinyon thought just to stay abandoned Kitten from somewhere. Feeling sorry for her, Hesta fed another piece of lean duck meat into her mouth. Empress Chinglan. But this time, she didn't Thadiak and Sito complain, after swallowing the lean meat, the original gentle warm current and still lighter ned into August sea. It Natan lie subtly improved her cultivation bootle so begin to quickly repair the hidden illness as caused to be here years of cultivation. Tremenda shock fluted Empress Skinglan shirt. With her current void returning cultivation, even if Olola Vilo comest couldn't touch Evathes. What was the background of the seemingly ordinary Mertal in front of her? Wado as a chaperson exist in the imperial capital and she hadn't sensed Heimatal before. But before Empress Skinglin's astonishment faded, a gurgling sound suddenly came from her stomach. Her face immediately turned strangely expressionless. This feeling was like Needing to relieve herself? Huh, it smells terrible. Did you eat something bad, little one? Xinyun, how was eating, felt a wave of Olodor approaching. Quickly put the kitten how was holding back in the ground and said with disdain and his face fell a treneasant back, go quickly I fay eaterly aveo yourself. Empress Chinglan. I have abstained from food for marathon and redires, are you telling maturely of myself? Do you believe I can kill you with just stone fart? She felt so thought she was almost ready to cry. As the Empress of human race she had never experienced such embarrassment from birth until now. Gurgle, gurgle. But her churning in testiness and stomach didn't give her any face, still roaring loudly. This feeling of diarrhea was like her returning to the time when she just started cultivating. Without continuing to complain, she ran away with hair for little short legs covering her face. Ancestors, harm. I. With peak void returning cultivation. Am to king of bowl movement today. Chapter 2. Can eating a treasure wild duck enhance one's cultivation? With a face full of black lines, she entered the restroom, then scampered out with her 4 short legs in a joyful frolic. Although the Empress Chinglan had transformed into a diminutive kitten, she was acutely aware of her own transformation. After attending to her needs, not only had the heaviness within her dissipated, but her meridian attributes had also experienced a remarkable enhancement. Within the known realms of the Tianyin continent, her level was now perilously close to invincibility. Progressing further seemed as daunting as ascending to the heavens. Little did she anticipate that a mere indulgence in a few bites of a treasure wild duck that evening would enable her to shatter her bottleneck in one fell swoop. To think that such a formidable presence could be hidden within my imperial city, this time, I, the Empress, shall firmly hold on to this great opportunity. Meowing in a charming manner, she attempted to nuzzle into Xinyun's embrace, leveraging her newfound petite and adorable form. However, he swiftly grasped her by the scruff of her neck, disdain etched across his face, and tossed her aside. Just finished relieving myself and now you wish to leap onto me? Do not presume I am oblivious to your intentions. As he spoke, he rubbed his hand vigorously on his clothes, feeling quite overwhelmed. Having eaten to satisfaction, he decided to take a leisurely stroll by the candlelight. Once she had digested, she could return to him. Fortunately, prior to her transmigration, she had cared for a few short-eared cats and a large orange tabby. Whenever the cat litter ran out at home, they would always prefer to rub their rears against soft surfaces after relieving themselves. This little kitten, scarcely the size of a palm, was quite clever. Xinyun mused bitterly. The Empress Chinglan would never have guessed, even in her dreams, that the first time she would be met with disdain would be due to the unpleasant odor after using the restroom. She glanced back meaningfully at Xinyun, who remained leisurely enjoying his dinner at the table. His calm demeanor made it impossible for her to discern his depth. Thus, she silently turned and began to pace back and forth in the area illuminated by the flickering candlelight. However, just as she took her first few steps, she suddenly froze in place, utterly stunned from the gently glowing candlelight. A soft, nurturing energy emanated, flowing into her body and revitalizing every inch of her meridians and bones. This remarkable energy caused her recently cleansed meridians to recover and solidify at an astonishing pace. Astonishing, Empress Chinglan could even hear the sound of her worldview shattering. So, this was the reason he had advised her to take a few steps? It seemed every situation had been effortlessly discerned by him. After a considerable time had passed, Empress Chinglan felt an unprecedented vitality blossoming within her. Boundless power surged relentlessly. All that remained was for her to meticulously refine it, and she would undoubtedly break free from her current shackles, advancing to a new level of strength. This evening's serendipity was indeed terrifyingly extraordinary. Stealthily, she approached Xinyun, no longer daring to act with impudence, and softly mewed. Have you digested everything in your belly? Xinyun glanced down at her, noting that the treasure wild duck on the table had long been consumed. Go home and rest well for a couple of days, and do not dwell on this little food of mine. Next time, I shall treat you to something lighter. I've heard that little cats are prone to upset stomachs. Seeing her lively demeanor return, Xinyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, to his surprise, this little kitten seemed to have comprehended his words. There was none of the Empress's usual aloofness. Crawling to his feet, she rubbed her fuzzy little head against his pant leg. Whoa, indeed has seen your powerhouse. This confirms it. You are imparting to me the wisdom that one should not be greedy. Empress Chinglan reached an epiphany in her heart. Nodding respectfully, she reluctantly climbed a tree, leapt out of the small courtyard, and vanished into the vast night. This little kitten is quite perceptive. I wonder if, once she becomes accustomed to me, she will allow me to pet her. A smile crept across Xinyun's lips. Then, he reclined comfortably on a bamboo chair, fanning himself while humming a tune. The blue-faced Daredun steals horses, and the red-faced Guangong battles in Changsha. Suddenly, Empress Chinglan declared her retreat into seclusion for cultivation, appointing Prime Minister Du Qinglian to temporarily oversee the nation. The court was thrown into an uproar. Officials of both civil and military ranks speculated that perhaps Her Majesty had touched upon the threshold of a breakthrough. If that were indeed the case, it would be a great fortune for the nation. Unbeknownst to Xinyun, in the days that followed, he returned to his previous tranquility, running his small shop and leisurely selling his handmade trinkets. However, after several days without sight of that little kitten, he found himself somewhat pining for her. What if she had met with an unfortunate end on her way home? 5 days later, Xinyun pondered. Perhaps she had been stewed by her owner. 10 days later, Xinyun felt inexplicably restless. If she were to return, he might as well adopt her. After all, she was a kitten, who could resist? 15 days later, Xinyun silently resolved to make a decision. Finally, on the 18th day, Empress Chinglan emerged from her seclusion, her formidable aura soaring to the heavens, as if she might tear the very firmament asunder. The court ministers were left in utter astonishment. The Empress had taken an unprecedented step in the history of the human race. Congratulations, Your Majesty, your cultivation breakthrough holds immense significance not only for our human race but also offers hope to the demon and spirit tribes. In the imperial study, after dismissing all attendants, Du Qinglian, tears streaming down his face, spoke with deep emotion. Now that the kings of both tribes have set forth, they are en route to the capital to discuss the formation of a coalition to combat the mist. Upon hearing this, Empress Qinglan couldn't help but sigh with sentiment. After a long pause, she slowly spoke, I do not wish to conceal from the Prime Minister that my unexpected breakthrough was indeed due to a fortuitous opportunity. Confronting the mist is a shared responsibility of all beings in our known world, and I naturally cannot shirk this duty. The Tianyan continent is vast and boundless. Beyond the limited known areas, much of it is shrouded in layers of terrifying mist. For thousands of years, no one has ventured into the mist and returned alive. What, Your Majesty encountered an opportunity for breakthrough? Du Qinglian abruptly lifted his head, his face, still glistening with tears, displaying sheer astonishment. To be precise, it was a certain elder powerhouse who casually offered me a few pointers. The image of Xinyan resurfaced in her mind, causing her tone to unconsciously turn respectful. That elder appeared to be an ordinary mortal, yet in truth, was unfathomably profound. Du Qinglian swallowed hard, fully aware of the Empress's strength, which stood at the pinnacle of the known world. To break through a bottleneck simply from casual guidance, it was not that he disbelieved, but rather, the notion was too shocking and implausible. As for the matter of the demon and spirit kings coming to the capital, I would appreciate it if the Prime Minister could devote extra thought to it. I may need to leave the palace for a few days to attend to some personal matters. Recalling that day when Xinyan had invited her out for a meal, a blush involuntarily crept across the usually stern face of Empress Qinglan. After all, she had sworn an oath to share her bed with him. Now, reflecting upon it, that elder likely already knew. Du Qinglian watched the scene before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. The typically aloof and proud Empress was blushing. Surely, she was going to handle personal matters and not engage in romantic pursuits. Chapter 3 of the profound intent of the senior, unreachable by Qinglan. On this day, as the sun began its descent, casting a slanted glow in the evening sky, the final note of the guzheng played by Xinyan lingered in the air just as the last rays of twilight faded away. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the daily performance. Reward 1 Chaos Pearl. Gazing at the pearl that had materialized in his hand, Xinyan, without a moment's thought, tossed it into the corner of the courtyard. Completing the system's daily tasks was merely a trivial amusement he indulged in during his leisure time. As for these so-called rewards, they were hardly worth mentioning. After all, left to gather dust in his miscellaneous shop, they attracted no interest whatsoever, proving far less popular than basic necessities like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Casting a glance at the empty low wall, he wondered where the little cat had gone. Just then, a delicate mew echoed from the flower bed in the courtyard. Xinyan's heart leapt with joy as he hurriedly turned toward the sound, only to find the familiar little kitten timidly gazing at him from the edge of the flowers. With a hearty laugh, he scooped it up, chiding, You ran off for over 10 days after I let you go to digest your meal. Can't you show a little progress? The Empress Qinglan felt a pang of grievance. The immense power she had encountered that day had drained her completely, and even with her utmost effort, it had taken this long to recover. It seemed the senior cultivator had somewhat overestimated her capabilities. Thus, she let out a couple of playful mews, nuzzling her fluffy little head against Xinyan's embrace. Well, whether it's early or late, it's just right. I haven't had dinner yet, so I'll prepare something light to help settle your stomach. With no resistance to the kitten's charm, Xinyan promptly surrendered, yet he couldn't help but point to the chaos pearl he had carelessly discarded, advising, That thing is useless to me, so you can play with it, but remember not to wander off. In truth, when the Empress Qinglan first entered the courtyard, she had already spotted the chaos pearl nestled in the grass. It emanated a peculiar and powerful aura that even she, as the Empress of the Qin Kingdom, had never encountered before. Upon hearing Xinyan's intention to gift it to her, her thoughts began to swirl. The senior must have had significant reasons for bestowing such a treasure upon her. Nodding in a daze, she promptly leaped down from Xinyan's arms and scampered toward the chaos pearl. Seeing her eager demeanor, Xinyan couldn't help but smile widely. Who would have thought that such a diminutive kitten could possess such intelligence? Once she grew accustomed to him, wouldn't petting her yield double the delight? Little did the Empress know of Xinyan's musings. As her paw touched the chaos pearl, a sudden clarity enveloped her mind, and the world before her transformed instantaneously. The ethereal white light represented spiritual energy, gently rising, while the murky, multicolored mist sank downward. Is this the essence of the world? A tempest of emotion surged within the Empress Qinglan. With her cultivation and knowledge, she quickly discerned the profound significance of what she observed. In recent centuries, the fog had been devouring their known world at an alarming rate. Even with the combined efforts of the demon and spirit races, and countless skilled warriors sacrificed, they could not halt its expansion. In a flash of insight, she understood that this pearl was indeed a remarkable treasure, capable of helping one unravel the essence of existence. Did the senior bestow it upon her with the intention of aiding her in combating the fog? As the realization settled in, her heart began to race uncontrollably, her eyes gleaming with newfound determination. Little did she know that her unintentional act had sparked wild imaginings in another. The kitten's reappearance shattered Xinyan's monotonous and dreary routine, invigorating him as he prepared dinner. Within less than half an hour, a multitude of delectable dishes graced the table: stir-fried greens, tenderly braised little catfish, and fragrant 5-spice rice. A tantalizing aroma wafted through the courtyard, captivating even the Empress, who was still absorbed in the chaos pearl. Her nose instinctively twitched as her stomach emitted a soft rumble. It seemed she had conjured up an appetite. Reluctantly, she clutched the chaos pearl in her mouth, her body moving of its own accord toward the dining table, where she smacked her lips in anticipation. Xinyan burst into hearty laughter, assuring her, These dishes will not upset your stomach, provided you don't act like a starving ghost. Without hesitation, the Empress nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Previously, she had only taken 2 bites of the 8-treasure wild duck and had subsequently shattered a long-standing bottleneck. The dishes before her appeared even more exquisite than last time, filling her with eager anticipation. Wait, you can eat, but first you must spit out the pearl in your mouth. As he spoke, Xinyan swiftly retrieved the chaos pearl from her mouth, tossing it far away, cautioning, be careful not to swallow it. Even a celestial being couldn't save you then. Having seen enough news of curious cats swallowing glass beads before his transmigration, he was well aware of the tragic outcomes that ensued when owners failed to rush their pets to the veterinary hospital. The Empress Qinglan was initially taken aback, but then she quickly comprehended the situation. She realized that the power of the pearl was exceptionally unique and potent, far beyond her capacity to consume. Should she attempt to ingest it, she might not even require rescue. It could very well lead to her demise from ruptured meridians. Was this not a testament to the senior's thoughtful care? A warmth blossomed within her heart. Appreciating the senior's considerate gesture, she eagerly nodded several times, affectionately nuzzling against Xinyan's feet. All right, you understand now. Since the pearl is a gift for you, let us eat. Xinyan was utterly charmed by the kitten's antics, growing increasingly fond of her. Unable to resist, he gathered her into his embrace, lavishing her with affection from head to tail. The Empress Qinglan felt a peculiar sensation as his hand glided over her fur, a comfort that seemed to penetrate her very soul, eliciting an involuntary mewl from her. Once Xinyan placed her on the dining table and reignited the ever-bright candle, the two began to enjoy their dinner. The tender greens melted into warmth upon her tongue, sending a wave of vitality coursing through her body. The crispy, delectable catfish, upon just a few bites, infused her with a gentle power that harmonized with her budding vitality, solidifying the realm she had recently attained. The final dish, steamed rice made from a blend of grains, enveloped her internal organs in a protective layer. Compared to the demon and spirit races at the same level, humanity's greatest vulnerability lay within their organs. Even at Empress Qinglan's level, it remained an insurmountable flaw, yet, it appeared that this flaw had now been thoroughly eradicated. Indeed, the senior cultivator's meticulousness was extraordinary, every gesture imbued with profound meaning, leaving her in awe. Chapter 4. Senior, are you intending to keep me as your bedfellow? As the moon hangs low above the willow tips, a man and a cat, sated and well-fed, settle in for the night. Glancing at the profound darkness beyond the small courtyard, Xinyan casually picked up the little cat that was still pawing at the chaotic pearl. With the night dark and the wind high, you shall remain here tonight, lest you be caught and turned into a broth for a contest of dragons and tigers. Qinglan Empress. Oh, senior, are you truly suggesting I stay? Yet since breaking through, I have yet to take a bath. My heart, once serene, is now a tempest, leaping chaotically. Although her cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the known world, she remains but a young lady of 129 years. In the earlier part of her life, she was consumed by her training. Not only had she never engaged in matters of love, but she had not even held a man's hand. And now, as she gazes upon the world, no reckless man dares to pursue her. Meow, meow. The intention of the senior is unmistakable, and the Qinglan Empress lays back, surrendering to the moment. Deep within her anxious and bashful heart, a faint sense of inexplicable anticipation begins to stir. However, Xinyan, catching a glimpse of her from the corner of his eye, muttered with a hint of disdain, I wonder where you've been rolling around. You look positively filthy. You should wash up first. Qinglan Empress. Meow. The senior's methods are truly beyond comprehension. Had he just plucked the thought from her mind? Yet, as she indulged in her wild imaginings, she felt herself lifted as if riding on clouds, and was unceremoniously tossed into a large wooden basin. The icy well water sent a shiver through her. Cold, such a sensation had not graced her since she began fasting. A jolt coursed through her, and in the next moment, it felt as if her fur, bones, and even her very soul were being cleansed. Overcome by the sensation, she could not help but part her lips, meowing softly, thinking the little kitten had never experienced such refreshing coolness. Xinyan chuckled, this is water from a deep well I dug myself. It is far superior to the river water outside. Just bear with me a little longer, and I shall have you cleaned up in no time. As he spoke, the memory of digging that 20-meter pit under the scorching sun flashed in his mind. Heaven knows how he managed it, feeling her skin transforming to that of an infantess, and her soul becoming more pure and clear. The Qinglan Empress, at that moment, was oblivious to Xinyan's ministrations, lost in a euphoric bliss. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, until she found herself laid upon a soft bed. Little one, you shall sleep here tonight, Xinyan said, pointing to the pillow beside him, then gently stroking the little cat's fur once more. Freshly washed, her texture felt indeed different. Outside, the night deepened. A gentle breeze stirred the bamboo curtains, wafting into the room. Content and satisfied, Xinyan soon fell into a deep slumber, while the Qinglan Empress, who required no sleep, felt her heart racing with unease. For the first time in her life, she lay beside an unfamiliar man, and this sensation was filled with both peculiarity and excitement. The rhythmic sound of his breathing filled her ears, and her eyelids grew heavy, lulling her into a sweet dream. As the moon sank in the west and the first rays of dawn broke through the clouds, the light merely illuminated the world softly, emitting a lazy murmur from her nostrils. The Qinglan Empress suddenly opened her eyes wide, awakening from her slumber. She found herself entirely unclothed beside Xinyan, one perfectly white leg casually draped over him. Flushed with embarrassment, her exquisite visage was instantly adorned with a rosy hue. When did I regain my human form? Why did I feel nothing? Last night, I was the one who slept with the senior. No, it was the senior who slept with me. No, it should be considered that we both shared the experience. A whirlwind of disarrayed thoughts surged through her mind as she glanced at the still sleeping Xinyan, making her feel quite uneasy. With a gentle push of her toes against the bed, she silently rose, floating gracefully into the room. At that moment, a resplendent crimson robe materialized upon her, concealing the springtime aura that had filled the chamber. The little kitten, now fragrant from its bath, thought to herself, next time, do remember to come and play with me earlier. Before she could stealthily slip out, Xinyun's murmured dream startled her, causing her legs to nearly buckle. Steadying herself, the Qinglan Empress, her face flushed with shame, performed a graceful bow towards the murmuring Xinyun. The name of the senior shall remain etched in my memory. Having uttered this, she picked up the chaotic pearl placed on the table, reluctantly turning to take her leave. In an instant, she vanished from sight. A morning breeze rustled the bamboo curtains, as if nothing had ever transpired. As the sounds of bustling neighbors began to filter into the small courtyard, Xinyun leisurely awoke from his dream. He couldn't quite fathom why he felt as though something had been pressing upon him throughout the night, and now his entire body ached. Struggling to sit up and stretch, he discovered the little kitten's absence from the room. Along with the missing chaotic pearl, the little creature certainly made a swift exit. I wonder when it will return? He chuckled softly, accustomed to the monotony of his idle life, finding joy in even the smallest pleasures. Yet, the lingering fragrance in the air immediately reminded him of last night's dream, setting his old face ablaze with crimson. It seemed high time to seek a companion for romance. Otherwise, even the little kitten appeared remarkably charming, akin to a stunning beauty. Rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment, he continued through his days, slow and uneventful. On the first day of the 7th month in the Tianqing era, even before the envoy led by the kings of the demon spirit tribes could reach the capital of the Qing kingdom, alarming news arrived from the borders. The spread of the mist had accelerated dramatically, overnight consuming the crucial stronghold of Gongwu City. The city lord, Li Si, led his guards into the mist to protect the fleeing civilians, and since then, there has been no word from him. His fate remains unknown. The court was thrown into turmoil, the Empress's countenance darkened with fury. I have made my decision. Where are the Longshan guards? Assemble the troops. Today, I shall personally lead an expedition to uncover the truth behind this mist. Seated upon the dragon throne, the Qinglan Empress regained her former icy elegance. No sooner had her authoritative voice faded than a golden-armored general stepped forward, solemnly declaring, the Longshan guards consist of 3,600 men, fully equipped and provisioned. As the strongest force under the Empress, General Li Guan showed no hesitation. To delve into the mist and reclaim lost territory was a long-cherished aspiration of human generals throughout the ages. Your Majesty, you must not. Cautioned an elder statesman, the mist is shrouded in mystery and fraught with peril. I advise we await the arrival of the demon spirit kings for further deliberation. Du Qinglian, taken aback, hurriedly approached and knelt, his head bowed in fervent supplication. In his heart, despite the Empress's remarkable progress in cultivation, the uncertainty of the mist left them all in a precarious position. Should they become ensnared, the consequences would be dire. Do not be alarmed, Elder Du. The My decision to enter the mist is not made in haste, the Qinglan Empress reassured him, her heart softening at the sight of the elder's tears. She then produced the chaotic pearl she had received from Xinyun, declaring, this shall be my greatest assurance. Chapter 5 of the Empress's expedition. The world is astonished. Where has my little kitty gone? What is this? Struggling to rise from the ground, Du Qinglian rubbed his somewhat clouded eyes. Even in the brightly lit grand hall, the faint, soft glow emitted by the orb in the Empress's hand could not be concealed. This, in itself, was an extraordinarily abnormal occurrence. Elder, do not be startled. This orb is known as the Chaos Pearl. Take it in your hand and give it a try. A subtle smile graced the coldly beautiful visage of the Qinglan Empress. With a gentle lift of her jade hand, she let the Chaos Pearl float delicately into Du Qinglian's grasp. Upon receiving it, he was momentarily stunned, but soon his aged features contorted with intensity, as the pure ascended to the heavens, while the impure sank to the earth. Is this the very essence of our known world? As the esteemed elder of the court, his cultivation had long since reached the transformative realm. Although he was not quite on par with the Empress before her breakthrough, he was not far behind. In that moment, he stood dazed, and after a lengthy pause, he erupted into a hearty laughter. So it is, so it is. I have attained enlightenment. Decades of devoted practice have led me to this moment of awakening. In an instant, the profound cultivation he had accumulated over half a lifetime erupted forth. He glimpsed the essence of the known world, shattering the fog of confusion, and in the imperial court, he swiftly eradicated the lingering doubts, stepping into the realm once occupied by the Empress. Congratulations, Elder Du, on taking this pivotal step. At the very least, you may assist me for another 500 years. The Qinglan Empress gazed upon the unfolding scene with satisfaction. She had long known that Du Qinglian's cultivation had reached a critical threshold, and he merely required a touch of opportunity. Today, fate had aligned perfectly. Thank you, Your Majesty, your imperial grace shall be etched in my memory for eternity. As the surging power gradually subsided and returned to his body, Du Qinglian quickly regained his composure. With newfound confidence, he looked at the Chaos Pearl in his hand. Turning to the astonished ministers and officials, he smiled slightly. This orb can aid one in perceiving the essence of things. With it in Her Majesty's possession, the thickest of mists may be traversed without obstruction. The atmosphere ignited with fervor. The ministers in the Golden Luan Hall, disregarding decorum, hurriedly approached, eager to discern the truth. After all, those who stood here were among the most skilled individuals of the human race. If Du Qinglian could break through, why could they not? Calm down, calm down. This treasure is of great significance. Her Majesty surely has her plans. A glint of cunning flickered in their eyes. Observing this, Du Qinglian promptly returned the pearl to the Qinglan Empress. Following his breakthrough, his lifespan had surged, and his thoughts were now clearer than ever. The Qinglan Empress understood with a gentle smile, waving her hand to gather the Chaos Pearl into her palm. As Elder Du has stated, this treasure can help one unravel all illusions and reach the essence of things. The significance of discerning the truth within the mists and even mounting a counteroffensive cannot be overstated. I trust one need not elaborate further. With her words, the great hall swiftly descended into silence. However, it was not long before an astute individual stepped forward, declaring, "I fully support your Majesty's expedition." Yet, how could our illustrious Empress embark without proper representation? I, though unworthy, offer to hold the reins for your Majesty. His words rang out, firm and resolute. But before he could finish, an elder shot him a scornful glance and retorted, "You, a mere vice minister, think your Majesty's presence alone suffices for representation? If one seeks prominence, one must at least be of the rank of our 6 ministers. You should bide your time and accrue more experience first." All present, nearly masters in their own right, easily discerned the young vice minister's intentions. To seek advantage without regard, they would first need to consult with the elder statesman. If seniority were to be measured, I believe it is the Marquis who should take the reins. As a member of the imperial family, how could I not assist the Empress in her time of need? An elder standing beside Du Qinglian cleared his throat and spoke, "My lords, in terms of seniority and representation, you all still fall beneath me." Upon hearing this, the previously confident Minister of Revenue rolled his eyes dramatically. "You old fool! You, Prince Jianan, are a veteran of 2 reigns, how dare you argue seniority with the younger generation?" The Qinglan Empress's icy visage betrayed no emotion, yet, within her heart, she was secretly delighted. Such a display of ministers vying for supremacy was rare in their kingdom, truly impressive. These elder powers, merely by casually tossing out a chaos pearl, she had ignited a fervent competition among them. Silently observing the various dignitaries engaging in their skirmishes, the Qinglan Empress glanced at Du Qinglian. As the earliest beneficiary of the chaos pearl, he wore a mocking expression as he watched his colleagues battle it out. Yet, he soon felt a piercing gaze upon him from behind. Without needing to turn around, he instinctively understood, what chaos is this in the Golden Luan Hall? Since Her Majesty has presented such a precious treasure, she must have arranged everything in advance. Your clamor is futile, simply stand quietly and await her decree. A powerful aura enveloped the entire hall, immediately silencing the ministers. Of Prince Jianan thought to himself, "You scoundrel, not a true son. I cannot best you, I shall take care of your father later." The Minister of Revenue mused, "One day, I shall seize your position as Chief Minister and cut off your opportunities." The young Vice Minister grumbled, "Were it not for your higher office and stronger fist, you would be picking your teeth off the ground right now." Though their hearts simmered with indignation, they understood the importance of decorum, and thus, they reluctantly quieted their disputes for future maneuvering. "By decree, the Longxiang Guard shall mobilize, and I shall personally lead the expedition into the mists. Acting Chancellor Du Qinglian will temporarily oversee the nation. All ministers, fulfill your respective duties, and we shall discuss rewards upon my triumphant return." Once the performance had reached its conclusion, the Qinglan Empress slowly rose from her dragon throne. Her gaze swept over the assembly, and her formidable presence left no room for any rebellious thoughts. Of the ministers, in unison, knelt before her, their voices resounding in unison, "We obey." On the first day of July in the year of Tianqing, at noon, countless streaks of light pierced the sky, enveloped in a resplendent golden radiance, heading toward the northwestern border. Not only among the humans but throughout the annals of the known world, this marked the first time an emperor personally led an expedition against the mists. The world was stunned. The myriad races trembled, and as all eyes were fixed upon the Qinglan Empress, her heart was consumed with a singular thought: she could not betray the unwavering support and deep affection that Xin Yun had bestowed upon her. Her predecessor was surely awaiting her victorious return, ready to celebrate with her over a cup of wine. The instigator of it all lay comfortably in a bamboo chair, humming a little tune while sipping his self-brewed floral wine. He muttered to himself, "An expedition is an expedition, why must it be made to feel like a fireworks display? I wonder when that little kitty will return." Chapter 6: The Battle for Every Inch of Land. The majesty of the Empress, the setting sun bled across the horizon. Under the vast shroud of mist, it seemed as though all vitality had been severed. Zhou Yuanzhang, the deputy commander of Gongwu City, bore the weight of armor that had long been ravaged and riddled with wounds. His left arm hung limply, adorned with ghastly scars that testified to a recent, brutal battle. Standing atop the city wall and gazing at the sky soon to be engulfed by mist, he let out a feeble sigh. The city lord had led the troops into the fog, and as of now, no news had returned, leading him to believe that the situation was dire. He had originally intended to provide cover for the evacuation of the tens of thousands of citizens within the city, but it now appeared that the greatest fear was not the overwhelming strength of the enemy, but rather the prospect of losing one's life without ever having seen the foe. This seemingly tranquil white haze concealed a myriad of hidden dangers, leaving one utterly defenseless. Reporting to the commander, the advance of the mist has accelerated once more. We no longer have brothers available to venture outside the city to gather intelligence. A similarly maimed messenger stumbled onto the battlements, his expression one of despair. The scouts were annihilated a day prior. We, the defenders of the city, engaged the enemy when the mist was 5 miles from the walls. In half an hour, 2,000 soldiers were nearly all lost. Even among the scant survivors, nearly 100, most are either maimed or deafened. With the battle having reached this point, despair looms over every heart. There is no need for further reconnaissance. What preparations have been made within the city? Zhou Yuanzhang, propped up by his spear, turned with great effort. All the elderly, women, and children who remain alive have been relocated to the Lordess Manor. The granaries and water supplies are sufficiently stocked. The remaining able-bodied men, those taller than a wheel, are all stationed on the city walls, the messenger replied solemnly. In truth, they all understood that wherever the mist passed, it would engulf all, leaving no survivors. Yet, the flame of humanity endures. As long as the young and strong have not perished, how could the elderly, women, and children be commanded to fight? Moreover, they had requested assistance from the capital days prior. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope for these people. Since the establishment of the 3 sovereigns and the expansion of the 5 emperors, the lineage of humanity has persevered. The land beneath our feet was secured through the blood and valor of our ancestors, and now, as the enemy approaches, slaughtering our fellow kin, who among you is willing to fight to the death alongside me? With a long exhalation of bitter breath, Zhou Yuanzhang stood firm with his spear, then roared like thunder. The banner bearing the character for celebrate fluttered in the wind, crackling with energy, including the one-armed messenger at his side. The young defenders, who had initially trembled upon ascending the walls, were instantly invigorated, their faces flushed with determination. They cast a glance at the familiar cityscape and, in unison, roared out, "Fight to the death, fight to the death, fight to the death!" Faced with the encroaching mist, they had retreated to the brink of no return. In the distance, smoke mingled with fog in less than 5 miles. Amidst the sudden gale, the enemy was upon them. Zhou Yuanzhang gripped his spear tightly with one hand, his spirit surging, and with a firm push against the ground, he leaped down from the city wall. Fight to the death. Kill. Behind him were his fellow humans. He wished only to discern the truth hidden within the mist before his death, yet, the overwhelming despair swiftly enveloped him once more. A gust of wind swept through, as if a heavy hammer had struck his chest, causing him to cough up blood and stumble backward. Before he could regain his footing, he sensed a violent threat approaching. Instinctively, he hunched down to evade, feeling the unseen blade slice past his helmet. Not far away, the young men who had rushed out of the city alongside him were ensnared in a merciless massacre. Screams echoed as bodies fell into pools of blood, limbs severed, heads soaring skyward. The crimson spray of blood swiftly consumed his entire vision. Invisible enemies, invisible strikes, they were utterly powerless against it. Was it to be that they would be forced to die in such a humiliating manner? Stumbling back a few steps, he felt as though he were sinking into an abyss, losing the last vestige of his courage to resist. But just then, a resounding explosion reverberated as if from the heavens. Demonic beasts, perish! Do not be arrogant! A radiant rainbow arc streaked across the sky, and then, a figure of boundless majesty descended with a thunderous impact. A powerful aura surged forth, parting the mist to create a 100-foot gap. If the mist seeks to cross, it must first pass through me. A chilling voice echoed in the ears of all present. A woman clad in golden armor and a battle helmet stepped forward, her formidable presence compelling the mist to retreat inch by inch. The Empress? Zhou Yuanzhang felt his scalp tingle, exclaiming in disbelief. He never anticipated reinforcements, let alone such swift assistance led by the Empress herself. The Qinglan Empress slowly turned, her tone softened. You have all served with utmost loyalty. From here on, leave it to me. As her words fell, a flash of golden light erupted. Alone with her sword, she charged straight into the depths of the mist. Your Majesty, no, the mist is fraught with peril. Zhou Yuanzhang gasped in alarm, disregarding his own injuries as he attempted to follow. But before he could take a step, someone firmly restrained him from behind. Fear not, the Empress is no longer what she once was, and besides, she wields a powerful treasure. It was Li Guang, the leader of the Longshan guards who accompanied the Qinglan Empress. The Longshan guards around him were clad in armor and wielded sharp weapons, exuding a fierce aura. Indeed, before long, as Zhou Yuanzhang remained in stunned silence, the deafening roar of energy erupted from deep within the mist. A gentle white light shot up into the sky, piercing the heavens. Under the white light's embrace, the grotesque visages of monstrous beings became visible. Where are the Longshan guards? Follow me to slay the enemy. A furious command rang out. Li Guang wore a cold smile, and alongside the 3,600 Longshan guards, they thunderously replied, yes. In the astonished gaze of Zhou Yuanzhang, countless golden lights sped past him, fiercely charging into the mist, swiftly engaging in battle with the monstrous horde. The Empress, the strongest force of humanity, the Longshan guards. A tremor coursed through Zhou Yuanzhang uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down his face as he turned to the surviving defenders and young men, his voice trembling with emotion. We are saved, Gongwu City is saved. On this day, a storm erupted from the ground. It stirred up countless sands from the northwestern border. Under the leadership of the Empress of Humanity, for the first time in history, a force surged into the mist, staunchly halting its expansion. Deep within, the Qinglan Empress gazed upon the corpses of the monstrous beings strewn about. A wave of profound emotion surged within her heart. Thanks to the guidance of her predecessors, she had taken that critical step and received the Chaos Pearl, a treasure capable of vanquishing foes. Otherwise, not a single soul would have survived within Gongwu City, and even she would have likely succumbed to the clutches of the mist, with life and death uncertain. Chapter 7. The barrel-shaped saintess. Have I stumbled upon an opportunity? Just as the Empress Qinglan, wielding the Chaos Pearl, charged into the mist, wreaking havoc, in the heart of Qing'an City, a woman with a physique reminiscent of a barrel, accompanied by her attendants, was wandering about in utter boredom. The capital of the human race is rather mundane, isn't it? I expected an abundance of entertaining sights, yet all I see are brothels. The robust woman pouted in dissatisfaction. However, her excessively ample figure, combined with her pockmarked face, rendered her sulking expression indescribably awkward. Your Highness the Saintess, one must look beyond appearances. This is a lesson once imparted by the sages of the human race. Your perspective remains rather superficial. The elder attendant, embodying a sense of resignation, shook his head. Though he spoke these words, his mind couldn't help but indulge in quiet mockery. The last time he visited Qing'an, the streets were devoid of such a plethora of brothels, and their business seemed lackluster. Why, in just a decade, had this industry flourished so remarkably? Raising his gaze to the vibrant young women atop the loft, he let out a silent sigh. How splendid it would have been had he not been accompanying the Saintess on this outing. Something feels amiss. Your gaze is rather peculiar. Wang Shit seems to suggest that you wish to enter and indulge in the pleasures of the flower houses? The barrel-shaped Saintess suddenly turned, fixating her incredulous gaze upon the elder. Wang Shi. How careless of me, I forgot this girl possesses the ability to read minds. Ahem, the trials of the mortal world revolve around wine, lust, wealth, and power. Your experience is still insufficient. Tonight, we shall circle Qing'an 3 more times, he said, his face reddening as he hurriedly reined in his thoughts. The Saintess replied, I suspect you are intentionally toying with me, yet I lack evidence. Wang Shi, I comprehend your reasoning, but why must I disguise myself, and why must it be such an unappealing guise? After all, she was still a girl at heart. A brief venting of her frustrations did little to relieve her discontent. What do you know? The human race is rife with desires. Should your appearance be seen by the common folk, who knows what chaos may ensue? He shot her an exasperated glance. This esteemed elder of the spirit race harbored his own grievances. Their journey had not been reported to the human authorities. They had hurried ahead of the spirit king's arrival, all to grant this naturally charming saintess some experience. If you do not disguise yourself and temper your allure, do you think everyone possesses the same restraint as I? The Saintess retorted, Wang Shi, I beseech you to cease elevating yourself in such a subtle manner. I have no interest in eavesdropping on your thoughts. When one reaches the end of the road, they may find a glimmer of hope. This couplet is rather intriguing. Suddenly halting, she found her inner musings had inadvertently been exposed, as Wang Shi, intrigued, glanced toward a nearby small shop. Isn't it merely a general goods store? Wang Shi, why do you appear more naive than I? Seizing the opportunity, the barrel-shaped Saintess unleashed a torrent of words. The elder chuckled deeply, casting her a disdainful glance. You misunderstand, the human race has always held the adage that great talents often hide among the common folk. Truly exceptional individuals, even I, can only look up in awe. The Saintess sighed, I'm weary of very well, you are the teacher, your words are undoubtedly correct, the mighty of the human race reside within such humble shops. What are we waiting for? Let us go and explore, perhaps fortune awaits us. She issued her command without hesitation, eager to disperse from this vexatious girl. The brothels appear quite intriguing. It has been years since I last visited one. Meanwhile, Xinyun lay languidly in his humble shop, draped in ennui. The firewood was freshly purchased fine cypress, and the salt was carefully sourced from well water and shu, essential household items that enhance the quality of life. Yet, why had his sales stagnated today? At this rate, he would soon be reduced to a mere beggar. The most pressing concern was that little kitten, which had not shown its face for 2 days. Just as he wallowed in his melancholy, a shadow abruptly obscured all light before him. Boss, what do you sell here? Came a deep, gravelly voice, accented with the clumsy dialect of the Qing nation, unmistakably revealing the speaker as a non-local. Household goods, everything you might need, he replied, glancing up at the newcomer. With a barrel-like waist and a face reminiscent of a burnt pancake, Xinyun's eyes twitched slightly. Miss, feel free to browse, but you are blocking my light. How dare you? I cannot believe I am being looked down upon by a mere shopkeeper, the Saintess exclaimed indignantly. Wait, why can't I decipher his thoughts? Her pockmarked visage now bore an unmistakable expression of confusion, her head tilted in a manner reminiscent of a naive creature from another realm. Miss, I am speaking to you. You are blocking my light. Clearly, this woman had little experience in the world. Xinyun, with no choice, repeated himself. Surely, she could not be so dense as to misunderstand his words? No, my apologies. I shall wander about, she said, suddenly recalling Wang Shi's earlier words about great talents hiding in plain sight. The Saintess's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that her perceptive teacher had indeed discerned the potential for fortune within this humble setting. In a moment of clarity, she stepped aside, but upon entering the shop, she was once again struck by wonder. A scroll of the vast rivers and mountains, is not the genuine article displayed in the royal palace of our spirit race? Though this one appeared to be a replica, it exuded an overwhelming aura that made it feel even more boundless than the original. Just one glance nearly awakened her spirit. The Tao knows no bounds? The inscription sent shivers down her spine, as though it contained an infinite depth of wisdom. I dare not gaze any longer. With my meager cultivation, should I look too long, the very essence of my being might shatter. A pearl larger than a fist, a robust herb the thickness of a bowl, and even the candles burning in the room sent tremors through her. I am completely overwhelmed. Initially indifferent, this disguised spirit race saintess now stood fidgeting, unsure where to place her hands. You may choose anything that catches your fancy. Additionally, on the second shelf, there is a balm I crafted from various herbs. It is beneficial for the skin. Xinyun's voice drifted in, as if to tease her. It takes courage to venture out looking like that. The Saintess gasped, looking like what? Has my disguise been seen through? It dawned on her that this man must be the powerful figure Wang Shi had alluded to. It was inconceivable that he could not see through such trivial illusions. No wonder she had been unable to read his mind. It turned out she was the one who had been seen through. Esteemed senior, what is the price of this bomb? She managed to stammer, recalling Wang Shi's teachings in the clumsy dialect of the Qing nation. The barrel-shaped Saintess resembled a startled rhinoceros, cautiously inquiring. Xinyun, hearing her, could only roll his eyes in exasperation. Why does she insist on addressing me as senior? She truly is a Navi child from the countryside. I cannot possibly take advantage of her. He casually extended 5 fingers, indicating that it cost merely 5 copper coins. 50,000 taels of gold? The saintess exclaimed joyfully. Thank you, esteemed senior, for the gift of this medicine. I am eternally grateful. With that, she promptly produced an official silver note from her attire, placing it reverently on the table, though she was uncertain of the bomb's purpose. Since it was offered by a senior, it surely was not an ordinary item. Purchasing it for merely 50,000 taels of gold was undoubtedly a bargain. Xinyan, Chapter 8, The Victory of Humanity, a battle that altered history, 500 taels of gold. Is this foolish child truly jesting? A thought instinctively flashed through Xinyan's mind. Yet before he could finish his sentence, the holy maiden of the water barrel cradled the Baijiao as if it were a treasured possession and dashed out of the grocery store, all the while murmuring, I've struck gold, I've struck gold. The great Wang sure is indeed trustworthy. Xinyan mused, well, business is a matter of mutual consent, isn't it? After all, it was her money, and even if her family were to raise a ruckus at the authorities, it would be of no consequence. Once it's in my pocket, no one shall take it back. With this thought, he casually called out to Wu, the eldest son of the pancake vendor next door, and hurried off towards the official's treasury. Surely this silver note is not a forgery. Around the same time, far away in Gongwu City, the mist had entirely dissipated, the full moon rose high, casting a brilliant light upon a dazzling display of golden armor. Your Majesty is magnificent. Humanity prevails. Li Guang held aloft the head of a monstrous creature, dripping with green blood, and raised his spear, letting out a resounding cry. With the aid of the Chaos Pearl, the Emerald Empress had achieved a breakthrough in her cultivation, appearing as a celestial being descending from the heavens. Wherever her swordlight fell, there was no opponent to be found. The Dragon Cavalry, emblematic of humanity's pinnacle in united combat, exhibited astonishing combat prowess. Among the 3,600 soldiers, there were those grievously wounded, some with severed limbs, yet not a single soul perished. Gazing at the ravaged battlefield before him, Zhou Yuanzhang staggered forward a few steps. They had held the line Gongwu City had endured. The citizens were saved. Those comrades who had ventured into the mist and never returned could finally find peace. This proud general, who had always been resolute, could no longer contain his emotions. Tears streamed down his face, his cries filled with sorrow. Your Majesty is magnificent, humanity prevails. Under the full moon, the Emerald Empress, stepping lightly upon the moonlight, returned gracefully. Passing Li Guang, she approached Zhou Yuanzhang directly, saying, Trust me, the time for retaliating against the mist is not far off. A blood debt shall be repaid in blood. After speaking, she gently supported the tear-streaked veteran, whose aura was gradually fading. The last breath that had sustained him until now was on the verge of extinguishing. Your humble servant thanks your Majesty. Those who perished within the mist, 23,500 valiant souls, and the youth of our humanity, thank you, your Majesty. Slowly, he bowed his head. Zhou Yuanzhang's lips curled into a faint smile, lamenting that he would not live to see the day the Empress spoke of, and he requested, please convey a message to my son at home. The Emerald Empress, without a hint of hesitation, replied, where there is a will, there is a way. The latter managed a weak smile, his parched lips moving feebly. When the day of the Great One's conquest of the Central Plains arrives, do not forget to inform my ancestors. As the final word fell, his head gradually lowered. Behind him, the remaining hundreds of young warriors knelt in mourning, their wails echoing as they sent General Zhou's spirit to rest. Time passed, and the Emerald Empress turned to Li Guang, instructing, you shall remain here to assist with the aftermath and await the court's directive. I shall escort the old general back to the capital. Upon hearing this, Li Guang quickly led the Dragon Cavalry in kneeling and chanting Long live the Emperor. Then, a magnificent figure soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Beneath the vast night sky, the Emerald Empress caressed the warm Chaos Pearl hanging at her chest, her heart stirred with emotion. Elder, I have not let you down. Gongwu City has held firm. This marks the first time in thousands of years of known history that the essence of the mist has been discovered. History has been irrevocably rewritten. The day of the Great Wang's conquest of the Central Plains is not far off. As a beam of golden light descended from the northwest into the royal palace, in a secluded courtyard of an inn in the capital, the Wang Shu of the Spirit Clan gazed in shock at the unfolding scene. Ancestors above. I swear by my character that I am not blinded by the allure of the courtesans. Yet, hardly an hour had passed, and could it be that this girl truly stumbled upon an opportunity? Her disguise shed, the original holy maiden of the water barrel vanished, leaving behind a pure maiden akin to an ethereal sprite. Her jade-like arms raised towards the sky. Immediately, an overwhelming force of moonlight surged towards her like a raging tide. The Spirit Clan Wang Shu observed, his aged eyes twitching. This was not merely absorbing moonlight, it was outright plundering. Even the most prodigious rulers of their lineage could not achieve such a feat. After a considerable time had elapsed, the holy maiden gradually ceased her actions. Wang Shu, I think I have broken through. The pure maiden turned her head, still somewhat dazed from her recent state of meditation. The Wang Shu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Could you not break through? You've absorbed all the moonlight within 100 miles. Ignoring his peculiar expression, the holy maiden carefully retrieved the bottle of Baijiao frost from her bosom. Indeed, this treasure bestowed upon me by the great beings of humanity is remarkable. I merely applied a little, and the effect is astonishing. Remembering her earlier experience at the grocery store, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she thought, Wang Shu is truly knowledgeable. I am in absolute awe. The Spirit Clan Wang Shu replied, do not speak. I do not wish to converse with you right now. In fact, I am tempted to throw a 7 absolute goo at you. Truly, the allure of beauty can be a double-edged sword. In my efforts to comfort the courtesans, I have missed an incredible opportunity. The hour of the pig had passed, and the crimson moon was about to cast its shadow. Even if you have broken through now, it is likely you cannot escape that force. It would be wise to take shelter first. After a long pause, the winesure sighed in resignation. 500 taels of gold, exchanged for a supreme treasure. I must wait at the grocery store tomorrow morning. I wonder if it will be too late. There is no fear. This is the capital of the Qing Kingdom, one of the safest places in the known world. Furthermore, since that elder of humanity granted me this opportunity, he may have a solution to my predicament. However, the Spirit Clan holy maiden, Shui Qingying, slowly shook her head, clutching the bottle of Baijiao frost tightly. Her eyes glinted with fervor. Not long ago, a crimson moon had inexplicably appeared in the sky. As the sole heir of the Spirit Clan, she had inexplicably transformed into a white fox at that moment. Despite exhausting the entire clan's resources, no solution could be found. A significant part of her reason for coming to the Qing Kingdom was to seek clues. You make a valid point, but there is a curfew in the capital at night. To prevent any mishaps, it would be best for me to personally escort you. Hope ignited anew in his heart. The winesure stroked his beard, feigning profundity, yet, as soon as his words fell, Shui Qingying smiled enchantingly, waving. Had it not been for the elderess summons, how could I dare to bring anyone uninvited? The expression of the Spirit Clan winesure froze in delight. You make a compelling argument. I find myself at a loss for words. Chapter 9. Raising dogs in poverty, raising cats in wealth. The three fools of the snowy land take a beating. In the small courtyard, the night was profoundly deep. Xinyun sat in a rocking chair, sipping tea while savoring the moonlight with great contentment. An early bedtime was utterly out of the question. Even in the face of utter boredom, one must endure until after 11 o'clock, counting the stars if necessary. Oblivious to the happenings outside, he merely sensed that tonight's moonlight seemed dimmer than usual. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of where to procure some cat litter. At that moment, a sudden scratching sound at the door disrupted his musings. A kitten. Xinyun jolted upright from the rocking chair and hastily opened the door, only to be met by a small, entirely snow-white samoyed. To think such a peculiar creature would appear even in a time travel scenario. Upon seeing Xinyun open the door, Shui Qingying's heart soared with delight. Her senior had not fallen asleep. It seemed he had been awaiting her arrival. With exuberance, she yelped a couple of times, then approached to affectionately rub against his pant leg. The fragrance emanating from her senior was simply irresistible. Truly, one could not doubt that this was one of the three fools of the snowy land. This little creature's head did seem rather less than clever. Xinyun silently supported his forehead, pondering why an array of strange little animals had taken to visiting his home of late. Shui Qingying interjected. Senior, I am not one of the three fools of the snowy land. I am, in fact, one of the three prodigies of the Spirit Clan. Ah, well, it mattered little. Since the kitten had yet to return, he might as well take her in for the night. Glancing at the pitiful little samoyed at his feet, Xinyun sighed in resignation and casually lifted it by the scruff of its neck, returning to the courtyard. As the saying goes, raise dogs in poverty and cats in wealth. The three fools of the snowy land were indeed troublesome. Despite its small size, this little creature was undoubtedly a master at wreaking havoc. Shui Qingying chimed. Perhaps I might gain some fortuitous opportunities here with my senior tonight. Though her body was being hoisted in the air, her spirits were soaring. Yet before she could revel in her thoughts, she heard Xinyun's voice, thick with disdain. I can take you in, but if you dare to wreak havoc, I shall prepare hot oil tomorrow for a sumptuous feast of braised dog meat. Shui Qingying protested. Oh. I am a fox, a snowy fox. I am not a foolish dog that shakes its head at every turn. Her little legs kicked in the air in indignation. Before she could prepare to continue her charming demeanor, she was enveloped by a gentle force. Ah. Bewildered, she lifted her head, her eyes scanning the courtyard. It did not take long for her gaze to settle upon a softly flickering candle. With the discerning eyes of the Spirit Clan saintess, she immediately perceived something unusual. It felt reminiscent of her encounter with the Empress Qinglan. Having just absorbed a significant amount of lunar essence, her cultivation was in a state of flux, yet, under the dim candlelight, it solidified at an astonishing pace. Shui Qingying was hardly aware of being carelessly dropped to the ground. The tumultuous power within her was absorbed in an instant. Ah, she exclaimed, a wave of comfort washing over her. In just half a day, the Spirit Clan saintess experienced a remarkable surge in her cultivation without any adverse effects. Seeing her sprawled on the ground, legs in the air yet with a blissful expression, Xinyun could not help but regard her with scorn. Indeed, she was one of the three fools of the snowy land, not quite the brightest. Shui Qingying disregarded his remark, flailing her short legs to rise from the ground, bouncing toward Xinyun to show her affection. As expected of my senior, even the candlelight illuminating the room is more potent than the finest life tree of the Spirit Clan. I must cling tightly to this opportunity. Little one, do not think that just because you have perked up your ears, I am unaware of your true identity. She resembled a fluffy snowball rolling back and forth before him, and Xinyun found himself amused. Since dinner time had passed, he thought, if she returned tomorrow, he would treat her to a feast. True identity, a feast tomorrow. Upon hearing this, not only did her pointed ears perk up, but her tail also shot up high. How wonderful! How marvelous! No wonder the great beings of my clan have always enjoyed visiting the human realm. Such fortuitous encounters are hardly conceivable in ordinary circumstances. However, just as Xinyun burst into laughter, a sudden meow echoed from the corner of the courtyard. There stood the little kitten, gazing at them both with a look of deep grievance. Having just returned to the royal city, Empress Qinglan hurried to the small courtyard after arranging for the body of Zhou Yuanzhang. She had never anticipated that, having been gone for merely a day, a little fox had infiltrated her senior's abode. Wait a moment, this scent does not seem fox-like. Her gem-like large eyes sparkled with a glimmer of green light. With the cultivation she had achieved after her breakthrough, she could instantly discern Shui Qingying's true identity. So, a little spirit clan girl, is it? You thought that in my absence, you could slip in uninvited? Little did she know of the complexities of the girl's thoughts. Shen Yun was initially taken aback, but then his joy intensified. Did you two coordinate your arrivals? He laughed heartily. Now we have both a cat and a dog. Stepping forward, he cradled the little kitten in his arms, absent-mindedly stroking its fur. How could you have transformed so much in just a day? Even if you wish to catch mice, there is no need to be so hasty. His casual remark instantly brightened Empress Qinglan's expression. Catch mice, so, those creatures in the mist appear to you like vermin from a filthy drain? Recalling how she had ventured in and out of the mist with the aid of the Chaos Pearl, she had ultimately abandoned the pursuit due to the situation in Gongwu City. Indeed, it must be this very matter that led to her senioress' disappointment in her. The earlier joy in her heart quickly dissipated. Though the victory at Gongwu City marked a historic turning point for the known world against the mist, it was still too superficial. With this thought in mind, Empress Qinglan pitifully raised her little head and meowed. Shen Yun remarked, "The little kitten is simply adorable, who could resist that?" He sighed. Alright, enough about you, come, let us go inside and take a bath. You shall sleep soundly here tonight. Gently, he carried the little cat into the room, and soon the kitchen was bubbling with hot water. Shui Qingying stood there, bewildered, staring at the unfolding scene. Have I been abandoned? Why does this cat seem so fierce? However, a bath, could this be an immense opportunity? With that thought, the Spirit Clan Saintess disregarded the peculiar feelings the kitten stirred within her and scampered eagerly toward the room. But as soon as she dashed inside, she was promptly swept out by a broom. I'm giving the little cat a bath. What are you doing crowding in here? A dog's duty is to guard the door, understand? Shen Yun grumbled irritably. His experiences from 2 lifetimes taught him that the 3 fools of the snowy land must never be allowed indoors, otherwise, preparations for a renovation would be necessary the following day. Shui Qingying WW Chapter 10 The Spirit Clan's holy maiden is astounded. I share a consort with the Empress Qinglan. The kitten is fit to bathe, while the dog can merely stand guard. Shui Qingying pondered. Why, among all the animal companions, am I subjected to such disparate treatment? The gentle night breeze tousled her immaculate white fur as she cast a disdainful glance at the little kitten cradled in Shen Yun's arms, her pride momentarily flaring. In an instant, the unparalleled holy maiden of the Spirit Clan found herself in a whirlwind of confusion. Wait a moment, something feels amiss. As the candles within the room flickered to life, Shui Qingying distinctly sensed a wave of power emanating from the candlelight, sending a shiver through her heart. Even after her recent surge in strength, she realized that it was beyond her capacity to withstand. To her astonishment, the bathwater and the soap in Shen Yun's hands shimmered with a faint green glow. It was vitality, such a terrifying vitality. Only under the force of that candlelight could this burgeoning life be somewhat suppressed. Shui Qingying could scarcely fathom the outcome should she dare to step within the confines of that small room. Her gaze fell once again upon the blissful little kitten, and her heart was instantly filled with awe. Even if the ruler of the Spirit Clan were present, it would be a formidable challenge to endure the intertwining forces at play. Indeed, every action taken by her predecessor held profound significance. With this thought in mind, Shui Qingying, filled with reverence, obediently turned and returned to the courtyard, lying in silence. Not worth the trouble, not worth the trouble. Meanwhile, the Empress Qinglan, indulging in a full-body massage from Shen Yun, cast a languid glance at the snow-white fox outside. This little Spirit Clan girl seems to possess some sense. Some opportunities cannot be seized at will. One must tread carefully lest one lose their very life. TSK, look at all the dust upon you. Had you not come to me today, you would have likely faced a disheveled fate tomorrow. As Shen Yun continued to wash, he couldn't help but grumble, urging the little creature not to get too carried away with chasing mice and to eat more if it wished to thrive. Otherwise, it might just end up as someone else's meal. He couldn't comprehend why such a tiny creature dared to leap about so recklessly. Was it not afraid of tumbling and breaking its little short legs? Upon hearing this, Qinglan Empress could not suppress a sudden jolt of realization. Was her predecessor issuing a warning? Today, as she led her troops into the mist, the monsters therein were hardly formidable, and they had not drained her of much energy. Yet, the most peculiar aspect was the mist's power, which seemed capable of corroding one's meridians through the skin. This was one of the primary reasons she had chosen to retreat rather than continue her pursuit. Her predecessor's words were evidently a caution. The mist was far more complex than it initially appeared. A fleeting chill of trepidation washed over her. It was only then that Qinglan Empress recognized the gravity of the situation. Let me wash you clean, but do refrain from being so mischievous next time. After several rounds of cleaning the little kitten, Shen Yun felt a great sense of satisfaction. Such cooperative bathing cats were rare, and he hoped that any future troubles would prompt an early visit. Is this what you call profound care from a predecessor? Qinglan Empress mused, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. After a few moments, they finally finished washing the little kitten, wrapping it in a clean towel. Shen Yun's gaze shifted towards the little Samoyed outside. If it chooses not to enter, so be it. He wondered how many beatings this dog had endured to suppress its true nature. Nonetheless, seeing its pitiful demeanor, he decided it deserved a bath as well. With that thought, he gently placed the little kitten on his bed and proceeded to the courtyard with the used bathwater. Stop playing the victim. Come here, it's your turn now. It's coming, the predecessor is approaching me. Shui Qingying felt a rush of excitement as she quickly stood up, wagging her tail and trotting over. The water could still be used. Xin Yun, with a click of his tongue, lifted the water and tossed it into the basin, remarking on the dog's decent fur. You seem to have had your fair share of treats, haven't you? The Spirit Clan's holy maiden felt a swell of admiration. As expected of a predecessor, even this is apparent to you? Even within her clan, few would have guessed that she, the future leader of the Spirit Clan, would sneak into the orchard for a taste of the ripe spiritual fruits. Yet, she did not feel discomfort being soaked in the bathwater previously used by others. Instead, an indescribable pleasure washed over her. Water is the source of life, it must not be wasted. There was even some soap suds remaining. Xin Yun, believing in the principle of raising dogs with frugality, felt no qualms about the situation. Despite encountering a fool today and acquiring a fair amount of gold, life required careful budgeting, did it not? The source of life, not to be squandered. Yet, to Shui Qingying's ears, this phrase took on an entirely different meaning. Understanding dawned upon her. The vitality in the water was originally beyond her capacity to absorb or endure, but having been utilized by the little kitten, its potency was considerably diminished. At this moment, the power was just enough to satisfy her needs. The intentions of her predecessor were profound and unfathomable. As she felt the rich vitality flowing into her body, the advantages of her Spirit Clan's unique constitution were fully realized. Naturally more attuned to nature, Shui Qingying felt as if she were about to ascend in bliss. After a little less than half an hour, having cleansed both the kitten and the dog, Xin Yun finally placed them on the bed. Tonight, you sleep on the left. He first settled the Empress Qinglan, then cradled Shui Qingying, saying, you sleep on the right. Be good, do not fight, and sleep soundly. There is much to attend to tomorrow, understood? Upon hearing this, Qinglan Empress obediently rested her head on the pillow, while the Spirit Clan holy maiden sprawled on the bed, her limbs in the air. Their antics elicited a hearty laugh from Xin Yun. He then lay down between them, and soon, accompanied by a gentle breeze, he drifted into a sweet slumber. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight bathed the earth, both women simultaneously reverted to their human forms. Instantly, the room's allure intensified. Lying on either side of Xin Yun, their exquisite forms were laid bare, one with skin as pale as snow, delicate and ethereal, the other tall and statuesque. Two strikingly different beauties, their cheeks flushed, were quietly preparing to rise. You, Shui Qingying exclaimed, having just slipped from the bed without the time to conjure garments. Upon seeing the woman opposite her, she could not contain her astonishment. Silence. Hush. Having anticipated such a scenario, Qinglan Empress merely gestured lightly. Instantly, a powerful force sealed Shui Qingying's lips. With a panicked glance towards the slightly stirring Xin Yun, she hurriedly nodded in compliance. By the ancestors of the Spirit Clan. Today, I find myself sharing a consort with a human empress? Chapter 11. Shocking the courtiers, the predecessor's majesty. The dawn was dimly illuminated. Most of the townsfolk remained ensconced in their sweet dreams, utterly oblivious to the subtle golden light that sliced through the horizon, descending upon a secluded area on the outskirts of the city. Adorned once more in her dragon robe, the Empress Qinglan emanated an air of solemnity and sanctity. Observing the somewhat inexperienced Shui Qingying before her, she subtly gestured, prompting the latter to gasp for breath. Why, you are truly the esteemed Empress Qinglan? As a holy maiden of the Spirit Clan, she had naturally encountered depictions of the greatest human powerhouses. She never anticipated that their first meeting would unfold in such a manner. Aside from myself, who among the human race dares to claim the title of emperor? A fleeting glimmer of insecurity flashed in the depths of the Empress's eyes as she cast a sidelong glance at her. Although their situation could not be deemed as sharing a husband, the thought of openly sharing a man's bed with another woman felt profoundly embarrassing. I understand, what transpired today is known only to heaven, earth, you, and me. Nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain, Shui Qingying immediately demonstrated her intelligence before this formidable human. Moreover, aside from you, I shall disclose this to no one else. The strength of this individual surpassed even that of the Spirit King. Should she harbor any malicious intent, 10 holy maidens of the Spirit Clan would scarcely measure up to a mere finger of hers. It is prudent to recognize one's position. Furthermore, regarding the matter of the predecessor, it must remain undisclosed to anyone until I receive his consent. This young girl appeared youthful, yet her strength was commendable. The fact that the predecessor had bestowed upon her such an opportunity indicated her inherent worth. The Empress Qinglan nodded in satisfaction, though a hint of coldness flickered in her gaze. Should I discover any breach of trust on your part, rest assured, even without the predecessor's intervention, this vast world will offer you no refuge. The status of Xin Yun in her heart had become unassailable. Upholding the predecessor's dignity was an undeniable obligation. Understood, understood, not even a whisper shall escape my lips, be it to the royal master or the Spirit King. She continued to nod fervently. After the events of the previous night, Shui Qingying was acutely aware of the predecessor's formidable nature. Every gesture seemed to embody profound principles of the universe. Such an existence was far beyond what their humble Spirit Clan could provoke. Moreover, the fact that even the human empress willingly served him further amplified the gravity of the situation. All is well. Casting a glance at the sun gradually rising in the sky, the Empress Qinglan inclined her head slightly. In the next moment, she vanished from sight. As Xin Yun had stated, she had numerous matters to attend to today. Once the golden light had completely faded from view, Shui Qingying let out a long breath. Terrifying. Is this the oppressive presence of the human empress? With her current strength, she could hardly muster any thoughts of resistance. However, the future remained uncertain. The Empress Qinglan had lived for several centuries, whereas she was merely a child of a little over 100 years. With the guidance of her predecessor, she was certain that one day she would catch up. Gazing at the rising sun, the heart of the holy maiden of the spirit clan brimmed with hope. In the imperial palace of Qing'an. In the Golden Luan Hall, during the morning court assembly, amid the courtiers' palpable anxiety, a beam of golden light descended. The supervising eunuch immediately announced in a high-pitched voice, "Court is in session." The grand hall erupted with cheers of "Long live the emperor." Each individual craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the empress. After her expedition the previous day, she had returned late at night. Although she had not brought the dragon guards, many had already surmised the outcome of the battle, now awaiting the empress's final confirmation. The Battle of Gongwu City, our clan has achieved a resounding victory. Her sharp gaze swept across the courtiers, taking in their expressions. A faint smile gradually graced the Empress Qinglan's lips. However, as her words fell, the hall erupted into a cacophony of astonished exclamations. "We won, a resounding victory. This marks a historic moment in our understanding of the mist. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The human race flourishes for millennia." The first to react was the Prime Minister Du Qinglian. Without hesitation, the old man stepped forward and prostrated himself, tears streaming down his face after 3 bows. Other civil and military officials, witnessing this, came to their senses and uniformly knelt, chanting "Long live the Emperor." "Though we have triumphed, it is not solely my achievement. The citizens of Gongwu City united as one. Nearly all perished in battle, including the veteran General Zhou Yuanzhang." Waving her hand, she silenced the clamor. The Empress's voice grew somber. "Moreover, the mist is fraught with peril. Were it not for the assistance of the predecessor, I might not have emerged unscathed." At this point, Shen Yun's visage unconsciously surfaced in her mind. Beneath his seemingly innocuous exterior lay unfathomable wisdom and cunning beyond her reach. Of the courtiers, upon hearing her words, displayed expressions of astonishment. Save for Du Qinglian, the Empress possessed formidable treasures and had broken through in her cultivation. She was more than capable of standing at the pinnacle of the world. Yet, she had faced such a grave crisis? Why the panic? What a disgraceful display in the hall! Du Qinglian interjected, his brow furrowed as he stepped forward to admonish. "If we can win once, we can win many times. With the assistance of that esteemed predecessor, what do we have to fear in reclaiming lost territory?" "Minister of Revenue Abba, you old fool, your flattery surpasses anyone else's. You wretched thing, tomorrow, I must report your sycophancy during the morning court." The courtiers pondered and grumbled, yet they did not hesitate to kneel once more, chanting, "The human race prevails. The predecessor is mighty." The man standing behind the Empress possessed strength that transcended their imagination. The Empress Qinglan smiled faintly. "Issue the decree. The Minister of Revenue shall personally go to the front lines of Gongwu City to pacify the populace and handle post-war matters. Prime Minister Du Qinglian shall oversee the establishment of beacon towers along the borders where the mist encroaches. I shall personally take action, pushing all borders 30 miles forward." As these words left her lips, they left the entire... It was well known that the territory of the human race spanned thousands of miles, with borders perilously close to the mist. Was the Empress preparing for a full-scale war? "Your Majesty, I believe this is unwise." Du Qinglian did not immediately accept the decree, rushing forward to dissuade her. "Our borders are too extensive. Relying solely on you, Your Majesty, may prove insufficient." It seemed she had anticipated such dissenting voices. The Empress Qinglan waved her hand nonchalantly. "You are all free to act as you see fit. I will consult with the esteemed predecessor. The plight of the mist must be resolved by our generation." Her beautiful eyes sparkled with determination. "Esteemed predecessor, this time I shall not let you down." Chapter 12. The monarch of the demon spirit clan stood dumbfounded. As imperial edicts were dispatched from the capital to various regions of the human realm, no one would dare to be foolish enough to provoke the wrath of the Empress at such a critical juncture. Furthermore, the allure of counterattacking the mist was an irresistible temptation for everyone in the halls of power. Not only would it bring glory in the present, but it would also secure their legacy for generations to come. Most importantly, regardless of the outcome, they would undoubtedly etch their names in the annals of history. In the secluded courtyard of an inn, the royal master of the spirit clan finally managed to bring back their saintess and was eagerly pressing her for answers. "Why did you not return all night yesterday? What on earth transpired? Have you clarified the identity of that esteemed elder?" Sitting contentedly in a bamboo chair, Shui Qingying couldn't help but smile sweetly as she recalled her experiences from the previous night. "Oh, how could I casually divulge the matters of the elder to outsiders? It was so late last night that the elder simply had me sleep beside him." The royal master of the spirit clan gasped in shock. "Heavens, you mean to say that the saintess spent the night with him?" Upon hearing this news, his composure shattered. "How could you do such a thing? Do you even realize your own identity?" He nearly shouted in a hysterical manner. With a heavy heart, he slumped down onto a stone bench and lamented, "Oh, I have betrayed your trust." Due to her unique constitution, the spirit clan saintess could not lose her purity before becoming a monarch. Otherwise, she would be unable to inherit the legacy of her ancestors, resulting in a bottleneck in her cultivation and severing all hope of ascending to greatness. "Royal Master, your thoughts are utterly disgraceful." Realizing her folly, Shui Qingying's cheeks flushed crimson as she looked at him as if he were a fool. "When I said sleep, I meant it as a noun, not a verb." "Ha! When did the saintess become so astute as to distinguish between nouns and verbs? Turning his head to glance at her meaningfully, the royal master remained perplexed. Is it that our spirit clan as saintess lacks charm, or does that esteemed elder possess some indescribable issue? Have you not noticed that my cultivation has significantly improved since yesterday? With a dissatisfied pout, Shui Qingying proudly lifted her pointed chin. I believe that as long as I can remain by the elder's side, even if I do not return to the clan to receive the inheritance, I will soon ascend to the pinnacle of power. The royal master regarded her with a mix of skepticism. He then suddenly yanked at his carefully groomed beard in disbelief. Indeed, you are still pure, but your cultivation has broken through, in just one night? He stood up in shock, utterly flabbergasted. Although Shui Qingying's current cultivation level was not particularly high, it was a crucial step in the spirit clan's training. Once she crossed this threshold, a smooth path lay ahead. However, many talents within their clan had spent their entire lives stuck at this juncture. This outing was intended to help her refine her heart in the mortal realm and achieve a breakthrough. Never did anyone expect that this girl had merely spent a night in the company of someone else and effortlessly surpassed that barrier. Of course, it was merely a noun. Shui Qingying exclaimed. The elder's methods are unfathomable. He even invited me to dine with him today. Dine? The royal master's eyes lit up. Ahem, as the saintess of the spirit clan, I must have some measure of prestige when I go out. I have decided, tonight, I shall accompany you to the banquet. It was a rare opportunity, a chance that should not be easily overlooked. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Shui Qingying looked at him with a hint of melancholy and said, I think if you're not afraid of death, you can accompany me. In the entire known world, who would dare to take advantage of the elder's hospitality? Without needing to lift a finger, the Empress Qinglan could easily reduce anyone to ashes. The royal master of the spirit clan felt utterly foolish, realizing he was the true jester in this scenario. Little did they know, yesterday, Empress Qinglan had swept through the mist, slaying hundreds of monsters. This event had already spread among the elite of the known world, creating quite a stir. The monarchs of the spirit and demon clans, hastening their journey, abandoned all diplomatic niceties and rushed to the capital of Qing'an at the fastest speed possible. Qinglan, is this matter true or false? Do not brush us off, please tell us the truth. The spirit queen Shui Zilian raised her hand to cast a barrier, her voice trembling slightly. Only upon reaching their level of cultivation did they fully comprehend the monumental significance of victory over the mist. Indeed, this was no jest. The encroachment of the mist had become increasingly severe. Each day, my territory diminished. The demon king Fenchen paced anxiously in the imperial study. Compared to the human and spirit clans, their demon tribe depended more on territorial integrity. Over the centuries, the once vast demon kingdom had been reduced to a mere fraction of its former size, leaving only a small remnant. How could he not be worried sick? Please, remain calm. After such a long journey, let us have a cup of tea first, Empress Qinglan said with a gentle smile. With a subtle lift of her jade arm, 2 steaming cups of tea materialized and landed steadily in the hands of the 2 monarchs. At this point, how can I even think of drinking tea? No, this is the manifestation of fortune. You have broken through and entered the unknown realm? Fenchen, known for his fiery temper, crushed his teacup in disbelief, staring incredulously at Empress Qinglan. Even Shui Zilian, whose composure was usually as steady as a rock, felt her hands tremble uncontrollably. Tea spilled onto her hands, yet she remained unresponsive. How is this possible? The unknown realm had been severed 1,000 years ago. How did you achieve this? Her voice was laced with unprecedented shock. She had met Empress Qinglan merely half a year ago, at which time the latter's cultivation was only slightly higher than her own. I can break through, so what difficulty is there in slaying the mist? Empress Qinglan reveled in the expressions of astonishment on their faces. Even though their 3 clans were nominally allied, competition inevitably existed in private. Empress Qinglan was well aware that with her breakthrough, the dynamics among the 3 clans would shift slightly. This was why she had set up a barrier around Shui Zilian, remaining unmoved by her pleas. In my lifetime, the spirit clan is willing to offer 3,000 spirit herbs and 100,000 high-grade spirit stones each year, merely to exchange for the method to break through. Shui Zilian reacted swiftly, snapping back to reality from her shock and immediately speaking without hesitation. Fenchen quickly followed suit, nodding vigorously. The demon clan is equally willing to pay the corresponding price in exchange for the method to break through. Chapter 13 The Vast Path, the Grand Map of Rivers and Mountains. Conditions doubled. Within 3 days, I shall assist 2 individuals in their breakthroughs. With a smile, the Empress Qinglan took a delicate sip from her teacup and declared, deal, no problem. Water Zilian and Fenchen echoed in unison. They were willing to pay any price if it meant acquiring the method for their breakthroughs. The pressure of survival from the encroaching mist was mounting for each of their clans, and they were all eager to find solutions to alleviate or even eradicate their plight. Moreover, their fervent pursuit of venturing into the unknown was undeniable. As noon approached, Xinyun emerged from the kitchen bearing the freshly prepared dishes: steamed base, scallion stir-fried lamb tails, sautéed wild vegetables, and a vegetarian 3-flavor soup. The days of earning abundant gold were marked by such unpretentious simplicity. However, before Xinyun could pick up his chopsticks, a series of knocks echoed from outside the small shop. Who would come knocking at this hour to make a purchase? Grumbling internally, he nonetheless dutifully stepped outside. After all, in a small business, every bit of profit counted as his own. Good sirs and madams, what may I assist you with today? Though they were clad in ordinary attire, their countenances and the ornaments adorning their waists revealed their extraordinary status. A significant business opportunity had presented itself. Honored senior, I apologize for the intrusion today. I merely wish to inquire about the Empress. Qinglan respectfully bowed, her true self finally standing before Shen Yun, and she dared not show even a hint of disrespect. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, he waved his hand to interrupt, saying, "Stop right there. I am merely an ordinary proprietor of a small sundry shop. I cannot bear the title of senior." "Ah, I have encountered many who bargain, but none as shrewd as this." To address me as senior upon arrival, who could withstand such audacity? Qinglan was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure. Indeed, the senior must be living in seclusion here, wishing to enjoy life without having his true identity revealed. How could she overstep her bounds? My apologies, it was presumptuous of me. I have come today in search of some essential items. The senior would surely discern her identity at a glance. Regardless, she needed to cooperate. Essential items? Shen Yun chuckled lightly. Were the plump sheep of today truly leaping willingly into the pot? His gaze swept over the three, landing first on the bewildered Fenchen, a robust man in the prime of his life, who naturally required his 36 herbal pills. They would soothe muscles and bones, invigorate the blood, and most importantly, a man must never admit to weakness. With an understanding smile, he retrieved a vial from the shelf and tossed it to Fenchen. Before arriving, he had already heard the Empress Qinglan elaborate on the peculiarities and wonders of this place, yet upon entering, he had been astounded by what lay before him. The inscription, the vast path hanging on the wall, sent shivers down his spine. The profound essence it contained was beyond anything he had ever encountered. Instinctively accepting the vial tossed by Shen Yun, Fenchen nodded dumbly and asked with difficulty, "May I inquire, esteemed proprietor, what is the price of this item?" Though he did not appear to be from a humble background, he seemed utterly unacquainted with the world. Shen Yun waved his hand dismissively, "No hurry, we shall settle the accounts later." His gaze then shifted to Water Zelian, who appeared well preserved, yet surely was not without age. Rose Essence Tea, an exclusive secret formula, brewed specially. It can help you maintain eternal youth and elevate your beauty. Regardless of the world or era, the allure of beauty is an irresistible temptation for women. Shen Yun was confident in this regard. In stark contrast, Water Zelian stood frozen in place, her expression mirroring that of Water Qingying upon her first arrival. She was intimately familiar with the grand map of rivers and mountains, as the genuine article hung in her grand hall. Yet at this moment, she felt as if engulfed by a tumultuous wave. She could distinctly sense that the map before her was no mere replica. The boundless vitality it radiated almost compelled her inner strength to surge uncontrollably. After a moment of struggle, she managed to suppress it, swallowing dryly as she accepted the tea leaves Shen Yun offered. Indeed, a formidable being of the human race, to them, such exquisite items seemed as trivial as refuse. Shen Yun, oblivious to the astonishment reflected in the eyes of the two before him, finally turned his attention to the Empress Qinglan. "In my humble shop, I also possess a batch of ever-bright candles, smokeless and odorless, casting a brilliant light. Surely they will meet your needs." Ever-bright candles? A sudden recollection struck Qinglan. She remembered the candles Shen Yun had lit in the courtyard. Their gentle power had greatly benefited her. However, upon hearing this, she realized that the senior must have a purpose. Could this be the crucial element in countering the encroaching mist? "Very well, we shall take all of them. No need for formality. Please, kindly state your price." A fervent glimmer ignited in her eyes. Qinglan's admiration for Shen Yun had reached unprecedented heights. She had not anticipated that he would know her intentions without her uttering a word. In the annals of human history, one with such cultivation was truly unparalleled. Wait. Hold on. However, before Shen Yun could quote a price, both Water Zelian and Fenchen spoke in unison. "Esteemed proprietor, I wish to acquire the grand map of rivers and mountains, if you would be so kind." I wish to purchase the inscription, the vast path, and I implore you to grant me this request." The longing in their expressions was palpable. At long last, they understood why the Empress Qinglan had managed to break through in such a short time. This seemingly ordinary sundry shop owner not only concealed his true nature but could also, with these treasures before them, cultivate a flying pig king if placed upon one. "You wish for these 2 pieces? Shen Yun feigned reluctance. "But they are my personal treasures, not easily sold." The merchant's cunning emerged. These were merely casual scribbles he had created to fulfill a system task. Selling them in the shop would be impossible, and hanging them would lower the shop's prestige. Unexpectedly, these 2 naive souls had taken a liking to them. "Please, esteemed proprietor, grant my request. I am willing to pay any price." Without hesitation, Water Zelian mirrored the Empress Qinglan's respectful bow. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and desperation. Yes, I beseech you, esteemed proprietor, even if I must serve as a mere gatekeeper, I would do anything to acquire that inscription." Fenchen nearly pressed his forehead to the ground, his urgent voice revealing a hint of a sob. Chapter 14. Who truly profited from 500,000 taels of gold? In pursuit of a poorly crafted piece of calligraphy he had penned himself, tears threatened to spill from Shen Yun's eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. What bizarre creatures had emerged these past few days? "Please, remain composed. If you desire something, it is not unattainable, but one must be prepared to pay the requisite price." After a moment's contemplation, Shen Yun felt a surge of excitement. Opportunities to encounter a fat sheep at the general store were scarce. One mustn't let such chances slip away. "As long as the former owner is willing to transfer this magnificent scroll of the vast landscape to me, I shall face any peril, be it a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, without the slightest hesitation." A fervent blaze ignited in his eyes. Shui Zelian was acutely aware that seizing this pivotal opportunity hinged entirely upon the painting before her. It was her singular chance. I admit, I am rather uncouth and lack eloquence, but what I desire is your grand tapestry of boundless roads. I would willingly become a servant for it. Were it not for the grip of the Empress Qinglan, Fan Tian was on the verge of kneeling before Shen Yun in abject reverence. The allure of the unknown had surpassed all his desires, his admiration for Shen Yun was profound, only a true master could wield such formidable skill, crafting calligraphy imbued with such profound wisdom. Shen Yun mused, are these two not in their right minds? What mountains of blades and seas of flames? What servitude, do I seem akin to a member of some underworld organization? He added, gesturing towards the items in their possession, let us lower this figure. He extended 5 fingers, emphasizing, 500,000 taels of gold. Shui Zilian gasped, while Fan Tian exclaimed, 500,000 taels of gold? Their eyes widened in disbelief, the spirit queen of the Ling clan rendered utterly flustered. I am at a loss for words, she stammered, her eyes misty with emotion. Shen Yun felt a tremor in his heart at their peculiar reactions. What in the world, 500,000 taels of gold? Am I mad, or is this world deranged? I merely sought to leverage a modest 5 taels. You have no chance of seeing such riches outside, came the merchant's voice, revealing his true nature as he spoke in a tone of faux strength. Perhaps we could renegotiate? Before the words had fully settled, Shui Zilian and Fan Tian simultaneously interjected, no need for negotiation. We buy. They nodded fervently, fearful that their eagerness might provoke Shen Yun's displeasure, yet, as rulers of their respective clans, they had never developed the habit of carrying money. After rummaging for a while, they could produce not a single coin. Under Shen Yun's piercing gaze, they turned to the Empress Qinglan for help. This is your domain, not if you do not procure the items for us, I might just self-destruct right here. Understanding their inner turmoil, Qinglan stepped forward, apologies, esteemed one. We were too hasty today and did not bring sufficient funds. As she spoke, she produced a jade pendant from her bosom and offered it to Shen Yun. Might I use this as collateral for half an hour to fetch the funds? 500,000 taels of gold? Even with their formidable cultivation, amassing such wealth in a short time would require considerable effort. Yet, Shen Yun regarded her with scorn. You think a mere jade pendant can secure 500,000 taels of gold? Do you believe yourself to be the Empress Qinglan, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun? If you four are here merely to amuse yourselves at my expense, you may leave at once. His demeanor grew icy. Shen Yun did not even glance at the pendant in Qinglan's hand. Turning to depart, the trio shuddered simultaneously. Indeed, how could a being of such caliber deign to covet such a trivial artifact? Anything in this humble establishment was surely of greater value. Qinglan, flustered, disregarded her status and seized Shen Yun's arm. I was mistaken, please, grant me just a moment, I only require a cup of tea's time. Understanding her previous actions had angered the elder, she pleaded earnestly, no, just a single cup of tea will suffice. Shui Zilian and Fan Tian hurriedly echoed her sentiment. Typically, they might have disregarded such matters and seized the treasures, but before the inscrutable Shen Yun, they dared not even breathe too heavily, hoping for another chance. Very well, a cup of tea is time. I trust you will honor your word. Internally, Shen Yun was a tempest of anxiety. His ostensible indifference was a ruse to unveil the true intentions of these 3 dai in commerce. The paramount factor is not merely the price, but rather instilling a sense of urgency while making the customer feel they have secured an immense bargain. And yet, 500,000 taels of gold, it was a figure he dared not even dream of. Nodding fervently, Qinglan felt as though she had been granted a reprieve. As her thoughts whirled, Du Qinglian, who had just returned home to share lunch with her family, suddenly turned pale and then spat out her tea. A cup of tea is time. 500,000 taels of gold? The Empress's voice echoed in her mind. Was she preparing for a grand confrontation with the mist? Without a moment to spare, she vanished from her family's bewildered gazes, appearing at the official treasury of the Qing nation. Shen Yun sat at the table, sipping tea with a nonchalant air, observing the 3 anxious figures before him. It had been claimed they were gathering funds, yet thus far, no action had been taken. Forget it. There are far too many peculiar individuals and occurrences in this world. The time for a cup of tea is nearly at an end. Let us see what they conjure. As he finished the last sip of tea, an elderly man, panting heavily, appeared at the end. Before he could utter the word Empress, a fierce glare from Qinglan silenced him. Though unaware of the circumstances, Du Qinglian recognized the Ling Queen and the Demon King, and with a knowing glance, she swiftly changed her words. Esteemed one, I have gathered the funds. Would you care to count them? 500,000 taels of gold, when converted to weight, amounted to 25,000 kilograms, an astonishing 250 tons. Even with an entire nation's resources, one could not amass such wealth within a mere cup of tea. Yet, as he produced a thick stack of gold notes from his robe, Shen Yun's hands trembled slightly. This was more exhilarating than winning the lottery. Exhaling deeply, Qinglan took the stack from Du Qinglian's hands and reverently placed it before Shen Yun. Esteemed boss, the funds have been procured. Chapter 15. The long-awaited treasure. The kings of the 2 clans begin to break through. It was a moment of unprecedented exhilaration. The 50,000 taels of gold earned just days prior still sent waves of excitement coursing through him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had amassed 500,000 taels. What on earth was happening in this world? Very well, let us settle our accounts. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, Shen Yun endeavored to maintain an air of composure before outsiders. Without even counting the thick stack of gold notes, he swiftly tucked them away into the drawer, imparting a heartfelt reminder, once this is in your hands, I hope you will see it through to the end. We are merely conducting a transaction. Henceforth, let us refrain from any absurdities. You are to conduct your business independently. Should word of this spread, it should not attract the scrutiny of the authorities, for this is a mutual agreement. Perhaps by extending them a favor now, there may be opportunities for future dealings. The three individuals trembled at his words, realizing that the senior was earnestly imparting his counsel. In unison, they expressed their gratitude. Thank you, esteemed boss. We shall never forget your kindness. Xinyun mused, indeed, there exists a fool who has been sold and yet continues to count coins for others. Du Qinglian was momentarily dumbfounded. However, she quickly regained her composure, recognizing that the kings of the three clans were gathered here, exhibiting such humility. Could it be that this seemingly unassuming young man was the predecessor and opportunity spoken of by Her Majesty the Empress? Silently, she lifted her gaze to the plaque hanging at the entrance, firmly etching the words 11 Studio into her memory. Subsequently, they returned to the palace with great haste. The Qinglan Empress promptly dispatched Du Qinglian outside to guard the premises. Layers of formidable seals enveloped the imperial study of the eternal bright candle, the vast landscape of the nation, and the boundless path were brought forth. The three individuals eagerly retrieved their coveted items, each claiming a corner of the room to delve into their contemplation. Terrifying, it was utterly terrifying. Shui Zilian had not dared to immerse herself in the painting while in the grocery store. Yet now, devoid of any reservations, she found herself ensnared by its depths. The vigorous strokes of ink effortlessly depicted the vast, boundless earth. Heaven and earth seemed to coexist within a single glance. Most astonishing of all was the inexhaustible vitality emanating from the painting, surging into her body like tumultuous waves. Despite her celestial cultivation, she could only promptly sit cross-legged to begin assimilating this force. However, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Such a precious treasure, why was it left to gather dust in the predecessor's modest shop? Logically speaking, the might of this vast landscape of the nation far surpassed that of any genuine artifact. Even if discarded in the most squalid of places, it would remain untainted. Seals, it was the seals. A glimmer of realization sparked in Shui Qingying's eyes as she comprehended the crux of the matter. Within the grocery store undoubtedly lay formidable seals that suppressed the true nature of the treasures, preventing their powers from leaking out and harming the surrounding common folk. What a terrifying means the predecessor possessed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fan Tian could hardly contain his eagerness as he opened the vast path. The overwhelming rhythm of the Tao engulfed him in an instant. Unconsciously, it awakened the power within him, a struggle between resistance and exhaustion. The greatest strength of the demon race lay in their physical prowess. He had believed himself to have honed his body to an unparalleled realm, yet the scene before him shifted in an instant. Boundless chaos. An impenetrable darkness enveloped him. As a flicker of feeble starlight began to shimmer, the heavens and earth underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Giants emerged from the chaos, awakening with immeasurable might to cleave through the darkness. Soon, the light ascended to the heavens, while the murky sank below. The sun, moon, and stars gradually evolved, and mountains and rivers slowly birthed from the void. Endless primordial chaos, boundless slaughter, tranquility restored across the realms, the various clans pacified. Was this the creation of the heavens and the earth? Overwhelmed by the spectacle before him, the current demon king found himself at a loss for words. He longed to prostrate himself in worship. Within the river of time, he beheld the ancestors of the demon race, the long-lost divine beasts of the four corners. The majestic rhythms of the Tao continuously shattered the shackles within him. It seemed as though the sound of breaking echoed repeatedly, shattering his bottleneck in mere moments. The kindness bestowed upon me by the predecessor is akin to a rebirth for my demon clan. Even if I were to be reduced to ashes, I could scarcely repay even a fraction of it. The genuine emotions within him gradually surfaced, feeling his cultivation surge exponentially. Fan Tian could no longer restrain his emotions. Scalding tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, each drop crashing to the ground, creating countless deep craters. If the Qinglan Empress could break through and even counterattack the mists, then surely I can as well. Having taken this step, the future of the demon race finally glimpsed a ray of hope. Meanwhile, seated in the esteemed position, the Qinglan Empress gracefully waved her jade arm. Dozens of boxes containing eternal bright candles appeared within the imperial study. Indeed, ordinary flames could not ignite such rare treasures. After several failed attempts to kindle the candles, she mused aloud, it seems I must employ special means. Summoning her innate energy, the power of the five elements swiftly transformed, a vibrant spark igniting at her fingertip. The three flames of true fire, with my strength, could only manifest this flicker. I can only hope not to disappoint the predecessor once more. With an overwhelming sense of trepidation, she brought the flame to the eternal bright candle. In the next moment, a soft glow emerged, enveloping the entire imperial study in a gentle force. Shui Zilian and Fan Tian, both in deep meditation, felt their bodies sway slightly, as if being nourished by a spring breeze. Yet before the Qinglan Empress could savor this familiar sensation, she was compelled to spring out from her dragon chair. She keenly sensed that upon igniting the eternal bright candle, the resulting power penetrated the layers of seals they had established. In the blink of an eye, it spread across hundreds of miles. The scope of this was incomparably greater than the meager area surrounding Xinyun's courtyard. An uncontrollable torrent of thought surged within her. Her body tensed, and her fists clenched involuntarily. To construct watchtowers and fend off the mists. The predecessor must have anticipated my intentions and delivered this to my hands. Her wide, beautiful eyes fixated intently on the direction of Xinyun's grocery store. The countless eternal bright candles before her were not only sufficient to illuminate the entire human border but could also envelop both the demon and spirit clans. Furthermore, their true efficacy was not merely to assist in cultivation but, like the chaos pearl, to disperse the mists. How fortunate is Qinglan to have received the predecessor's favor. The Qinglan Empress felt her eyes redden, overwhelmed with emotion. If it meant overcoming the mists and safeguarding the human territory, I would gladly serve the predecessor for a lifetime, regardless of the cost. Chapter 16 The Breakthrough of the Two Kings, 500,000 Tales of Gold, and Xinyun is elated. He remains blissfully ignorant of all that transpires within the imperial study. Outside, Du Qinglian occasionally stretches his neck in an attempt to catch a glimpse inside. Yet, the prohibitions set by the three clan sovereigns are far beyond his current ability to penetrate. After straining on tiptoe for quite some time, he ultimately sees nothing but solitude. What could the Empress and the two kings of the demon spirits possibly be doing with 500,000 tales of gold? Driven by an overwhelming curiosity, he cannot help but mutter softly. But scarcely has he finished speaking when a gentle force breaks through the barriers, sweeping across a radius of several hundred miles at an imperceptible speed. Du Qinglian, positioned closest, instantly feels an uncontrollable surge of power roaring within him. In mere moments, his previously somewhat frivolous cultivation is entirely subdued and firmly stabilized, transforming into a force that he can command. What is this? He finds himself engulfed in immense confusion and shock. The eyes of this chief minister of the human race, clouded and murky, now widen like copper bells. Meanwhile, within the realm illuminated by the eternal light candle, all cultivators sense an unusual sensation within themselves. Vaguely, it seems as though an indescribable force is continuously expanding, swiftly resolving the cultivation bottlenecks that had previously filled them with doubt and confusion. In less than a quarter of an hour, within the vast capital of Qing'an, thousands of cultivators from various races are making astonishing strides, utterly unaware of the events surrounding Xinyun, who emerges blissfully from the official bank. What a delight! These gold notes are genuine, especially when he presents a 100-tael banknote for exchange. The officials at the bank are filled with astonishment. Just not long ago, weren't these notes taken away by Chief Minister Du Qinglian? How could they have swiftly ended up in the hands of this young man? Who on earth is he? The life of the wealthy is indeed different. Those officials rarely deign to regard me. 100 taels of gold equates to a full 50 kilograms. Xinyun casually slings it over his shoulder, embracing this sweet burden. Yet, hearing the sounds of breakthroughs echoing around him, he furrows his brow in dissatisfaction. What on earth is happening? It's broad daylight, and it's not a festival. Why are they setting off firecrackers? From this day forth, this salted fish shall lead the most extravagant life. It is time to present the recipes gifted by the system at the dining table. Braised deer antler, steamed shark fin, the freshest delicacies. Don't ask about the price, just inquire how much there is to be had. 500,000 taels of gold. I am not short of money. Unbeknownst to him, not far away in the inn, the spirit race's royal master has already knelt down on the spot, tears streaming as he gazes up at the heavens. Father, mother, I am unfilial. Today I have finally broken through. From this moment on, I shall be the strongest among the spirit race, and the one closest to the ultimate power. The gentle force enveloping the sky continues to flow steadily, even from dozens of miles away. He can clearly feel its transmission, advancing without obstruction. This power, akin to the illuminating candle of his predecessors, seems to have been lit for an entire night, and he has grown somewhat accustomed to it. She raises her head in puzzlement, gazing at the sky for a while before suddenly having a moment of clarity. It must be her, surely it is she. Is having high cultivation truly remarkable? She hasn't even transformed yet and is already seeking resources from her predecessors. This is simply too much. Unbeknownst to her, the spirit race's saintess is increasingly mastering the language of the human race, her intelligence advancing by leaps and bounds. What did you just say? Is it definitely TA? Who are you referring to? Coming to her senses from her tearful state, the spirit race's royal master slyly leans closer to inquire. Shui Qingying rolls her eyes in response. Did I say anything? Royal master, your hearing seems to be deteriorating. After saying this, she disregards his disgruntled expression and swiftly returns to her room. I don't care. I am going to visit my predecessor too. Should the Empress be superior, I too shall be a ruler of the spirit race in the future. Resolutely determined, she begins rummaging through her belongings in search of a beautiful outfit. However, she ultimately finds, to her dismay, that none fit her. Throughout her journey, she has always appeared as the water tub saintess, and naturally, her clothes are all oversized. In an instant, Shui Qingying is engulfed in deep self-doubt. On the 4th day of the 7th month of the Tianqing year, the kings of the demon spirit races gather in the human imperial capital, consecutively breaking through their realms and simultaneously stepping into the unknown. This year becomes known as the Tianqing year. It is in this year that the known world undergoes unprecedented and monumental changes. How exhilarating! Who would have thought that I, a rough fellow, would encounter such fortune? His aura surges dramatically. Were it not for the restrictions imposed by the Empress Qinglan, the mere outward display of his power could have obliterated the entire imperial city. I never anticipated that the opportunity for breakthrough would arise within the human imperial capital. The astonishing power resonates repeatedly within his jade palm. Shui Zilian, having suppressed her emotions for so long, now releases them entirely. For thousands of years, the paths that our ancestors could not traverse, we have now walked. The mist must now be repaid with blood. There is no reason or rhyme to it, just the most primal law of survival in the jungle. The vast majority of beings in the known world harbor an irreconcilable enmity with the mist. Do not rejoice too soon. While your predecessors have granted you precious treasures, have they not also given you other things? Empress Qinglan gently shakes her head, offering a kind reminder. Although they have broken through to the same realm as her, with Xinyun's assistance, she remains significantly stronger than both. At their level, even the slightest gap is sufficient for her to achieve absolute dominance. Yes, I almost forgot. Burning Heaven awakens from his reverie, hastily retrieving the so-called 36 flavors of Earth Huang pills from his bosom. As soon as he opens the bottle, a rich medicinal fragrance wafts through the air. There is no need to swallow, merely inhaling this aroma calms the surging power within him. The powerful demon race figure stands stunned, his mouth twitching in amazement. The prowess of my predecessor is far from ordinary. Upon witnessing this, Shui Zilian, filled with anticipation, retrieves the life rose tea from her own bosom. Unlike the intense aroma of the 36 flavors of Earth Huang pills, a gentle vitality flows forth, enveloping her in a silent manner. Shui Zilian has no doubt that if this life rose tea were brewed with the sacred water of spirits, her cultivation would undoubtedly ascend to the next level. Chapter 17. The dog nibbles on bones while the cat feasts on fish. The sensation of the soul stirring is utterly exhilarating. That night, the sky gradually darkened. Shui Zilian and Fenchen were each in seclusion within the imperial city of Qing'an. The power bestowed by the 36 varieties of Dihuang pills and Shengsheng rose tea was far beyond their capacity to assimilate in such a short time. Helplessly, they had no time to return to their respective clans. As she gazed at the moon rising gracefully on the horizon, Empress Qinglan couldn't help but let a smile creep onto her lips. A senior is indeed a senior, though seemingly avaricious. Perhaps it is merely an attempt to avoid forging too deep a karmic bond with them? At their level of cultivation, they could barely grasp the cyclical nature of these principles. Those two would likely remain in seclusion for no less than 10 days or half a month. Just as well, for I can take this opportunity to continue serving by the side of my esteemed senior. As a beam of crimson moonlight illuminated her, Empress Qinglan chose not to resist. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into an adorable little kitten. However, as she scampered on her short legs toward Xinyan's courtyard, she barely had the chance to meow before she spotted a fluffy white figure circling around the senior, provoking hearty laughter from him. The little girl of the spirit clan, instantly recognizing that white figure, Empress Qinglan's heart turned to ice. How dare she arrive even earlier than I? Is there no sense of hierarchy? With a dissatisfied cold hum, she found her voice reduced to a feeble meow. How I loathe this. Ah. The little kitten has come too, just in time. I've been waiting for you. Come, let us dine together. At the sound of that voice, Xinyan turned to see Empress Qinglan gazing at him with a profoundly melancholic expression. While Shui Zilian and Fenchen each had their own fortuitous encounters that day, she had only managed to acquire a few boxes of ever-bright candles, and now, being upstaged by this little fox only fueled her indignation. Alright, I understand your grievance. Did I not save you the 3 steamed fish fins, your favorite? Xinyan remarked with a resigned smile. The little creature was likely feeling a pang of jealousy upon witnessing him play with Xiao Sa. Thus, he approached, cradling her in his arms, patiently explaining. Meow, it is indeed you that the esteemed senior favors the most. Those vixens are nothing but fleeting clouds. Empress Qinglan exhaled deeply, luxuriating in Xinyan's embrace, casting a provocative glance at Shui Zilian, who looked utterly innocent. Please. You were the one who initially broke the rules, were you not? Do you really believe that being an empress grants you carte blanche? Empress Qinglan seemed to grasp her thoughts, raising her chin slightly. Meow, you are not wrong, little girl. High cultivation does indeed afford one certain liberties. Shui Qingying retorted, you may flaunt your power, but I am younger than you. I am merely a little girl of just over 100 years. Naturally, she failed to perceive the subtle rivalry unfolding between the two. Xinyan placed the little kitten on the dining table and tossed a battered plate onto the ground. Cats eat fish, dogs gnaw on bones. Quite fitting indeed. He then served a bowl of fish fins in front of Empress Qinglan and placed a bare bone on the plate. Shui Qingying's eyes immediately welled up with tears. I am not a dog, I am a fox, a snow fox. I want to eat meat too. Yet, despite her thoughts, she dared not exhibit any defiance before Xinyan. Her body instinctively extended its small tongue, tentatively licking the bone. Sweet and fragrant? What bone tastes like this? She eagerly extended her tongue again for another taste. In an instant, a rich vitality surged into her body from her mouth, causing her soul to quiver. As beings born of heaven and earth, both the spirit clan and the human clan inherently possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. At that moment, Shui Qingying's spirit began to solidify amidst this strange vitality, laying an extraordinarily stable foundation for her cultivation. Awah! Awah! She raised her neck and called out joyously. This sensation, emanating from the depths of her soul, sent her spiraling into ecstasy. A little fairy is indeed a little fairy. What is merely the stabilization of the soul that warrants such excitement? Casting a disdainful glance at Shui Qingying, Empress Qinglan rolled her eyes in contempt. In my day, I stabilized my 3 souls and 7 spirits in mere moments. How could I have exhibited such awkwardness? Extending her small paw, she scratched at the 3 steamed fish fins before her. They seemed to lack any discernible flavor. Could this be what the senior referred to as the simplicity of the great way? A flicker of doubt crossed her mind, yet it did not prevent her from elegantly savoring a bite. Oh dear. This feeling, her once unyielding 3 souls and 6 spirits began to quake, exhibiting signs of divine separation. Almost instinctively, she took another small bite of the fish fins, and the invigorating comfort washed over her as expected. She could not help but stick out her little tongue, trembling slightly in meow. Meanwhile, Shui Qingying, sprawled on the ground, barely recovering her spirit, lifted her eyelids to gaze upward. The Empress of Humanity? Is this all? She hardly performs any better than I do. Just wait until my cultivation catches up, then we shall see who stands superior before the esteemed senior. Hey, you two little ones, have you not eaten in ages? You have barely had a few bites, and yet you wail so? Xinyun chuckled, bemusedly observing the two as he chewed thoughtfully. Xiao Sa, the snow-white Samoyed, affectionately rubbed against his legs, though it lay weakly on the ground. The sensation of their soul stirring was indeed too difficult to articulate. The adorably naive little kitten tilted her head, her gaze dreamy as she looked at him. After a long while, she finally let out a soft meow. That adorable head tilt was simply too much for Xinyun to resist, and he erupted into a hearty laugh, the sound echoing throughout the courtyard. After about half an hour, with both humans and pets satiated, Xinyun shook his head in resignation as he observed the little Samoyed and kitten stumbling about. While our living conditions may have improved, your eating habits are quite unbecoming. The diminutive Samoyed somehow managed to devour an entire bone, leaving not a trace behind. Meanwhile, the kitten, who appeared to still have its baby fur, consumed a whole basin. It was utterly incomprehensible what her tiny belly could possibly hold. Meow, awo. After overindulging, she attempted to burp, but the sound emerged as an adorable coo. Alright, let's wash you up and give you a massage. With a bemused expression, he waved his hands and swiftly scooped up the little kitten, striding into the room. Xiao Sa, you can take a stroll in the courtyard to digest while I wash her up. Tonight, you both shall sleep with me. Chapter 18. Who is the great house? The Empress Qinglan demands rules. As dawn began to break, the first rays of sunlight penetrated the shackles of darkness and illuminated the earth. In Xinyun's chamber, the two beauties remained entwined, their exquisite forms laid bare. Having already experienced the previous encounter, both Empress Qinglan and the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Clan felt little embarrassment this time. With such a formidable predecessor, who would not wish to serve him in bed, although the two women were worlds apart in their cultivation, they simultaneously entertained the same thought. The Empress Qinglan lightly touched the bed with her toes, her entire being resembling a butterfly flitting among flowers. In the next moment, as she silently descended onto the floor, she was enveloped in a dragon robe, thoroughly concealing her figure, which was perfection personified. Her gaze then swept over Shui Qingying, as if voicelessly inquiring, "Why do you not rise? How long do you intend to wait?" Shui Qingying retorted, "When do I rise is none of your concern. Is the human race Empress truly that impressive?" With that thought, her long, beautiful legs provocatively brushed against Xinyun, who seemed to sense something, mumbling, "Little Sa, don't be mischievous." Empress Qinglan remarked, "Indeed, such a little vixen from the Spirit Clan. At just over 100 years old, you already know how to seduce your predecessor." As the foremost figure in this realm, she felt compelled to teach the young lady a lesson. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes, and in an instant, both she and Shui Qingying vanished from sight. A seemingly inconspicuous golden light streaked across the sky from the courtyard. Moments later, in the deserted apricot grove outside the city, Shui Qingying exclaimed, "Empress Qinglan, you have gone too far. I have yet to fully awaken, and my clothes are not even properly donned. What brings you to this place?" After all, she was already a companion to the predecessor. Emboldening her stance, she had forgotten the fear of being completely dominated the previous day. "Humph, do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? The chance bestowed upon you to serve your predecessor is a tremendous grace, and you dare to overstep?" Empress Qinglan scoffed. Facing this rival for her predecessor's affection, she felt a resentment that gnawed at her very core. From this day forth, she resolved to study the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, along with the 4 books and 5 classics. Should Shui dare to transgress further, she would discipline her on every encounter, without the need for lengthy discourse. In this era, even the rulers of the Spirit Clan were within her palace. What could a mere girl hope to achieve? "You are unreasonable. How can you claim to be the human race Empress?" Shui Qingying protested, her cheeks puffed in indignation. "We are equals before our predecessor. Why must you bully me?" Empress Qinglan laughed derisively at her words. "Equals, I dine on shark fin while you gnaw on bones. The bathwater I have used is only then yours to claim. Do you truly believe this is equality? I could beat you into a pig's head, and your predecessor would not utter a word in your defense. Humph, you wish to quarrel with me? Your meager combat prowess pales in comparison even to the officials in the court. If I do not subdue you thoroughly, who shall uphold the family values of our predecessor?" Shui Qingying retorted, "Your arguments seem so convincing that I find myself at a loss for words." She lowered her head in feigned submission, yet her spirit ignited with a fierce desire for battle. "Do not underestimate the youth. Do not underestimate the middle-aged, do not underestimate the elderly. One day, the dragon shall soar with the phoenix. My youth is my greatest asset. I will outlast your old bones." Not convinced? Very well, I shall await your challenge, Empress Qinglan mused, her cultivation allowing her to see through the girl's thoughts without concern. "Even if you bring Shui Zilian along, I can still subdue you both until your kin fail to recognize you." "Dog Emperor! Are you even human?" Shui Qingying exclaimed. Following this, Empress Qinglan chose to ignore the indignant Spirit Clan Holy Maiden. Upon her return to the Imperial Palace, she coincidentally arrived just in time for the morning court assembly. Amidst the chorus of "Long live the Emperor," she gracefully took her seat upon the dragon throne. Gazing at the civil and military officials in the Golden Luan Hall, she involuntarily furrowed her brow. What is this nonsense? Why has the cultivation of these fellows collectively improved in just a day? Your Majesty, a mysterious force appeared in Qing'an City yesterday. It not only enveloped a radius of hundreds of miles but also enabled the cultivators within to break through their bottlenecks, the Minister of Revenue reported. Casting a glance at Du Qinglian nearby, he smugly added, "This time, I have beaten you to it." He stroked his beard with satisfaction and continued, "Strange occurrences must be investigated thoroughly. I implore your Majesty to look into this matter." As his words fell, the court officials echoed their agreement. Many of them had been trapped at the same bottleneck for several years, even decades, and had unexpectedly broken through. Could a significant treasure be about to emerge, a mysterious force enveloping hundreds of miles? Empress Qinglan was momentarily taken aback. Why did this sound so familiar? Yet, she could not recall where she had encountered such a scene before. Minister of Revenue, there is no need to make a fuss. Such matters do not warrant discussion in the morning court, Du Qinglian interjected with a calm demeanor, resembling a monk in meditation. His words instantly reddened the face of the Minister of Revenue, who indignantly retorted, "Do not think that just because you have broken through, you can speak so boldly. If we do not clarify this bizarre occurrence, it will undoubtedly threaten the foundation of our court." "You are right, I stand with the Minister of Revenue," a young official declared. "Old fool, you are no longer a son of man. Relying on your breakthrough to seize control of the court, I will not hesitate to offer my life and counsel," another chimed in. "The chief minister is courting disaster," a guard exclaimed. "Silence, I declare there is no threat, hence there is none. Your insufficient cultivation is making a mountain out of a molehill," Du Qinglian retorted effortlessly, inciting a cacophony among the officials. "Your Majesty, I impeach Du Qinglian, he is overbearing and seeks to know his intentions," a voice rang out from the crowd. The inspector of the court, his face dark with anger, exclaimed, "Even the chief minister is not exempt from my scrutiny." "Your Majesty, I second the motion. Du Qinglian's words are misleading and disrupt the court." The young official, nearly over 100 years old, was understandably more heated. A heavy accusation was cast upon him. The Minister of Revenue merely smirked, thinking, "Today, let us see how you will extricate yourself from this predicament." "Enough, silence, all of you," Empress Qinglan commanded, her brow furrowing in dissatisfaction as she turned her attention to the unwavering Du Qinglian. "What is your intention? Speak plainly and cease this pretense. Is it that I am unable to wield the sword, or have you become too arrogant?" Hearing the Empress's call, Du Qinglian stepped forward with measured grace. After bowing respectfully, he smiled and said, "Your Majesty, have you forgotten? This force clearly emanated from your study yesterday." The court officials gasped in unison. Chapter 19. The ministers in shock. Such a precious treasure was bestowed by a predecessor? "It emanated from my study, indeed. Yesterday, I ignited an ever-bright candle with the true fire of Samadhi. How could I have forgotten this matter? Your Majesty, with your burdensome responsibilities, naturally, you would not dwell on such trifles." Thus, I reassured them not to make a fuss. Chuckling softly, I discreetly provided an escape for the Empress. Du Qinglian glanced back with a smug look at the Minister of Revenue. "Young man, if you wish to usurp my position, you might as well cultivate for another century." Minister of Revenue, well, since we are on this topic, Minister Wei, how has the Ministry of Revenue? Gently diverting the conversation, "After all, I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment lies with others." The Empress Qinglan remained unflustered. "Your Majesty, General Zhou sacrificed himself for the nation. The Ministry of Revenue has constructed a mausoleum for him according to the highest standards for military officials. Next, we must seek your Majesty's guidance on whether to posthumously confer a title and how to determine his posthumous name." Ignoring Du Qinglian's triumphant gaze, Minister Wei Xinzhong stepped forward to respond. "Among the ministers standing in this golden hall, who possesses a thin skin, well, issue a decree to posthumously confer Zhou Yuanzhang with the title of Marquis of Military Merit, inheritable for 3 generations. As for the posthumous name, let it be one having long prepared my thoughts." Empress Qinglan nodded and decisively slammed the table. However, as her words fell, a fresh wave of commotion erupted among the ministers. "Wanting, this is the highest posthumous title for a military general, yet, General Zhou was merely of the 6th rank. Conferring him the title of Marquis is already an exception. How could he possibly bear such a posthumous name as Wanting? Your Majesty, conferring a Marquis title is already a considerable honor. To this posthumous name perhaps a bit too." Even Du Qinglian could not remain seated, hastily bowing to offer counsel. Yet, unexpectedly, even with the ministers echoing his sentiments, Empress Qinglan waved her hand, stating, "The victory at Gongwu City marked the beginning of our human race's counterattack against the mist, unprecedented in history. Therefore, I not only wish to reward Zhou Yuanzhang handsomely but also to extend imperial grace to every soldier who sacrificed themselves. More importantly, we are on the brink of a full-scale war against the mist." Upon hearing this, the minister's eyes widened in astonishment. The Empress had just announced the construction of beacon towers yesterday, and now she was declaring full-scale war. Although Gongwu City had been defended, such action seemed excessively hasty. "Your Majesty, I must implore you against this. The calamity of the mist has persisted for a millennium. Launching a counteroffensive or achieving peace is by no means an overnight endeavor. We must proceed with caution." The inspector kneeling on the ground thumped his head like garlic. Despite being a precious treasure, the Chaos Pearl is singular. If war were to break out, who would wield it? Your Majesty, the inspector speaks with reason. "I implore you to ponder this matter deeply." Wei Xinzhong, too, was thoroughly flustered, hastily offering his counsel. On the contrary, a gleam of insight flashed in Du Qinglian's eyes. Given the Empress's manner of handling affairs, she would never make such a rash decision without absolute certainty. She must have some assurance. "Gentlemen, there is no need for alarm. Let us see what this is." With a slight smile, Empress Qinglan produced an ever-bright candle from her spatial storage. Upon igniting it with the true fire of Samadhi, a gentle power immediately radiated outward, enveloping the surrounding area for hundreds of miles once more. Astonishment, bewilderment, shock, it was still the familiar power, the same familiar formula, the extraordinary sight from yesterday indeed originated from the Empress. Before they could regain their composure, Empress Qinglan continued, this object is called the Everbright Candle. I believe you all have experienced its power. It not only aids individuals in breaking through existing bottlenecks but also possesses effects similar to the Chaos Pearl, capable of dispelling the pervasive mist for hundreds of miles. At this point, even Du Qinglian could no longer maintain his composure, his entire being trembling uncontrollably, enveloping hundreds of miles, dispersing the mist. This was truly a war tool tailor-made for them. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he shivered as he turned to Empress Qinglan, daring to ask, Your Majesty, how many of these Everbright candles do you possess? The Empress chuckled softly at his question. No wonder you are my chief advisor, you truly are a competent foil. Rising slowly, she spoke in an unruffled tone, 80 boxes, each containing 500 candles. Boom, shockwaves rippled through the assembly. Every official present was flushed with a bewildering hue. Such a precious treasure amounts to a staggering 40,000 candles. It is entirely sufficient to cover the entire border of the human race. No wonder the Empress insisted on constructing beacon towers. Even the inspector, who had previously harbored reservations, erupted into hysterical laughter. Heaven helps our human race, heaven helps our human race. Only Wei Xianzhong vaguely sensed a critical issue and tentatively inquired, Your Majesty, could such a divine object also be a gift from that unknown predecessor? Empress Qinglan nodded. The visage of Shen Yun, with his warm smile, resurfaced in her mind, filling her with awe and admiration. After a moment, as the emotions of the officials began to settle, she spoke again, albeit with a slight tremor in her voice. Moreover, with the assistance of our predecessor, the rulers of the demonic spirit races have also taken that step, venturing into the unknown realm. They are currently in my imperial palace in seclusion, awaiting the digestion of their internal power to advance their cultivation. At that time, I shall unite the strength of the three races to launch a counteroffensive against the mist, rewriting history and reclaiming lost territories, right here and now. A series of good news poured in, leaving the ministers in a daze. A predecessor, a mighty being, what boundless power must they possess to help the most powerful break through so effortlessly in such a short time? In the presence of this being, it seemed that all bottlenecks were but mere trifles. Elevating one's cultivation was as mundane as eating and drinking. Yet, at that moment, Du Qinglian, whose emotions had begun to stabilize, stepped forward once more. His eyes betrayed his concern. Your Majesty, the might of that predecessor is unfathomable. However, we must not forget the many unstable factors that still exist in this known world, such as the shadows and the cunning beasts. The old man's words fell like a bucket of cold water over everyone, swiftly restoring their composure. Even Empress Qinglan's beautiful eyes shimmered with ripples, clearly in agreement with his remarks, and hinting at an unspoken apprehension. What we only know now is that these monsters emerge from the mist. They are continuously seducing our young generation of heroes. If we do not eradicate them, with irrational Du Qinglian, unworthy of being the chief advisor, warned, once we launch a full-scale offensive against the mist without any intelligence, chaos may erupt in our rear. Chapter 20. Shall we seek the counsel of our esteemed predecessors, shadows, cunning beasts? At the mere mention of these two names, the countenance of the Empress Qinglan darkened with alarming rapidity. According to the records of all known literature, the only certainty regarding these two monstrous entities is their origin from the mists. Despite her personal efforts in capturing several, she extracted not a shred of useful information from them. It was as if the very essence of these creatures was devoid of life. No useful insights could be gleaned from their memories. The Prime Minister spoke true. Shadows and cunning beasts are indeed the pressing troubles we must address. Slowly nodding, the Empress fixed her gaze upon her ministers, reiterating a perennial concern. Do any of you esteemed officials have strategies to propose? Wei Xianzhong lowered his head in contemplation for a moment. Stepping forward, he replied, Your Majesty, our understanding of the mist creatures remains exceedingly limited. Furthermore, after years of relentless pursuit, they have long since retreated into the known world. It seems unrealistic to dispatch experts specifically targeting them. Having participated in numerous campaigns against the mist creatures in the past, he felt he had more authority on the matter. From what we currently comprehend, they now primarily target the exceptionally talented youth. Moreover, they have intricate ties with the ghostly clan. I propose sending the Prime Minister to traverse the Distantine Mountains. The young minister, unfazed by authority, continued, Aside from Your Majesty, the most formidable among our people is undoubtedly Du Qinglian, who has just ascended to the pinnacle of power. The greater one's ability, the heavier the responsibility. We cannot allow the Empress to face danger alone. Upon hearing this, Du Qinglian's white brows twitched slightly, and without a hint of hesitation, she declared, For the nation and its people, I am willing to accept this mission. It will be a laborious journey for you, Minister Chao. Let us go together. I believe we can achieve great success. The young Minister Chao retorted, Old fellow, you still underestimate your own shamelessness. Du Qinglian shot back, Young man, you aren't even a minister yet. You will need to cultivate for another 800 years before you can contend with me. I second that, proclaimed Minister Wei Xianzhong, his expression unflinching. Soon, the other ministers echoed in agreement. The young Minister Chao lamented, So it turns out the fool is none other than myself. Thus, it is permitted. I shall personally pen a decree, compelling the Ghost King to divulge the truth. Disregarding the trivial thoughts of those around her, Empress Qinglan nodded in agreement. I shall trouble the two of you to prepare and set forth tomorrow. Furthermore, convey my edict. The heads of the prominent clans among the human race are to bring their most exceptional progeny to the capital within 2 days. I have an opportunity to bestow upon them. Upon hearing this, the ministers in the hall felt their hearts tremble. An opportunity. The Empress had just broken through to the unknown realm, and it was common knowledge that she was supported by an unparalleled figure. Was this action perhaps motivated by that very reason? In an instant, their hearts surged with fervor. On the 7th day of the 7th month in the year of Tianqing, the Empress's edict was disseminated throughout the human territories. It became widely rumored that this so-called opportunity must surely encompass the means to transcend into the unknown realm, prompting various noble families to flock to the capital as if crossing a river. At this very moment, Xu Zilian and Fen Chen emerged from their respective breakthroughs, both having solidified their powers and stepped into the unknown realm. Even Empress Qinglan was taken aback. Their period of seclusion was far shorter than she had anticipated, even surpassing her own speed. Thus, the situation unfolded. Until the shadows and cunning beasts were eradicated, we would be unable to confront the mists with full force. Sitting in the imperial study, Empress Qinglan succinctly outlined the situation. She then laid down several restrictions within the room. The stakes were high, caution was paramount. Indeed, I concur with your assessment. To engage with the mists, we must first eliminate the lurking dangers. The finest among our spirit clan is the Saintess. I believe she is currently in Qing'an City and can join us at any moment. Xu Zilian nodded gently. The breakthrough in her cultivation had instilled an unprecedented sense of confidence. In her view, waging war against the mists was now a matter of certainty. Everyone was aware that shadows and cunning beasts favored preying upon the younger generation, yet have you considered the potential crises we might face should unforeseen circumstances arise? At this moment, Fen Chen's mind cleared significantly. The unforeseen situations he spoke of extended beyond merely the younger generation. Upon reaching the unknown realm, he realized just how long the road ahead truly was. The current state of the mists remained shrouded in uncertainty. Those who appeared powerful might not be devoid of the risk of downfall. One cannot capture wolves without sacrificing lambs. Do you believe we possess a more prudent course of action at this juncture? Empress Qinglan slowly rose from her dragon throne, her gaze steady upon the two. With the intensification of the mists, the map of the known world was contracting at a terrifying pace. If remedial measures were not undertaken promptly, it would not be long, perhaps 2 or 3 centuries, before they lost all land essential for their survival. Let us unite the strength of our 3 clans and establish a youthful hunting party. Empress Qinglan was indeed correct. We have no retreat left, and now presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A blazing light sparked in Xu Zilian's eyes. Among the various races in the known world, only their spirit clan was most reliant on the great nature. The loss of land signified not only a diminishment of personal strength but also a substantial reduction in clan numbers. The pressure of survival had long since rendered her breathless. I do not disagree with your proposals. I merely wish to suggest that before we make any decisions, we ought to consult the views of that esteemed predecessor. Fen Chen chuckled bitterly, waving his hand. The counteroffensive against the mists had long been a cherished aspiration of their demon clan's rulers. The opportunity lay before them. How could he not feel a stirring in his heart? Yet, the formidable and enigmatic nature of Shen Yun had utterly reshaped his worldview, fostering an unintentional yet profound sense of trust and reverence. Upon hearing this, Empress Qinglan and Xu Zilian's eyes brightened immediately. Indeed, when faced with uncertainty, the wisdom of the predecessors is invaluable. If they could be fortunate enough to receive guidance from that esteemed figure, even a mere fragment of advice would outweigh the 3 of them ruminating in vain. You have spoken wisely. Our successful breakthrough was indeed thanks to the predecessor's grace. It is only fitting that we express our gratitude. Xu Zilian nodded vigorously. It was truly commendable that Fen Chen, despite his rough demeanor, could consider such meticulous details. Indeed, we shall seek the guidance of the predecessor. It will surely guarantee our success. However, there are 2 matters I must mention up front. Empress Qinglan's gaze swept over the two, her tone calm. Firstly, in the spirit of gratitude, you must each prepare appropriate gifts. Secondly, regarding the 500,000 taels of gold from my last purchase, when do you plan to repay me? In their positions, they must consider their responsibilities. By first securing benefits for the predecessor, even if he might not value them, at the very least, they would not have labored in vain. Furthermore, that sum of 500,000 taels of gold had nearly depleted her treasury. She must ensure these 2 fellows return the funds. Xu Zilian. Fen Chen. Chapter 21. The Great Path Shakes. Indeed, the senior is unfathomable. As noon arrived, having indulged in a sumptuous lunch, Shen Yun contentedly sat in the courtyard, enjoying the cool breeze. Based on his experiences over the past 2 years since his transmigration, he surmised that this infernal heat would persist for quite some time. Ding dong, the system has issued a daily task. Please perform a complete piece on the Guzheng for a duration of at least half an hour. Successful task reward 100 Mingxin pills. Penalty for failure, a decrease of 50 in the proficiency of all life skills. Shen Yun, what the heck, is the system messing with me? After painstakingly reaching the maximum level in my life skills, it dares to reduce it by 50 just like that, and across all skills, no less. It is one thing not to provide any divine abilities, but must it be this cruel? Silently lamenting in despair, he nevertheless obediently returned to the house and retrieved the Guzheng, which had been awarded by the system upon reaching maximum performance level. Well, one should not quibble with the system. In such sweltering weather, it would be better to play a piece like High Mountains and Flowing Water to alleviate the heat and prevent frustration. Settling himself under the shade of a tree, he placed the Guzheng carefully. After muttering a couple of complaints, his fingers gently brushed over the strings. Immediately, a melodious sound resonated from the instrument. However, to his astonishment, the clear notes did not escape the confines of the courtyard. Not even a whisper could be heard deep within the nearby general store. Of course, Shen Yun remained blissfully unaware of all of this, still disguised. The Empress Qinglan, accompanied by the gentle Water Zilian and the fiery Fen Chen, exited the palace unnoticed. In a matter of moments, they found themselves once again standing before the small shop. After adjusting their attire, they respectfully entered, yet, before they could take a few more steps, the ethereal music of the guzheng drifted into their ears. The senior playing. In an instant, they felt a shift in their surroundings, irresistibly drawn into the profound ambience of high mountains and flowing water. Before Empress Qinglan's eyes, a breathtaking panorama of vast landscapes unfolded. Majestic mountains surrounded her, their peaks cloaked in verdant hues, billowing clouds surged beneath a radiant crimson sun, rolling like the waves of a sapphire sea. The scene was magnificent, its beauty unparalleled. Vaguely, it seemed to awaken the path of earthly emperors she had cultivated over the years, urging her to ascend to ever greater heights. As for water Zillion, she beheld an endless expanse of mountains and wilderness, teeming with vibrant life. A seed fell into the soil, and in an instant, it sprouted and grew into a towering tree. Its sprawling branches reached out in all directions, casting a canopy that sheltered the earth. In the haziness, it appeared as if countless beings thrived upon this great tree, perpetuating life in an unending cycle. This vitality resonated deeply with the natural path she practiced, instantly granting her a profound understanding of its essence. In stark contrast, Fenshin stood frozen in place, his wide eyes reflecting the tumultuous rivers and the unfettered existence of countless beasts. In spring, life burgeoned, in summer, cicadas sang, everything flourished in vibrant health. Autumn brought a bountiful harvest, and amidst the endless golden fields, various beasts reveled in their prime. Winter cloaked the world in white, life slumbered, silently gathering strength for the next cycle. As the seasons turned, the wild path he practiced gradually transcended, as though he had grasped a fragment of the truth of reincarnation. Time seemed to stretch into centuries, yet also felt as fleeting as a moment. When the three finally snapped back to reality, they saw profound astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. In that fleeting moment, the enhancement they experienced was far more than mere surface-level strength. It imparted a deeper understanding and contemplation. This truly the legendary sound of the Great Path. It is indeed terrifying. After standing in rapt attention for nearly the duration of an incense stick, they cautiously approached the courtyard. To their astonishment, they beheld Xinyan gracefully playing the guzheng, showing no inclination to disturb him. They arranged themselves neatly, standing there like obedient children, too intimidated to move. Why are these three here? Have they discovered that I tricked them and come to demand a refund? Casting a sidelong glance at the trio, Xinyan sighed inwardly, chuckling, the goods have already been sold, there are no returns. The money has lined my pockets, and they wish to reclaim it. Such a fanciful dream. As he inwardly scoffed, his hands continued to move without hesitation. The peak-level guzheng performance not only showcased his exceptional skill but also reflected his unyielding composure in the face of adversity. Thus, when the final note resonated, the extraordinary visions before the Empress Qinglan and her companions gradually faded. Taking deep breaths to quell the tremors within, they suppressed their awe. Thank you, esteemed proprietor, for the divine music. We are eternally grateful. They bowed in unison, their voices harmonizing almost perfectly. As some of the most powerful beings in this known world, they understood better than anyone that while the elevation brought by the Great Path might not yield immediate changes in their essence, it would profoundly influence their future cultivation. Perhaps it would lead them down an illustrious path previously untraveled by any ancestor. Thank me, bestow music. Surely, these three must be out of their minds? They arrived purely by coincidence. This is hardly worth mentioning. As long as they aren't here to demand a refund, I suppose I shall entertain whatever they say. Xinyan waved his hand nonchalantly, suppressing his curiosity, and feigned calmness as he inquired, what brings you here this time? Looking to purchase something? A prime opportunity to profit, one must seize it. No more purchases. I haven't finished digesting the 36 flavor earth pills from the previous owner. Fenshin shook his head vigorously, resembling a rattling drum. The senior truly is a senior. Always with a sense of humor, he added, that bottle of 36 flavor earth pills contained over 60 pieces. He had only consumed one, yet it had thoroughly stabilized his cultivation, and he planned to take the remainder back to the demon clan as a treasured heirloom. Indeed, the life rose tea you sold me works wonders. I only had a tiny bit, and the rest still so much left. Water Zillion eagerly nodded in agreement. Even if the senior were an unparalleled being enjoying life, she would never dare to harbor any greedy thoughts in his presence. What is wrong with these people? Just calling him senior is not enough, must they also add esteemed? Is there a current proprietor as well? Casting an exasperated glance at the two, Xinyan picked up the guzheng and turned to return indoors. Even the finest delicacies reveal their true flavors only once tasted. Hesitating to step forward and try, what difference does it make whether one buys or not? Bah, I'm still waiting for you to spend lavishly on repurchases. And now you come to tell me you've only used a fraction. Chapter 22. What fortune acquired, how astutely perceptive the senior is. Only by partaking will one truly comprehend the essence. To cower in fear and hesitate is no different from refraining from the purchase altogether. Upon hearing these words, the three women, including the Empress Qinglan, felt a tremor in their hearts. What was initially a mere complaint transformed into something significantly profound in their ears. It was as if their intentions had been seen through. Yet the former master, we are concerned about overextending ourselves. After standing still for quite some time, Shui Zilian cautiously ventured a tentative question. Shadows and cunning beasts, this is the most formidable thorn in their hearts. Unless these two threats are eliminated, they cannot dare to engage in a full-scale battle with the mist in the near term. What is there to fear? Stockpile it for future use. We need not worry about inflation. Do I really need to teach you this? With a dismissive roll of his eyes, Xinyan pondered why these individuals had come to him if they were not intending to purchase anything. Time waits for no one, is the implication of the senior that it is now time to confront the mist, but is there not a risk involved? Feng Tian straightforwardly voiced his inquiry. Xinyan carefully placed the guqin aside, exited the room, and retorted with irritation, fearing choking on food or drowning while drinking. One could even be struck by bird droppings while walking. Why not simply do nothing at all, since what I previously sold to you is sufficient for quite some time? Xinyan entirely abandoned the notion of engaging in further idle chatter with these three. With 500,000 taels of gold now in hand, had he not been utterly devoid of any cultivation, lacking even the ability to protect himself, he would have long since retreated to a quiet countryside to become a landowner. Who has the leisure to indulge in frivolity with you lot, boss? Do you mean we should now pursue our original intentions without hesitation? When the cart reaches the mountain, a way will surely be found? The Empress Qinglan's eyes lit up, instinctively blurting out, following Xinyan's recent insights, the flame of determination within her reignited fiercely. Indeed, it must be so. Were it otherwise, the senior would have no need to bestow upon them one opportunity after another. Moreover, the battle at Gongwu City has completely demonstrated that the mist is not invincible. What else could it be? These two women before him, possessing remarkable beauty, one could easily say they are stunningly exquisite, yet their intellect seems somewhat lacking. Xinyan couldn't help but internally lament. Upon finishing this statement, the three women exchanged glances, each witnessing the fervent fire igniting within the other's eyes. What else could it be? Xinyan's succinct 4 words seemed to have injected a potent tonic into their spirits. This revelation was akin to enlightenment. Thank you, boss, for your guidance. We now comprehend. The three of them stood in a row. Bowing respectfully, Xinyan merely waved his hand nonchalantly, indicating that there were still 30 luminous pearls remaining in the small shop. 1,000 taels of gold for each pearl, and I shall offer you an 8% discount. Collect them all for 240,000 taels. That seems reasonable, and now that you understand, why not hasten to take something with you? The pile of worthless pearls gifted by the system has been languishing in the corner of the general store, nearly growing moldy. Shui Zilian Feng Tian Empress Qinglan. Hey, don't look at me. We still Haven T returned that previous 500,000 taels of gold. Half an hour later, the three strongest individuals at the pinnacle of the known world returned to the imperial study, brimming with excitement. Gazing at the pile of softly glowing pearls, their eyes sparkled with delight. Even the Empress Qinglan, who had just spent a significant amount of gold, found her earlier gloom dissipating swiftly. Money can be earned again, yet, these precious treasures, if missed, will not return. After all, the esteemed families of the realm are soon to arrive in the capital. The spoils must come from the sheep. This treasure is known as the Chaos Pearl, which serves to distinguish truth from falsehood. It was only because the senior bestowed one upon me that I was able to repel the mist outside Gongwu City. Picking up 2 pearls to toy with, the Empress Qinglan remarked with pride, had it not been for my established rapport with the senior, you would have never had the chance to glimpse the true nature of this invaluable treasure. Resting them in her palm, the familiar sensation returned. The resonances of the guqin seemed to gradually clarify the fundamental truths within her body. Indeed, the senior's generosity is truly beyond what we can aspire to. Shadows and cunning beasts excel in stealth. With the Chaos Pearl, they will be as fish on a chopping block for us to easily dispatch. Eagerly, she grasped one. A profound ecstasy washed over Feng Tian's face. This sensation is simply exquisite. We shall assemble a hunting party composed of the most elite young talents from our 3 clans. Each Chaos Pearl can harbor a fragment of our consciousness, so we need not fear losing them to monsters. Shui Zilian nodded, her expression filled with admiration. Who is that senior, I wonder? With just a few casual words, they can guide our hearts and illuminate our path. After careful observation during these 2 encounters, it seems the senior has not even a maid to command. Perhaps this is the true opportunity of a lifetime for me. Vaguely, she gleaned something from her gradually entranced gaze. The Empress Qinglan fixed a wary stare upon Shui Zilian, saying, I advise you to suppress those unwarranted thoughts. The senior's perception has long transcended the mundane. If you do not wish to provoke the annihilation of the spirit clan, it would be wise to remain compliant. We are all ancient foxes who have cultivated for a millennium. Do you think you can play tricks on me? To enter the senioress abode, without my permission, even rolling naked in place would be futile. Shui Zilian, it sounds reasonable, yet something feels amiss. Can we not issue orders now? Shall we summon the elite youths of our clan to gather in the imperial capital? Completely oblivious to the silent conflict brewing between the 2 women, Feng Tian remained lost in the joy of their great victory over the mist, for it was the senior who had granted them this crucial treasure, and it must ultimately be entrusted to reliable hands. Moreover, I have a premonition that this may well be a test and trial bestowed upon us by the senior. His intellect was surprisingly sharp at this moment, conveniently ignoring the 70,000 taels of gold spent by the 3 of them. The deeper Feng Tian pondered, the more he discovered that the entire affair was rife with peculiarity. The senior first granted them opportunities, allowing each to successfully break through to the unknown realm. Then, he produced the magical treasure designed to combat the mist. This series of steps seemed to unfold according to a predetermined rhythm, did it not? In the senior's eyes, had they taken a bit more time to stabilize their cultivation, perhaps today's outcome would have been entirely different. After all, with such immense resources amassed, reaching their current realm was merely a matter of time. As these words left his lips, the Empress Qinglan and Shui Zilian simultaneously fell silent, exchanging incredulous glances. After a prolonged moment, they struggled to swallow, realizing the senior's thoughts were indeed exceedingly meticulous. Chapter 23, the selection begins. Shui Qingying's obsession with Xinyun, ding dong, warning, this residence is bound to the system and cannot be altered. If forcefully, all life skills will be reset to 0. Warning, this residence is bound to the system and cannot be altered. If forcefully, all life skills will be reset to 0. Warning, this residence is bound to the system and cannot be altered. If forcefully, all life skills will be reset to 0. As Xinyun gazed at the incessant system notifications flickering before him, an overwhelming urge to succumb to despair washed over him. 740,000 taels of gold, that is an astounding sum of 740,000 taels. This wretched system, devoid of humanity, actually prevents him from purchasing a grand estate to reside in. Might it be permissible to acquire a few servants instead? Surely, after amassing such wealth, he should not be expected to toil for every task himself. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally managed to regain his composure. With a hint of guilt, Shen Yun softly inquired, if I cannot inhabit a lavish mansion, could I not at least procure a few charming female attendants? His sewing skills were at their peak, sufficient to craft several sets of JK uniforms and black stockings. Having the attendants don such attire would certainly be a visual delight. Warning, the host's thoughts are impure, and there is a risk of exposure. The system advises the host to reconsider, otherwise, the self-destruct sequence will be initiated. Warning, the host's thoughts are impure, and there is a risk of exposure. The system advises the host to reconsider, otherwise, the self-destruct sequence will be initiated. Warning, the host's thoughts are impure, and there is a risk of exposure. The system advises the host to reconsider, otherwise, the self-destruct sequence will be initiated. Very well. I comprehend. The important matters are reiterated thrice. With a resigned sigh, he sank back into the recliner, curling into a dejected ball. Wealth should remain understated, akin to wearing splendid garments in the dead of night. He caressed the thick stack of banknotes nestled within his embrace. After enduring countless hardships to acquire a few plump sheep, what on earth was he striving for? Ding dong, the system detected the host's melancholic mood and issued a daily task. Please create a painting of 800 birds paying homage to the phoenix within 2 hours. Task success. Reward: God-slaying dart 1. Task failure penalty: all passive skill proficiencies will be reduced by 50. Countdown begins. 3:59:59, 3 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds, 3:59:57. Shen Yun, damn, is this system even human? Now it has even imposed a countdown upon me. You have changed, the once naive system has vanished forever. Meanwhile, in nearly the same moment, Shui Qingying sat in the courtyard of the inn, her heart heavy with sorrow. She had been placed under house arrest, unable to accompany her esteemed senior. Now, it seemed the Empress Qinglan would have the advantage. How disheartening. Just 2 days prior, she had been eagerly anticipating the arrival of the blood moon, yearning to transform into a snow fox and frolic with her senior. Little did she know, before the blood moon could descend, the decree from the Spirit King had already arrived. She was prohibited from leaving the inn for 3 days, awaiting the assembly of the talented members of her clan. There was no hint of negotiation, nor any possibility for resistance, merely a verbal edict, imbued with a terrifying sealing power that completely confined the courtyard. Despite her and Wang Shi's best efforts, they could find no means of escape. It seemed the king's strength had grown even more formidable than before. Enough already, stop sulking. It's only 2 days, when the time comes, your senior certainly won't hold it against you. Wang Shi remarked, munching on a grape. Over the past few days, the Saintess's cultivation had surged, almost catching up to his own. Reflecting on his escapades at the brothel, he felt a pang of regret that nearly twisted his insides. What do you know? My goal is to surpass the strongest. Do you have any idea how many opportunities one could miss by delaying even a single day? She huffed indignantly, turning her head away in displeasure. Why must I bear the burden of receiving the clan members? Why can't you handle this trivial matter? Then go ahead and keep butting your head against the barrier. Perhaps, moved by your sincerity, the heavens will grant you a way out? Wang Shi casually tossed a grape into his mouth, only to spit it out with a loud tui. So sour. The fruits of the human race pale in comparison to those of our spirit clan. Humph. Shui Qingying, irked, turned her head aside, ignoring him. Opportunities were trivial matters. The crux of the matter was the Empress Qinglan. She would not be bound by anything, surely visiting her senior every night for merriment. The very thought of her sleeping beside Shen Yun each evening, especially with her figure that utterly outshone her own, ignited a fire of jealousy within Shui Qingying that had no outlet. Do not worry, do not worry. You are merely over 100 years old, your figure will gradually mature. In utter resignation, she could only silently comfort herself. Sooner or later, I shall become the only one by my senior's side at night. Yet the fearsome obsession surged through the barrier, reaching for the skies. Observing this, Wang Shi rolled his eyes, dismissing her jealousy with a scoff. Is it merely an opportunity? Do you think I would be envious of a little girl like you? Besides, when the Saintess's cultivation skyrockets, I won't be the only one astonished. At the very least, the Spirit King will be as well. On the 10th day of the 7th month of the Tianqing era, the envoy from the demon and spirit clans entered the capital, accompanied by the most elite young talents of their respective clans. On the following day, under the edict of the Empress, the 300 noble families of the human race similarly brought forth their young prodigies to the imperial city simultaneously. The Prime Minister Du Qinglian and the young Minister Chao, bearing the imperial command, arrived at the ominous Yin Mountain. The powerful ghost king Chongjia, who commanded 1,000,000 ghosts, refused to meet them. A fierce battle soon erupted between the two sides. It is said that Du Qinglian unleashed the Prime Minister's seal, cultivated over hundreds of years, shattering the very ground of Yin Mountain. Minister Chao, leading the charge, slaughtered hundreds of ghostly Shurat. Subsequently, tens of thousands of human troops surged forth, breaching 800 li into Yin Mountain, forcing Chongjia to reveal himself and lower his stance to negotiate. The terrifying strength of the human race once again shook the known world to its core. Regrettably, this grand spectacle did not become a hot topic of discussion in the capital of Qing'an. Instead, the populace was far more engrossed in the gathering of the strongest from the human, spirit, and demon clans, heralding the commencement of the inaugural martial competition. All individuals under the age of 150 were eligible to enroll. Those who made it to the semifinals would receive extraordinarily generous rewards. Rumors even circulated that the top 3 in the competition would gain access to an extraordinary opportunity personally bestowed by the Empress Qinglan. However, what left countless individuals perplexed was the substantial toll that both the demon and spirit clans incurred upon entering the city gates, totaling a staggering 750,000 taels of gold. According to insiders, this sum would likely be allocated for military supplies to launch an offensive against the Mist. In an instant, the populace was electrified, eagerly anticipating the martial competition. Chapter 24 of The Monster's Strike, dare to disturb the seniors' serenity. On the 11th day of the 7th month in the year of Tianqing, amidst the fervent anticipation of the masses, the inaugural martial arts competition among the 3 races of humans, spirits, and demons officially commenced. Thousands of young and talented individuals from all 3 factions eagerly signed up, transforming the capital of Qing'an into a scene of unprecedented excitement. However, while the populace reveled in joy, Xinyun found himself engulfed in melancholy. Wasn't this merely the Olympic Games of another realm? Having never seen a pig run, was it really so surprising? What truly dampened his spirits was the fact that, despite the throngs of people, his small shop showed no signs of a booming business. The sole source of his happiness was the constant presence of the little kitten and the small Samoyed, who had taken to visiting his home daily since the competition began. Though he was burdened with a considerable sum of wealth yet had no means to dispose of it, the companionship of these 2 adorable creatures made his days somewhat bearable. That evening, as the fiery clouds in the sky succumbed to the embrace of the bright moon, a gentle breeze wafted through the night, bringing with it an eerie stillness. Suddenly, outside the walls of Anqing City, dozens of dark figures materialized, converging from unknown directions. A series of strange energy waves emanated from them, as if they were communicating in some peculiar manner. Shadows from a radius of 300 miles had gathered together. Are you certain you wish to infiltrate Qing'an tonight? One shadow, shrouded in a faint mist, blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment, rendering its appearance indistinguishable. Indeed, all the lurking cunning beasts in the vicinity had also arrived. The city of Qing'an was home to the 3 races sovereigns, and the mention of the Azure Mist Empress filled another shadow with trepidation. Had it not been for the stringent hierarchy within their ranks, it would never have dared to venture into such a perilous territory. Silence, I have received orders from Tianding. According to his precise intelligence, the purpose of this martial arts competition among the 3 races is to form a hunting party, and we are to be their prey. The leading shadow emitted strange waves that rendered its voice utterly indecipherable in terms of gender. After surveying its companions, who were indeed intimidated by the name of Tianding, it continued, thus, the higher-ups have commanded us to infiltrate Qing'an City swiftly and complete the possession. As long as we can blend into the hunting party, even the Azure Mist Empress may not be able to discern our true forms. The unique aspect of shadows and cunning beasts lay in their exceptional ability to conceal themselves. In a certain sense, the assertion was not unfounded. Even if their cultivation fell far short of the strongest, they operated on a different level of power. What is the command for this operation? After a moment, one of the cunning beasts inquired in an obscure tone. The leading shadow let out a chilling cackle. Endless night. With its final words, the group of shadows swiftly took advantage of the moonlight, crossing the city walls with astonishing speed and stealth, soon vanishing into the vast expanse of Qing'an City. The sentinels on guard remained utterly oblivious, as though a leaf had gently descended upon the water's surface, causing not even the slightest ripple. Meanwhile, Xinyun, who was in the courtyard playfully interacting with the little kitten and the small Samoyed, felt an uncomfortable itch on his back. How peculiar, the courtyard was typically devoid of insects. He had only bathed that afternoon, so why was he suddenly itching? Puzzled, he muttered a few words to himself. Ultimately, he chose to abandon his resistance. I might as well light an incense stick to ward off the mosquitoes. There is no need to scrimp on spending. He had always held on to the belief that one should save whenever possible, especially while living in this unfamiliar realm, devoid of kin and with scarcely 2 friends. However, the circumstances had drastically changed. With hundreds of thousands of gold pieces piled in his home, he had no intention of venturing out aimlessly. In the underbrush, the Azure Mist Empress raised her paw and smacked Shui Qingyin to the ground. Despite her current short stature, she could still exert a tenth of her true strength when serious. Dealing with the transformed snowfox spirit maiden was a trivial matter for her. Shui Qingyin, enraged after being knocked down, scrambled to her feet and bared her teeth at the Azure Mist Empress. If you're so capable, why hide in the trees? Come down. This maiden shall duel you to the death. We are both chosen attendants of our esteemed predecessor. Is it not merely a slight difference in cultivation that separates us? Yet, the moment Xinyun ignited a stick of incense he had retrieved from his room, both of them froze in place. A peculiar force surged within them, a strange emotion rising swiftly in their hearts, compelling them inexplicably to draw closer to their predecessor. All right, let us not be unruly. Let this incense burn for a while before we continue our games. Feeling somewhat irritated, Xinyun scratched his back again, resolutely deciding that he must venture out early the next morning to procure some effective pest repellent. The Azure Mist Empress and Shui Qingyin exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of unexpected delight. They could clearly see that the incense, casually left in the courtyard by their predecessor, was releasing wisps of fragrant smoke, which lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. After a considerable time, the smoke began to stretch out like the tentacles of an octopus, gradually dispersing into the inky night sky. Could this be yet another opportunity bestowed upon them by their predecessor? With that thought, the 2 young women's spirits ignited with excitement. The little kitten hopped into Xinyun's embrace, while the small Samoyed, bursting with energy, rushed forward, nuzzling his pant leg with its fluffy head. I see you 2 are well behaved. Once we eliminate those bothersome intruders, I shall prepare a midnight feast for you. The two irresistibly adorable little creatures immediately brought a smile to Xinyun's face. However, as these words left his lips, both young women suddenly realized something and turned their gazes towards the courtyard's periphery. Impure beings? Just as this thought crossed their minds, several dark figures, engulfed in the swirling smoke, clumsily tumbled down from the wall. Cunning beasts? Shadows? Meow, meow. The azure mist Empress instantly flared with fury. Were she not currently unable to revert to her true form, she would have summoned thunder to strike them down. Who dared to intrude upon the capital of Anqing with such audacity? Howl! Howl! Shui Qingying echoed with a roar. As the mist expanded, these once timid creatures, who had only dared to hide in the shadows, had recently begun to show boldness. Numerous gifted youths from the spirit clan had met with cruel assassinations at the hands of these beings during their training journeys. Now that they faced their adversaries, their eyes burned with vengeance. Thus, without Xinyun needing to utter a single word, the azure mist Empress leaped from his side, claws bared, lunging forward. Shui Qingying, too, swiftly turned to seize a cunning beast, biting down fiercely to sever its neck. When did these creatures become so feeble? Chapter 25. In this uncertain world, we are all dark horses. It is that incense. The Empress Qinglan and the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Clan immediately realized it. Amidst the curling blue smoke, both the shadows and the cunning beasts found their powers confined. Their bodies were even reduced to an infinitesimal size, resembling little rats that had just crawled out of a filthy gutter. Thus, disregarding the astonishment that surged within them, they swiftly dispatched the entire group in the courtyard. How unfortunate, to encounter rats moving their nests in the dead of night. Observing this, Xinyun hurriedly stepped forward to protect the two little creatures in his embrace, fearing that their diminutive forms might be harmed by the rodents. One was merely acting on instinct, while the other was purely meddling. Meow meow, the creature in his palm protested, and the Empress Qinglan, filled with reluctant anger, let out a few frustrated cries that sounded more like playful pouting. The Holy Maiden of the Spirit Clan, in a fit of rage, continuously waved her claws, intent on lunging forward to bite them all to death. Alright, did you not see how effective this incense is? Xinyun endeavored to soothe the emotions of the two little beings. With a deft motion, he picked up a broom and swept the fallen cunning beasts and shadows into the garbage bin. It was only then that the Empress Qinglan and Shui Qingying realized that within the rising blue smoke, the power of these creatures from the mist was gradually dissipating. Soon, even their souls would be utterly extinguished. Did the elder foresee that they would infiltrate the capital of Qing'an? Was that why this incense was lit? It not only had the efficacy of attracting demons but could also annihilate them at their very... It can eliminate all mosquitoes, insects, and rodents with ease. To their astonishment, the mosquito-repelling incense rewarded by the system could even kill rats. Moreover, it appeared that it would not affect humans or livestock. Though not abundant, it could be deemed an essential household item. Truly, the elder is remarkable, possessing profound insights into all things, far beyond what we can even aspire to. While accustomed to Xinyun's naturally exuded strength, the Empress Qinglan could not help but silently marvel at the thought. How she longed to be the elder's sole bedmate, but when would her figure develop to be as imposing as the Empress's? Contemplating her own shortcomings, Shui Qingying immediately drooped her little head in despair. Eat more. Exercise more, snack less, sleep less. Subsequently, she resolutely set a milestone for herself, thoroughly disgusted by the sudden arrival of the rats. Late-night snacks were now out of the question. After patiently cleaning the two little darlings, Xinyun soon fell into a deep slumber. Yet that night, he dreamt of a peculiar vision. In his dream, two stunning beauties lay on either side of him in bed, their bodies not only alluring but also exuding an air of sensuality and enchantment. The following morning, the Empress Qinglan and the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Clan had already resumed their human forms. They gazed at a certain individual, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The elder truly lived up to the title, even in slumber demonstrating such extraordinary qualities. Without decades or even centuries of cultivation, one could not possibly manifest a scene as astonishing as this. Rising gracefully from the bed, the Empress Qinglan only averted her gaze from Xinyun after donning the dragon robe. Struggling to calm her turbulent emotions, she conveyed to Shui Qingying telepathically, last night's incident has far-reaching implications. You would do well to keep silent. I shall conduct a thorough investigation throughout the city to capture this group of rats. Hearing this, the Holy Maiden hesitated for a moment before gently nodding in agreement. After all, this was the realm of the human race, the very place where the Empress Qinglan held the utmost power. Who better than her to take action? She herself still had to participate in that tedious martial arts competition. Once she received the other's consent, the Empress Qinglan waved her sleeve grandly, enveloping the two of them in a golden light, and in the next moment, they vanished from the courtyard, disappearing into the horizon. Without my consent, no one shall linger by the elder's side to take advantage. Shui Qingying, who does not understand your little schemes. In this uncertain world, we are all dark horses. Who can say who shall become the main consort? Around the same time, 50 miles from Anqing City, in a secluded mountain hollow, a stream flowed by. It should have been teeming with life, yet it was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of the chirping of insects or the calls of birds. The ground soldiers had infiltrated Qing'an City last night, yet no news had returned thus far. Had they encountered some misfortune, a piece of blue stone exposed on the riverbed suddenly emitted a series of strange power fluctuations, causing ripples to dance across the surrounding stream. How could this be? The ground soldiers possessed unique abilities. Even if they were outmatched, they would not fail to send back at least a message. Not far from this stone, a tender green foxtail grass swayed its leaves, also communicating in a peculiar manner. They emerged from the mist, concealed within the known world. Even after engaging in battles with various factions, no living creature had yet discovered their peculiar transformation. The ground soldier's ability was penetration. Logically speaking, the Empress Qinglan should not have been able to prevent them from relaying information. After all, our power levels far exceed those of these indigenous beings. Next to the foxtail grass, a towering tree swayed its branches. The voice it projected was deep and resonant, yet according to my intelligence, the Empress seems to have encountered a fortuitous event recently, possessing what appears to be a treasure capable of restraining my clan. This individual is the highest commander of the shadows in this area, Tian Ding. After a lengthy silence, he spoke again. Recently, we have faced immense pressure from our homeland, especially following the battle at Gongwu City, where the human race has gained the capacity to counterattack us. Unfortunately, my position as a spy is too lowly to access information regarding the Empress's possession of the Chaos Pearl. Only the officials of the human pantheon and the rulers of the spirit and demon clans are privy to this knowledge. These individuals possess sufficient strength to resist the temptations of the mist creatures in the short term. It is regrettable that our previous efforts have been in vain. Tian Kuei and Nan Do were uprooted by the Empress, their entire clans extinguished. Otherwise, we would not be in such a passive position now. Having lurked in the known world for centuries, we have always managed to coerce some individuals with wavering resolve. Thus, the Shadow's minions have long infiltrated the crucial points of various clans. However, they are constantly under the watchful gaze of the supreme beings. Each time they are discovered, they are ruthlessly eradicated without mercy. This matter is of great significance. I have decided to personally infiltrate Qing'an City to investigate and eliminate those unforeseen threats. The tree trunk quaked violently for a moment, and the voice relayed by Tian Ding grew even more somber. Chapter 26, The Demise of the Celestial Spirit. How could I have been so utterly humiliated? Within the shrouded realms of the known world, the mist beasts are meticulously categorized by their ranks. The celestial and the terrestrial. The celestial spirit, able to lie in ambush near the imperial city of Qing'an without detection, possesses not only formidable strength but also two exceptional gifts. Stealth, shadow kill. The former enables it to seamlessly attach itself to any creature weaker than itself, rendering even the mightiest of beings oblivious to its presence. The latter grants it dominion over shadows. Wherever there is light, it becomes the battlefield. The sudden disappearance of its companion was, in its eyes, filled with enigma and peculiarity. The Shadow Clan shares a profound telepathic bond. As long as one is not vanquished in a single strike, there has never been a case where messages could not be relayed. After conferring with several subordinates, it stealthily navigated through the shadows cast by the sun and soon found itself before the gates of Qing'an City. After careful observation, it ultimately chose a young man adorned in resplendent attire. It required the young man's identity to gather intelligence. Stealth was promptly activated. The young man, engaged in conversation with his companions, suddenly felt a chill sweep over him, prompting an involuntary shudder. His consciousness was swiftly overtaken. The shadowy companion skillfully seized control of his body. At this moment, the Qing'an Royal Martial Arena was teeming with people, the enthusiastic crowd erupting in cheers. This inaugural triclan martial arts competition was akin to a massive boulder being cast into a tranquil lake. No one could resist the thrill of witnessing a battle between the powerful. Standing upon one of the platforms, a figure effortlessly sent a young member of the demon clan flying. Shui Qingying brushed off the dust from her garments, pouting in dissatisfaction. How could these ruffians disrupt the lingering fragrance of the incense her predecessor had ignited the night prior? Who's next? Hurry up, for I am still occupied with other matters. Though it was still early for her transformation, the thought of the Shadow's infiltration gnawed her. Shui Qingying yearned to hasten the conclusion of this tedious competition and report her findings to the king and the royal advisors. No one knew the true extent of the schemes woven by those mist beasts. In any case, with her recent surge in cultivation, it was time to settle scores. Meanwhile, the celestial spirit, having successfully seized control, meticulously surveyed its surroundings when it suddenly heard someone call out the name of the body it now inhabited. Shui Chun, are you going to continue? Ha, are you too frightened by this little spirit girl? Laughter erupted around it. Those familiar with Shui Chun knew he was merely leveraging his family's influence to navigate his way here. In terms of genuine skill, the vast majority present could easily overpower him. The celestial spirit scoffed inwardly. The ignorant are often fearless. You foolish races remain utterly oblivious to the nuances of power. Ah, it has been ages since I've heard your enchanting lamentations, little spirit. Controlling this body, it lightly tapped its toes on the ground and leapt onto the platform. Even in a state of possession, its strength remained formidable enough to handle these young challengers with ease. Nonsense, you speak as if you were a shadow yourself. Shui Qingying shot him an exasperated glare. She then flickered into motion, unleashing a surge of vibrant life force, casting a reverse vitality strike towards the celestial spirit. Heh, how intriguing. I relish the essence of vitality that emanates from your spirit clan. Licking its lips, the celestial spirit was all too familiar with the reverse vitality technique, which merely reverses life energy, forcibly rendering a being's strength null and void. For the mist beasts, it would bear no consequence. Next came the moment of indulgence. Amidst the curious gazes of its companions, it unhesitatingly thrust forth a hand, concealing its true power within the so-called spiritual energy, aiming to counteract Shui Qingying's technique. However, in the next instant, the smile on its face abruptly froze. An inexplicable sensation washed over it, instinctively drawing its essence towards the spirit girl. Damn it, my power has been entirely sealed. Could my identity have been exposed? In a state of sheer panic, it scanned the area but found not a single being of greater prowess than itself. A wave of dread surged within, cursing, what in the world is this? The faint aroma, imperceptible to ordinary mortals, coursed through its being, penetrating deep into its soul, as if ensnaring it within a colossal cage, preventing any attempt to abandon its host and flee. All life withers, vitality extinguished. A flicker of impatience flashed in Shui Qingying's eyes. With her strength, she remained blissfully unaware of the abnormality. She merely perceived the celestial spirit as an inept fool, incapable even of evasion. allowing the reverse vitality to envelop it. Its once robust form visibly deteriorated at a disheartening pace. No, this cannot be. I have yet to accomplish anything. How can I perish here? The celestial spirit let out an enraged roar, its eyes, now clouded, revealing profound unwillingness. Its soul was not only imprisoned but gradually dissipating amidst the swirling azure mist. If it did not break free soon, it would face inevitable demise. Fool, are you not aware of your own strength? Shui Qingying scoffed. This arena, though labeled as a martial arts competition, does not prohibit lethal force. After all, in the heat of battle, controlling one's strength is an arduous task. To seize the opportunity bestowed by the Empress Qinglan, one must risk life and limb. Cultivators in the known world have never dwelled in tranquility, under the immense pressure of the encroaching mist. Only those who survive may aspire to greatness, leading their kin in a struggle for survival. At the precipice of life and death, the celestial spirit finally unleashed its full potential. As sunlight cast its rays upon the grand structures of the palace, creating shadows, it seized the opportunity to break free from its corporeal confines. Yet, even then, the azure mist lingered ominously around it. Just as it surged forth, its spirit was extinguished, the pinnacle of existence was obliterated, and the city of Qingyan faced peril. It could only send forth its final message before dissipating into the ether. This formidable mist beast, lurking within the known world, met a most vexing end upon the arena, never having the chance to uncover the true fates of its subordinates. Humph, with such feeble abilities, how dare you speak so boldly? Have you lost your senses? Shui Qingying regarded him with disdain before taking a deep breath. The air in the city today is remarkably refreshing. Chapter 27. In no longer disappointing the ancestor, the ambitions of Du Shoufu. What, are you saying that the shadows and the cunning beasts infiltrated Qingyan City last night? Deep within the palace, in the imperial garden shrouded by layers of restrictions, Fentian was jolted from his stone seat, acutely aware that despite the formidable guardianship present, how could they dare to act so brazenly? Historically, this group of monsters had always maintained a low profile, terrified that revealing themselves would render them targets. If not for a task of utmost importance, it was likely that many years would pass without a single sighting. In the Battle of Gongwu City, amidst the counterattack of the mist, Shui Zilian stood up in shock, murmuring to herself that it seemed there were moles lurking among them, alerting those creatures to the peril and prompting them to seek the truth. As the sovereign of the spirit clan, she had frequently interacted with the mist creatures over the years, and in an instant, she grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Therefore, a thorough investigation of the high-ranking officials of the three clans is imperative. The expression on Empress Qinglan's face darkened as she nodded. Qingyan had long been the stronghold of their human race, and such an incident compromised her dignity. Have any captives been taken alive? With the ever-bright candle and the chaos pearl, we may potentially achieve remarkable results. Suddenly raising his head, Fentian recalled Xinyan's mysterious methods, and his thoughts ignited with fervor. They are all dead, completely annihilated, before the ancestors' incense. Their souls were extinguished. He gently shook his head, reflecting on the scene from last night. Even Empress Qinglan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Only those who had attained such a level of cultivation could comprehend the difficulties involved in utterly vanquishing a shadow or a cunning beast. Yet, before the ancestors' incense, everything became brutally simple. An incense stick, souls extinguished. Shui Zilian widened her eyes in disbelief. Such a scene, had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have found it utterly implausible to conceive. Fear not, the ancestors' methods are beyond our comprehension. If he chose to strike down, there must be compelling reasons, otherwise, I do not believe he would bear such consequences. Fentian displayed a rare expression of wonder and confidence, having become Xinyan's most devoted admirer after these events. He would seize every opportunity to extol the ancestors' virtues. The ancestor once urged us to hasten the counteroffensive against the mist. Could it be that he foresaw some dreadful future, struggling to swallow? One must understand that peering into the river of time, even beings at the pinnacle of the known world like them cannot achieve complete clarity. At most, one might possess a premonition or a glimpse through a narrow lens. Regardless, adhering to the ancestors would surely avert major calamities. It seems the formation of the hunting squad must be expedited. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes. Empress Qinglan silently vowed not to let the ancestor down again after having disappointed him previously. This time, she must not falter, otherwise, she would have no face to appear before Xinyan again. I concur, there is no time to allow those little rascals to continue their mischief. Progress must be accelerated. Fentian vigorously nodded his head, following the ancestors' wishes. He feared nothing. Even if the sky were to collapse, they would engage in direct warfare, with victors claiming supremacy. Do not fear losses or casualties. Our three clans have already shed sufficient blood. A resolute expression surged onto Shui Zilian's face. In truth, given her nature, she would normally never consent to such a parasitic practice among the three clans. Yet, as Qinglan and Fentian had pointed out, they had already exhausted all avenues of retreat. All they could do was comply with the ancestors' guidance. When the heavens collapse and the earth quakes, someone will inevitably rise to forge a new path. Thus, in the ensuing days, the entire Qingyan city was engulfed in unprecedented turmoil and fervor. The battle commenced, teams formed freely, only those who stood until the end could be granted an audience with Her Majesty the Empress. In no time, every clan and tribe began to frantically shower the court officials with wealth, eager to uncover the truth behind the events. However, it ultimately resulted in nothing more than a dead end, for the mid to high ranks of the three clans were directly swept into the training grounds. With the aid of the ever-bright candle and the chaos pearl, numerous moles who had immersed themselves in the mist faction were purged, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed. Of course, it was not only Xinyan who remained oblivious to all of this. Far away, Du Qinglian and the young minister Chao were equally unaware. After a fierce battle with the Ghost King, the former successfully stabilized his realm and fully ascended to the pinnacle of strength. Years of accumulation propelled this elder to new heights. With his newfound might, he nearly vanquished Zhong Jia, forcing him to resort to negotiation and sign an unequal treaty that humiliated his clan. Meanwhile, Minister Chow proved himself worthy of being the future Minister of State, demonstrating his remarkable talent and strength. Wielding a dragon's roar longsword, he decimated countless Ghost Clan adversaries, entering and exiting their ranks thrice. Though he sustained significant injuries, he caused the Ghost Clan to wail in despair, and no one dared to underestimate this seemingly genteel figure any longer. How is your injury? Do you still have the strength to travel? In a small tavern at the border, Du Qinglian smiled warmly at Minister Chow, inquiring, young man, now you understand the consequences of offending the ancestor, do you not? Injured, are you referring to the esteemed Shofu? Lifting the fiery liquor before him, he feigned bravado and downed it in one gulp. Does this look like a man who has been harmed? Were it not for Zhongji's awareness, I could have gone on to make him suffer even more. Du Qinglian, you little rascal, you've successfully put on an act. No worries, as the 18th generation human sovereign once said, any agreement or treaty we have not signed is merely toilet paper. I shall tear them all up afterward. With age comes wisdom. Du Qinglian frowned momentarily before breaking into a smile. I would appreciate it if Minister Chow could add another glorious victory to our human race's accomplishments. The young Minister Chow replied, thank you for your kind intentions, old sir. You are correct. Once I ascend to the pinnacle of strength, I shall certainly seek out Zhongjia for another bout. Silently setting down his cup, he found the fiery liquor far too harsh on his throat. Yet his face remained impassive. At that time, I would request your esteemed assistance in leading the charge. The emphasis on old was a subtle attempt to regain some dignity. Du Qinglian laughed nonchalantly and then winked at him, saying, do you wish to ascend to the pinnacle of strength? I have an extraordinary opportunity for you right here in our Qingyan imperial capital. Chapter 28, A Triumphant Victory, is the martial arts competition of the three clans of great significance. Upon hearing the term opportunity, the young assistant minister Chow's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He hastily served several generous pieces of beef from the knife to Du Qinglian's bowl. The chief minister chuckled, dismissing the idea of opportunity. Quickly savor this beef, it is a renowned delicacy from the northwestern border, one that cannot be found in the capital. Du Qinglian, seeing this, grinned with delight. He then leisurely picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. Indeed, it possessed a unique flavor, though age had rendered him sensitive to rich foods, leaving him parched and thirsty. As his words fell, Assistant Minister Chow abruptly slammed the table and stood up, bellowing with exuberance, waiter, bring forth your finest aged wine. His robust demeanor belied the heavy injuries he had sustained in battle. Esteemed guest, this is the exquisite red furnace brew, aged for 80 years. It was personally buried by the great uncle of our shopkeeper's grandfather, and it is priced at 2 taels of gold. Upon witnessing the arrival of a wealthy patron, the waiter swiftly scurried away to fetch a jar of the old wine. Assistant Minister Chow's gaze silently drifted toward the counter. 80 years of aging, red furnace brew, there are dozens of jars haphazardly displayed, how dare they swindle me? The assistant minister, calm down, calm down. In this frontier land, the populace tends to be rather bold. For those of us accustomed to a life of luxury, this serves as a unique experience. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Du Qinglian seized the wine jar and filled his own bowl to the brim. However, after merely tasting a sip, he could not help but sputter it out, glaring angrily at the waiter. You scoundrel, do you dare to serve me this swill, attempting to pass it off as fine wine? Yet, the waiter remained unfazed, gazing at the time for retribution is not yet upon us. The elderly chief minister, Du, retorted, today is not the day for my wrath. Once I return to the capital, I shall promptly write to the local authorities to shut down your fraudulent establishment. Your Excellency, we have dined and drunk. You just mentioned an opportunity. Half an hour later, Du Qinglian had devoured all the food on the table. Assistant Minister Chow, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, inquired, this old fellow has just bled me of 3 taels of gold in a single meal, an entire 2 months' salary gone. Do you remember the eminent figure behind Her Majesty the Empress? Satisfied, Du Qinglian let out a hearty belch before he spoke meaningfully. Before you and I embarked on our mission to the Ghost Clan, I had the fortune of catching a glimpse of the truth and gleaned a hint of information. Were it not for the fact that we fought side by side, I would never have revealed this to you. Hearing this, Assistant Minister Chow felt his heart leap to his throat. There stood an unparalleled sage behind Her Majesty the Empress. This was a matter well known to all in the court, yet no one dared to speak of it. After all, Empress Qinglan had ventured into the unknown, her power beyond their imagination. As long as it remained unannounced, even if all the officials felt like cats on hot bricks, none would dare to breach this taboo. Your Excellency, if you say so, I shall pretend I heard nothing. Opportunities are splendid, but one must have the means to seize them. He pouted in discontent. The old man's words were as good as meaningless. My apologies, what I meant was, I have discovered a rather extraordinary place in the capital. Would Assistant Minister Chow care to accompany me to investigate? The old fox's intentions were exposed. Du Qinglian cleared his throat, suppressing his embarrassment. Her Majesty is poised to launch a great counter-offensive against the mist. We must ensure the capital's absolute safety, must we not? Having reached this level of cultivation, no one would refuse the chance for further advancement, yet, he was bound by limited innate talent. Du Qinglian understood well that without a monumental opportunity, he might remain trapped at his current level for the rest of his life. Rebellion was utterly out of the question. And no matter how strong one's cultivation, rebellion was not feasible. The legitimacy of the human sovereign's lineage was not something to be taken lightly. If that is the case, Your Excellency, I am indeed very interested. Shall we depart at once to return to the capital and uncover the truth? The gleam in Assistant Minister Chow's eyes sparkled with mischief. Yes, let us return immediately. It won't be long before Her Majesty summons us. Du Qinglian nodded and then gently waved his hand. However, before that, we must first change into proper attire. The capital has surely received news of our grand victory and the citizens will undoubtedly welcome us with open arms. The two shared a knowing glance before breaking into conspiratorial smiles and rising simultaneously. With a single step, they vanished from sight. The waiter, standing nearby, rubbed his eyes vigorously. Where did they go? How did they vanish in the blink of an eye? Manager, come quickly, there are two scoundrels who dared to dine and dash. In no time, they traversed thousands of miles and arrived at the gates of Kitten City just after noon. Beholding the bustling crowd before him, the elderly chief minister stroked his beard with a smile. Indeed, my initial assessment was correct. At this hour, the townsfolk would usually seek shade to escape the heat, not gather in such numbers. They were clearly awaiting the return of their heroes. Even the young assistant minister Chow sensed this and felt a flush of warmth rise to his usually dark complexion. Today, it was the day for the Chow family to shine. Who goes there? Do you have a pass to enter the city? However, before they could stride confidently through the gates, they were halted by the guards, weapons drawn. Their fierce demeanor indicated they had not recognized the duo. A pass? We didn't require one when we left. Why must we provide one now? Du Qinglian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively questioning. Typically, he would delegate such trivial matters to the relevant departments, never personally inquiring. The court does not need to explain itself to you. Without a pass, you must turn back at once, or do not blame us for treating you to a stay in the prison. The guards sternly asserted. Since yesterday, the Qingyan government had issued a strict order to rigorously inspect all travelers. The specter of infiltrators hung like a sword over everyone's head. Preposterous, do you know who we are? Clear the way at once, we bear important news for Her Majesty the Empress. Assistant Minister Chow's face darkened with indignation. Instead of the expected warm reception, they were met with an interrogation from a mere guard. His smile froze. What news could possibly be of importance? Is it not merely a victory over the Ghost Clan? The guard mocked, a smirk plastered across his face. Do you not know that the martial arts competition of the three clans has commenced, and our human clan has already advanced to the top 16? Du Qinglian. Assistant Minister Chow, Chapter 29. The Supreme Being is merely a gatekeeper. The mist creatures were stunned. In a secluded area far removed from Kitten City, a strange wave began to ripple as a gentle breeze swept across the hills. The essence of the Supreme Being was extinguished, and the dangers of Kitten City resonated within the frequency band belonging to the heavenly ding, echoing incessantly within a confined space. The two shadows, who had been ordered to lie in wait here, were utterly paralyzed with shock. No, it was impossible. With the prowess of heavenly ding, even when facing the known world's strongest, they would not be completely annihilated, even in defeat. The small grass rooted by the riverbank trembled incessantly, its leaves quaking. An unspeakably horrifying thought took root and proliferated within them, yet, this frequency was unmistakable. It was beyond the capacity of the known world's creatures to replicate. What had transpired in Kitten City? The towering trees shook, every branch quivering. This fear emanated from the depths of their very souls. The heavenly characters A, B, C, and D were the four most formidable beings who had emerged from the mists, each endowed with terrifying and astonishing talents. Even in a confrontation with the Supreme, they would not perish so silently. B, what do you propose we do next? Should we continue to hold our ground or retreat back into the mists? After a prolonged silence, the small grass hesitantly inquired. For the creatures of the known world, their greatest advantage lay in stealth and parasitic usurpation. Under normal circumstances, it was exceedingly difficult to be killed. Yet now, the possibility of a counteroffensive from the known world's beings loomed ominously before them, and they had gathered not a shred of useful intelligence. Do you believe we can return safely and preserve our lives? B remained silent for a moment before responding in an unusually somber tone. The death of Heavenly Ding has left us with but one path forward. The vast expanse of Kitten City now appeared to it as a monstrous entity with its jaws agape, serene yet terrifying. You are correct. Even if we were to flee back, it would only lead to our demise. Should the creatures of the known world seek to retaliate, there is a significant likelihood that it will coincide with the completion of the barrier. As a member of the heavenly character, C possessed limited knowledge, yet it was clear to it that the only course of action was to uncover the truth behind the entire affair. Otherwise, escape from death would be impossible. Since you concur, let us depart immediately. We shall first find an ordinary person to parasitically conceal ourselves within, and then gradually seek out the details. Be ultimately resolved to take action. In the eyes of the mist creatures, their mission transcended all else. Thus, as a gust of wind swept through, a subtle ripple coursed through the small expanse, gradually receding. Subsequently, a blade of grass withered, a grand tree decayed, and everything around began to revive slowly, as if nothing had ever transpired. In Kitten City, after finally shaking off the entanglements of the city guards, Du Qinglian appeared in a rarely frequented alley, his face etched with frustration. Behind him, the young Chao Shilang wore an even more ominous expression. Where were the celebratory cheers? Where was the fervor of the nation? What in the world was the damned martial arts competition among the three clans that overshadowed his own prominence? Enough, this is not the time for idle musings. The Empress must have her reasons for making this decision. Do not harbor a shred of doubt, he said, his voice tinged with irritation. Du Qinglian cast his gaze toward a distant shop. The place I mentioned is just ahead. Let us first seek our fortune there. In comparison to strength and realm, such trivial fame held no significance. The Empress Qinglan had once casually revealed to him that stepping into the unknown realm would yield a fundamental leap in life's essence. At that point, lifespan would no longer fetter their survival. When Wu Zhai, a general store? Chao Shilang paused momentarily, then a cold smile crept onto his face. Prime Minister, if you do not wish to take me, there is no need to concoct such childish tales to deceive me. Which great being would reside in such a place? In his view, any entity capable of guiding Empress Qinglan must be an overwhelmingly powerful figure. Even if they did not inhabit a paradise or a blessed land, they would certainly not choose to remain in this noisy marketplace. I wasn't too certain either, but look over there. Paying no heed to the young man's mockery, Du Qinglian pointed toward a figure hesitating at the entrance of the shop. Chao Shilan's eyes lit up. That person's stature and movements resemble those of the Spirit Clan's royal master. Shouldn't he be instructing the Saintess? How could he be here? As a prominent official of the current regime, he had encountered nearly all of the important figures, instantly recognizing the true identity of the individual. Setting aside status, the strength of the Spirit Clan's royal masters was second only to their monarch. Struggling to suppress a laugh, Du Qinglian could no longer conceal the excitement in his heart. Having uttered the last word, he disregarded Chao Shilang and swiftly approached the entrance of Wen Wuzhai. The Spirit Clan's royal master, seated on the roadside with a forlorn expression, cast a cold glance at him before returning to play with ants on the ground, clearly uninterested in engaging in conversation. As Du Qinglian respectfully knocked a few times at the door, a furious roar erupted from the small courtyard behind the general store. Get lost, all of you, get out, the boss is napping and not conducting business. Du Qinglian and the ever-watchful Chao Shilang were startled into silence, standing awkwardly in place. When the Prime Minister had delivered gold notes to the Empress that day, he had stolen a glance inside. This was a place that even the rulers of the human, spirit, and demon clans dared not disturb. The Spirit Clan's royal master smirked at the scene. Another one come to seize fortune, but that's alright, I won't be the only one embarrassed this time. Meanwhile, in the small courtyard, Xin Yun was diligently etching contours into a piece of wood with a carving knife. Reminder. The daily carpenter task is nearing expiration, please be mindful of your time. Reminder, the daily carpenter task is nearing expiration, please be mindful of your time. Reminder, the daily carpenter task is nearing expiration, please be mindful of your time. Countdown. 3 minutes and 51 seconds, 3 minutes and 50 seconds, 3 minutes and 49 seconds. Watching the system prompts flash before him, Xin Yun gritted his teeth in frustration. What on earth was happening today? It was broad daylight, and the sun was shining brightly. Had these people lost their minds? Who in their right mind would come to shop at such an hour? As he was repeatedly interrupted, he realized he was on the verge of surpassing the system's time limit for his daily task. A pack of worthless fools, he cursed inwardly once more before hastily focusing entirely on the carving knife in his hand. Little did he know that the uninvited guests were far more numerous than just Du Qinglian and his companions. Not far from the general store, at a noodle stall, the creatures B and C, drawn by a peculiar aroma, were parasitically inhabiting two ordinary individuals, their faces filled with horror as they cautiously observed the scene before them. One was a supreme being, another a quasi-supreme, accompanied by a nameless lackey, Chao Shilang, who stood respectfully at the shop's entrance, their breaths appearing careful and restrained. Chapter 30 of the Fragrance of Divine Destruction. The rewards for completing daily tasks grant invincibility in the designated area. D.E. and D-Bing have both taken possession of the shadows of ordinary people, leaving them in a state of utter confusion. That faint aroma continuously lures them, compelling them to approach, as if their consciousness has been entirely ensnared. Without the strength of a celestial, they are utterly incapable of sending out any messages. Damn it, what on earth is hidden within the city of Qing'an? What manner of establishment is that grocery store? Even the most powerful beings and those on the verge of greatness can only stand outside with faces full of reverence. At this moment, seated in the small courtyard, Xin Yun completed the final stroke of his carving, transforming the wooden block in his hand into a statue of the Yellow Emperor. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the daily task, reward 20 boxes of the Fragrance of Divine Destruction. Congratulations to the host for completing 999 daily tasks, earning the reward Area Invincibility. Area Invincibility, a system bound within the residence, truly invincible. His face twitched as he gazed at the system notification. 20 boxes of the Fragrance of Divine Destruction. The system is bound to my residence. Is this tiny courtyard, barely the size of a palm, really considered expansive? The invincible area is quite large, spanning over 300 square meters. What use is this system to me? Well, having it is better than not die. In the past year, the mists have been tumultuous. Who knows when they might spread to the capital? With 300 square meters of invincibility, it might just preserve my life. Standing at the entrance, he thought it was time for them to enter. Already in a foul mood, Xin Yun shot an irritated glance at the three who stood with utmost respect and said brusquely, Du Qinglian, the king of the Spirit Clan, or young Deputy Minister Chao. Upon hearing Xin Yun's voice, the three of them dashed into the grocery store. As soon as they stepped inside, they were immediately taken aback by the mountains of miscellaneous goods piled before them. In a dusty corner, Du Qinglian spotted a chaos pearl, which was several sizes larger than the one in the hands of the Empress Qinglan. The king of the Spirit Clan stared blankly at the shelf below, where a long-dried cypress herb emitted faint but powerful waves of lunar energy, a force not inferior to their clan's treasured map of the land. Meanwhile, the young Deputy Minister Chao fixated on a small seal, no thicker than a thumb, which captivated his gaze. The red patterns on the seal flowed like a spring river under the moonlight, concealing boundless power within. Gulp, the three of them simultaneously felt their throats tighten. I remember you, aren't you the servant of those three fools? Why are you making such a fuss? With hundreds of thousands of taels of gold yet unable to spend it, Xin Yun had completely lost interest in money. Just a single gold note casually tucked away was sufficient for decades of sustenance. As the words senior were about to escape his lips, Du Qinglian suddenly recalled that even the Empress Qinglan did not dare to address him thus, and quickly corrected himself. Boss, it's not my master. I wish to purchase that pearl, would you be willing to part with it? Hearing this, Shen Yun laughed coldly. It seems one does not enter a family without being part of it. A boss is simply a boss. What else with the need to add senior? It's merely a worthless pearl. There is no question of parting with it or not. If you want it, you can have it, but... Suddenly struck by a thought, Shen Yun's face broke into a benevolent smile. This item is not for sale, only for exchange. If you desire it, bring me 10 live East Sea yellow croakers in return. Seafood, he had longed for it for ages. This Anqing city, deep within the known inland world, was thousands of miles away from the East Sea. Though he possessed a fortune, the system had outright prohibited any extravagant desires. Just like that, Du Qinglian widened his old eyes in disbelief and scratched his ears vigorously. Boss, are you certain you're not joking with me? Shen Yun turned his head and shot him a glare. If it weren't for him being a frail old man, I would have kicked you out by now. Clear pricing, fair dealings. If you don't wish to trade, then scram and don't waste my time. Months ago, upon completing a daily task, he remembered that the system rewarded him with a wretched basin that could convert freshwater into seawater. As long as he could obtain live seafood, Shen Yun was confident he could keep them all alive, ensuring he could enjoy a sumptuous feast in the future. Exchange, boss, please wait for me for half a day. I will go fetch the live East Sea yellow croakers right away. Du Qinglian nodded vigorously as if his head were a chick pecking at rice. Without a second thought, he agreed. With a round trip of 8,000 miles to the Yellow Sea, if he hurried, it would take merely a couple of hours. Catching fish was an easy task for him. Exalted boss, I wish to exchange for that cypress herb. What price must I pay? The king of the spirit clan, feeling parched, hurried forward, fearful that someone might snatch away his opportunity. Oh, you're quite the connoisseur, aren't you? Since you know the value of this item, I shall not waste words. Shen Yun, unexpectedly pleased, smiled broadly and replied, 10 pounds of top-quality black truffles, plus 10 pounds of top-quality white truffles. Nothing is more beautiful than seafood, and nothing is fresher than mountain delicacies. Such exquisite flavors engraved into one's very being were something he had long coveted in his previous life. And no problem, I assure you I will procure the finest for you. Alive, the king of the spirit clan was so moved he nearly wept. These items were not abundant in their clan, but with effort, they were not difficult to find. Senior, you truly are a senior. Knowing that the spirit clan has long been weak and impoverished, you have only proposed such a simple request. I want that small seal on the table. Boss, what will I need to exchange for it? The young deputy minister Chow, whose worldview had nearly collapsed, stuttered as he asked. I in this room filled with treasures. The senior seemed to exchange them as casually as selling cabbages, not even blinking an eye. You truly are the poorest among the three. Shen Yun remarked with a peculiar expression as he scrutinized him for a long time. That shabby seal was merely a half-finished product I carved on a whim, not even inscribed yet. Are you certain you want it? Upon hearing this, Deputy Minister Chow nodded vigorously with a resolute expression. He replied, Boss, I am not greedy. I know my own worth better than anyone. Opportunities are best when they can be grasped and utilized. Otherwise, even if it were offered to you by the king himself, you must be able to sit securely with it. Chapter 31, The Unforgettable Grace of the Elder, Saintess vs. Empress. Very well, I am aware of your limited conditions and shall not exploit you. Acquiring that small seal is quite simple. All that is required is 100 pounds of the finest pine resin ham in exchange. After speaking, Shen Yun cautiously cast a glance his way, adding, This isn't too excessive, is it? Pine resin ham, 100 pounds, this is not merely excessive, it is beyond measure. Truly, the elder is deserving of the title, for he can discern even the origins of my hometown with a single glance. Thank you, esteemed proprietor, thank you. 100 pounds is far too little. I am willing to offer you 300 pounds. The young deputy minister Chow's eyes brimmed with tears. Is the elder engaging in a barter? No, this is clearly a generous gift. Should I fail to express my gratitude, I would be truly heartless, deserving of divine retribution. Very well, as long as it brings you joy. Shen Yun felt utterly bewildered. In 2 lifetimes, he had witnessed countless negotiations, yet he had never encountered someone who proactively increased their offer. This pine resin ham is akin to the Shenhua ham from his previous life, and for the affluent, it is hardly a matter of consequence. However, for an ordinary family, even during festive occasions, they would only procure a minuscule amount of such ham. Thus, after repeated confirmations among the three, as they prepared to depart, Shen Yun suddenly recalled something. He hurriedly called out to halt them. Wait, there are 20 boxes of divine incense over there. Send someone to transport them back for your master, and say it is a complimentary gift from me. This family is indeed his esteemed clientele. Whether they can live a life of true luxury depends entirely on them. The meager offerings provided by the system are hardly worth anything, so he generously bestowed them as a means of maintaining customer relations. Divine incense, Du Qinglian was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining her composure. The elder is indeed providing them with a tremendous favor. Initially, their private intrusion could have drawn the ire of the Qinglan Empress and the rulers of the other 2 clans, but with these items to placate them, everything would be interpreted as the elder's benevolence, thoughtfully aiding them in solidifying their opportunities. The elder is truly an elder, every word and action is profoundly considered, imbued with the essence of the Supreme Tao, yet, not far away, De and Debing felt a shiver run down their spines upon hearing this. It is here, there can be no mistake, divine incense, even unlit, they could perceive its scent, steadily eroding their souls. If all 20 boxes were ignited, it would undoubtedly herald the beginning of their nightmarish existence as beings of the mist. Flee, they must escape, regardless of the cost, they must relay this information back to their clan, otherwise, unimaginable calamity awaits them, one that could entirely shift the tide of slaughter in the mist against the known world. As the 2 shadows began to struggle desperately to escape the influence of the divine incense, even a mere hint of its scent was beyond their feeble resistance, they were on the brink of annihilation. However, at that moment, Du Qinglian and her companions, each carrying a box upon their shoulders, hastened towards the imperial palace with utmost urgency. Only by delivering the items to the Qinglan Empress could they then justifiably pursue their opportunities. The elders' immense kindness must not be squandered. As their figures gradually receded, De and Dibing suddenly felt their bodies grow remarkably light. The binding force that had ensnared them lost its source of support and swiftly dissipated into the air. No longer daring to delay, they hurriedly fled towards the city gates in disarray. Oh, why do those two look so ghastly? They appear almost like two mangy dogs. As Xinyun brushed off the dust from his garments and turned to return to the courtyard, he caught a glimpse of the two shadows stumbling away. A smile crept onto his lips, and he chuckled joyfully. Shui Qingying was currently quite vexed. Not only had she been summoned to the side of the king, but more pressingly, the Qinglan Empress stood before her, exuding an air of regal authority. From time to time, she would impart subtle admonitions, instructing her to know her place, to embody humility, to act as a junior Atu, and to refrain from harboring unwarranted thoughts or desires. This barrage of veiled critiques rendered both Fan Tian and Shui Zilian utterly perplexed, completely failing to grasp the Empress's meaning. Conversely, Shui Qingying felt her back teeth ache with resentment. This woman is simply taking advantage of her position, clearly indicating that the elder has numerous attendants, but she herself is the singular primary consort. The Empress truly embodies the brilliance of our known world as rare geniuses. At not yet 300 years of age, she has already ventured into the unknown realm. I must learn from you. If it were any other matter, it might be tolerable, but in the realm of the elder's consorts, Shui Qingying exhibited an unprecedentedly resolute stance. Among her spirit clan, the primary consort is not merely a title to be exchanged. Each must rely on their own prowess. Hiss, she could not help but draw in a sharp breath. How dare this little girl mock the Empress's age? Ha, truly ignorant. Naturally, my talents are unparalleled, transcending the ages. Now that I have stepped into the unknown realm, my lifespan can no longer be measured by mere years. The road ahead is long and winding. I in the known world, the stronghold dominion. Do not be misled by the fact that I am but 200 years old, even if I were truly 300. What of it? With the elder's cultivation, he has likely lived for countless eons. In his presence, I am merely a child. Shui Zilian regarded the two with a peculiar expression. In her memory, the saintess had always been a shy and innocent child, not particularly articulate. Why, on this first visit to the human royal palace and her first encounter with the Qinglan Empress, had she suddenly become so loquacious? More importantly, her command of the human tongue seemed to surpass even her own. Qinglan, that is enough. The spirit clan saintess has only just turned 100, why must you constantly chastise her? Unable to endure the incessant jabbering of the two, Fan Tian interjected with exasperation before continuing, let us return to the matter at hand. The slots for the upcoming grand competition are nearly finalized. When do you intend to commence? Assemble a hunting party, equipped with everbright candles and chaos pearls, to maximally restrain the shadows and cunning beasts of the known world. Only by achieving this can we confidently venture into the mist. He had awaited this day for far too long, having grown increasingly impatient, yet, before the Qinglan Empress could respond, a figure rushed in, breathless, trailed by two individuals laden with boxes. Your Majesty, I have urgent news to report. Chapter 32. The senior's timely assistance, the heart of the Qinglan Empress secretly affirms. Upon witnessing the three approaching in a disheveled state, the Qinglan Empress could not help but furrow her brows. Du Qinglian had always been a trusted minister of hers, and to see such disrespect displayed before the rulers of the other two clans today truly vexed her. TSK, I have long heard that the human race is a nation of propriety, yet, I cannot shake the feeling that we, the spirit clan, are more refined. Shui Qingying would never let slip any opportunity to undermine the Qinglan Empress. What of their formidable strength? With a senior figure to shield them, they fear not even the collapse of the heavens. How could one speak to the Empress with such a lack of decorum? Shui Zilian deliberately elongated her tone as she remarked, however, Qinglan, your chancellor is indeed rather excessive. Were this in our spirit clan? Before she could finish her sentence, the voice of the spirit clan's king resounded from afar, Your Majesty. I have arrived. There is momentous news I must convey to you. Shui Qingying, here it comes. It has arrived. The senior is hinting that the time for formal attendance has come. Chapter 72 Seize the moment. A double bloom, time and again, that night, silence enveloped the world. Lu Suifeng, having concluded an arduous day's labor, swiftly retreated to the tranquility of his own chamber to meditate. The grand estate belonging to Xinyun sprawled extensively. Without pressing matters, it was unlikely for them to gather in the main quarters where he resided. Meanwhile, the Empress Qinglan lay anxiously upon Xinyun's bed, freshly bathed and exuding an alluring fragrance. Rest easy. Those rascals are in the side courtyard and cannot intrude here. Gently, he patted her forehead. Having fulfilled his desire to pet the cat, Xinyun succumbed to a deep slumber. The reassurance that no one could enter provided her with a sense of calm, yet those words twisted in Qinglan's ears, transforming into an entirely different implication. Is the senior subtly suggesting that I should take the initiative in our intimate encounter? Should I revert to my human form now? A torrent of thought surged within her. In less than half an hour, the soft sound of Xinyun's snoring filled the air, accompanied by murmurs and whispers. Little kitty, don't run away. Let me smooth your fur once more. You're so mischievous, jumping on me and wriggling about. She turned to glance at him with surprise. Unbelievable? The Empress Qinglan felt her cheeks flush crimson. After over 2 centuries of cultivation, bearing the weight of humanity's highest hopes, she had never allowed herself to relax her standards. From her unsteady beginnings to achieving unparalleled strength and wielding the royal scepter, the burden of safeguarding her people pressed down upon her like an insurmountable mountain. Aside from the officials and royal kin, she had scarcely found time to engage with any males, yet, even so, it did not imply that the illustrious Empress of humanity was entirely oblivious to matters of the heart. Moonlight filtered through intricately carved windows, casting a soft glow upon the room. The jade pendant hanging from her chest emitted a faint luminescence, as the power of the blood moon receded like a tide. Curled up on the bed, the little kitten gradually transformed back into her human form. With a delicate lift of her jade-like arm, she resembled a lotus emerging from the water. Her dainty feet, slightly raised, were as smooth and elongated as polished jade, and beneath the moonlight, her skin glowed with a gentle blush. As she gazed upon her exquisitely beautiful face, her almond-shaped eyes blinked with a hint of spring. Tenderly, she began to remove Xinyun's garments. After they had bared their souls to one another, the Empress seemed to recall something and raised her hand to cast a barrier. Effortlessly, she invoked the exclusive royal chamber prohibition, inducing a tranquil slumber while isolating them from the clamor of the outside world. Lying on the bed, Xinyun sensed a shift and turned slightly, before succumbing entirely to the depths of blissful dreams under the influence of this newfound power. At that moment, Qinglan experienced the fluttering sensation of a racing heart, especially as she recalled the peculiar techniques imparted to her by the palace matrons upon her coming of age, igniting a fire within her. After biting her lip, she cautiously inched closer to Xinyun, her movements tentative yet eager. After nearly half an hour, she finally paused at the sound of Xinyun's muffled groan. Following the guidance she had received, she mounted him. In an instant, it felt as though the moon had broken through the clouds, sending ripples through the cosmos. Her uncharted potential and physique allowed her to feel only a faint sting, soon drowned by a tidal wave of exhilaration. Once she adapted to this newfound intimacy, she began to gallop forth with fervor. Her long, powerful legs unleashed an unprecedented force. Fortunately, within the confines of their bond, Xinyun was invincible. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed to such relentless ardor. In his dreams, he found himself transported back to a time before his travels, where the goddess he had admired for so long had directly pressed him down. Strikingly, her appearance mirrored that of Empress Qinglan, blending purity and allure in perfect harmony. Before he could ponder further, he was enveloped by an intoxicating bliss that penetrated to his very bones. Seized the moment, a double bloom, time and again, as dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight spilled into the room. The Empress, lying on the bed like a limp doll, gradually regained some strength. The senior truly lives up to his reputation. Even lying still, I find myself outmatched. Reflecting on the previous night, she recalled how she had held her ground in their initial encounter, able to trade blows with Xinyun. Yet, after the torrential downpour of their second bout, she found herself utterly defenseless, yielding to his every desire. With 3 encounters behind them, the moment they clashed, it was as if a flood had burst forth, leaving her utterly overwhelmed. The 4th encounter was even more devastating. His formidable presence remained unyielding, showing no signs of fatigue. Only after depleting her last vestige of energy did he relent, albeit begrudgingly. It turned out that serving the senior in such a manner was truly a soul-stirring experience. Drawing a deep breath, warmth surged from her core, radiating throughout her limbs. Within the bounds of their connection, Xinyun's power surpassed anything she had yet encountered. Her depleted strength was quickly replenished, and her cultivation surged at a visible pace. Time slipped by, and as the sun began to rise, Qinglan reluctantly floated off the bed, waving her hand to dissolve the barrier while simultaneously tidying the disarray left in their wake. Were it not for the necessity of her role in supporting humanity, she would have longed to remain by the senior's side indefinitely. The lingering sensation of ecstasy echoed within every corner of her being. With a flirtatious glance at the still sleeping Xinyun, she turned and vanished from the room. Empress Qinglan understood that she could not linger any longer, otherwise, she might soon find herself relying on the walls for support. As the sun climbed higher, the autumn sunlight streamed into the room, and Xinyun finally awoke, languidly opening his eyes, still enveloped in the intoxicating memories of the previous night. Savoring the afterglow, he exhaled a long breath, stretching his sore limbs. Had he truly been single for too long, even the sight of that foolish woman seemed charming. Recalling the goddess who had pushed him down in his dreams, he couldn't help but chuckle. Her figure was beyond compare. The cascading waves of her hair and her long legs left him exhilarated. Should he be more courteous the next time they crossed paths? It seemed that this household truly required a female presence. Talking to himself, he scanned the room. The little kitten had, as expected, vanished without a trace. Thankfully, he had set permissions for her in advance, otherwise, she would likely still be unable to exit. Nevertheless, knowing she was safe, he mused that if he could find the Samoyed next time, that would be even more perfect. Chapter 73 of The Wrath of Empress Qinglan. Do not inquire as to why I sit in the enchanted forest, the realm of the spirit clan's royal court. As the first rays of dawn penetrated the foliage, Shui Qingying transitioned from her transformed state back to her original form. During her cultivation within the clan, the lunar essence absorbed through her jade pendant had been more abundant and purer. In merely half a month's time, her dedication to training had allowed her snowfox form's prowess to nearly rival that of her true self. Yet, at that moment, an inexplicable tremor emanated from the jade pendant. Shui Qingying was momentarily taken aback, her expression swiftly morphing into one of peculiar disbelief. Empress Qinglan had bestowed a blood offering upon her predecessor? A wave of inexplicable irritation surged within her. This was utterly outrageous. This woman had dared to sneak into the predecessor's bed in her absence. She seethed, gritting her teeth in anger. Currently, Shui Zilian was leading the charge against the mists at the front lines, bearing the entirety of the clan's burdens upon her shoulders. Even that unreliable royal master had been dispatched. Besides dealing with the mundane affairs of the clan, she devoted nearly every moment to her cultivation, not daring to squander even a fraction of time. Her sole aim was to return to Qingyan as swiftly as possible. Had it not been for her shared jade pendant with Empress Qinglan, which allowed them to sense each other's extraordinary circumstances, she would never have anticipated that this woman would covertly offer her own blood. No, I must persist with my cultivation, otherwise, there will soon be nothing left of my predecessor. A profound sense of urgency roared within her heart. Shui Qingying turned to retreat to her dwelling to continue refining her vitality. Just then, two young men from the spirit clan approached, quarreling amongst themselves, leading a bewildered water rhinoceros by the reins. Holy maiden, I have nurtured this water rhinoceros for several years. It nearly fell prey to this rogue, one young man exclaimed indignantly, his demeanor radiating a desire to physically confront the other. Holy maiden, do not listen to his fabrications. This water rhinoceros was discovered by me in the wild, having been tracked for several days, only to have this scoundrel intercept me, retorted the other, his face a portrait of grievance. After tirelessly pursuing the creature for days, he had never expected to be thwarted at the last moment. However, as their words faded, they were suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of formidable life force that reversed its flow. Before they could comprehend what had transpired, the innocent water rhinoceros was instantaneously reduced to a pile of bones. Each of you may take half to make a broth. No objections, I trust? Shui Qingying inquired, her countenance devoid of emotion, her voice laced with a chilling intent. Her mind was solely focused on her cultivation, leaving no room for trivial matters. The two young men, having never witnessed such a display of power, trembled in fear, hastily stammering, and no objections, before exchanging a glance and vanishing without a trace. What in the world, what has happened to our usually gentle holy maiden? They say spirit clan women only begin to exhibit such volatility after they reach 300 years of age. Could it be that her cultivation has gone awry, leading to this uncharacteristic behavior? A multitude of questions surged within them, yet none dared to voice their concerns. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Anqing City, thousands of miles away. I have successfully retrieved the items for you. Chancellor, have you prepared the proposed solutions to alleviate the grain shortage? Resuming her regal composure, Empress Qinglan sat gracefully upon her dragon throne. Du Qinglian, standing to the right in the grand hall, found it curious. According to past experiences, the Empress should have risen when broaching this topic, yet today she remained seated with an air of tranquility. Although he murmured internally, his body complied as he replied, Your Majesty, we are powerless. Aside from awaiting the autumn harvest, we have no other strategies, unless even the most skilled of housewives cannot conjure a meal without rice. With grain storages across the realm being depleted, the young Lord Chao stationed outside Tianshui City had reportedly not dared to leave for sustenance for quite some time. How could one expect to devise ways to conjure food from thin air? Within the court, one must speak plainly. You are aware that I have never favored those who are indecisive. Empress Qinglan gestured dismissively. However, as soon as she uttered the words indecisive, her thoughts involuntarily wandered back to last night's intimate encounter. The predecessor's prowess was indeed staggering, and even now, her lips tingled slightly. She struggled to maintain her usual composure on the throne, as the lingering sensations of pleasure had yet to fully subside. Even someone of her formidable cultivation found it challenging to remain steady. At that moment, Empress Qinglan belatedly realized why her predecessor had insisted on having that little fox of the spirit clan by her side during the night. It was simply impossible for her to endure such relentless stimulation alone. Oblivious to this, Du Qinglian sensed something peculiar in the Empress's expression today. Could it be that her cultivation had encountered a setback? Suppressing his curiosity, he reluctantly shook his head and said, Unless we resort to robbing the wealthy to aid the poor, compelling the noble families to surrender their grain stores to the court for distribution is needed. At this proclamation, the court erupted in uproar. Who among them did not have vast familial estates backing them? Did this old fool truly intend to dig up his own ancestral grave? Your Majesty, such a course of action is utterly inadvisable. The noble families are the foundation of humanity's realm. Should this foundation be shaken, the front lines may collapse in an instant. The previously reticent Prince Jianqing hastily interjected. As a royal relative, he was determined to uphold the rule of the Qing nation, unwilling to permit such a superficial remedy. It must be noted that the noble families had also exerted their utmost efforts in the battle against the mist creatures, with many key positions held by their descendants. To propose a policy of forced grain requisitioning at this critical juncture would surely plunge the human realm into chaos. Fear not, Prince Jianqing. I was merely expressing a thought. Du Qinglian offered a wry smile, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Your Majesty, I truly find myself powerless. As his words echoed, a chilling aura enveloped the entire hall. Empress Qinglan regarded him with an unwavering gaze, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Since Chancellor Du claims to be powerless, I shall begin by requisitioning 50,000 stones of grain from your household. Following that, I shall personally visit each and every one of you present to demand the same. Powerless? A mere declaration of powerlessness shall not conceal this matter. A cold glimmer ignited within Empress Qinglan's heart. If today does not yield a feasible solution, then by force, I shall extract sufficient provisions from the noble families to supply the front lines. Chapter 74. A famine is senior. Is this bun even larger than a steamed bun? The words of the Empress Qinglan sent a shiver through the court officials present. Du Qinglian could hardly suppress the twitching of her lips. Isn't it customary to select the softest fruits? Why is the Empress so quick to turn the knife on herself? Your Majesty, the old minister has no surplus grain at home either, he declared, collapsing to his knees with a resounding thud. Resistance was futile. Trapped in the flames of scrutiny, Du Qinglian could only weep and explain that all the grain from his household had been donated to the front lines a fortnight ago. If your Majesty doubts this, feel free to instruct the Minister of Revenue to investigate. Upon hearing this, Wei Xianzhong was taken aback. What, you fool, you donated all your surplus grain, why was I not informed? Oh, I was unaware that the old chancellor was so concerned for the nation and its people, the Empress Qinglan remarked, somewhat surprised as she turned her gaze toward Wei Xianzhong, the Minister of Revenue. Wei Xianzhong thought, here it comes, truly, this old man does not spare others. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward and knelt down, exclaiming, Your Majesty, forgive me, I shall investigate immediately. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the cold laughter of Empress Qinglan. My dear minister, there is no need for haste, since Chancellor Du has already donated his household as surplus grain. What do you, as the head of the revenue department and the greatest benefactor of our human race, intend to do next? Her eyes sparkled with a hint of mockery. She was no longer concerned with whether Du Qinglian had indeed donated the grain. This was merely the beginning. The remaining matters would be much easier to handle. I am guilty beyond redemption. My household still possesses 30,000 stones of grain, which I shall donate to the imperial grain stores after court adjourns. His tone was filled with trepidation, betraying a hint of a sob. Confounded old tortoise, this is akin to leaving one destitute. In an instant, the court was engulfed in a chorus of lamentation. Who among the officials did not have a multitude of mouths to feed? In these times, donating grain was tantamount to sacrificing one's own life. At that moment, a dragon cavalry guard rushed into the grand hall, kneeling respectfully before Empress Qinglan. Your Majesty, the esteemed Lu Suifeng, Li Yuanhui from the Ba Dao Valley, and Shen Zhouling from the Sword Concealment Villa have come to request an audience. They claim to possess a solution to the grain shortage. Silence. A profound silence enveloped the court as the officials stared in shock at the dragon cavalry guard, their minds swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Just yesterday, after the court session, Du Qinglian had unreasonably detained everyone. The officials had deliberated for a full day and night without finding a solution. What audacity did these three young individuals possess to approach the throne? Yet, excitement flushed across Empress Qinglan's face. Unlike others, she was well aware that these three had been taken in by her mentor at the general store to train. Their every action likely represented her mentor's will. Quick, summon them in. Clenching her teeth, she nearly leapt to her feet in excitement, but the familiar sensation of weakness coursed through her limbs, compelling her to remain seated upon the dragon throne. Little girl from the spirit race, when will you return? Meanwhile, Lu Suifeng and his companions outside the hall were in a state of panic. Earlier that morning, their mentor had suddenly appeared, handing them an object the size of a frying pan, saying it was newly cultivated high-quality rice. They were instructed to return home post-haste, ensuring that during the famine, no one would starve to death. They had yet to fully comprehend the situation. Which household possesses rice larger than a frying pan? We pay our respects to your majesty. Under the guidance of the dragon cavalry guard, they stood for the first time in the grand hall of the human race, their hearts a mix of nervousness and excitement. No need for formalities. What is your plan to resolve the grain shortage? Without any pleasantries, Empress Qinglan could hardly contain her urgency. The matter of the famine felt like a thorn in her heart. If not resolved swiftly, it would surely become the greatest joke in the annals of history. It is this item, please take a look. Your Majesty. Feeling the piercing gazes of those around him, Lu Suifeng steeled himself and retrieved the large grain from his storage space, which Shen Yun had entrusted to him. Steamed buns? Du Qinglian exclaimed. Buns? Wei Xianzhong added. Buns larger than steamed buns? The courtiers echoed. This is no time for jesting. The hall resounded with indignation. To provoke the wrath of your majesty could lead to the destruction of entire families. One censor, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward and admonished, why do the young elites not take to the battlefield to slay foes? Presenting such a mockery is nothing short of a farce. Feeling as if their intelligence had been thoroughly insulted, the officials, previously able to speak before the Empress, were determined not to let such a charade unfold. The flicker of hope ignited among the officials was swiftly extinguished. They almost felt compelled to kick these three young fools out. Your Majesty, we cannot elaborate on the origins of this item. We ask that your Majesty permit us to heat water in a pot. Its effects will soon be evident. The admiration for Shen Yun had nearly been etched into their very bones. Li Yuanhui shot a discontented glare at the censor, then knelt again, stating, heat water in a pot? Do you take our grand hall for a kitchen, you little rascal? Are you attempting to deceive us? Do you not fear that we will wipe out your sect today? Such an affront to civility. Your Majesty must not take their words to heart. The court erupted in uproar, officials rising in righteous indignation to voice their objections, even Wei Xianzhong's expression betraying his disbelief. Yet at that moment, a sudden realization struck Du Qinglian. Since they are here, why not let them try? Otherwise, esteemed officials, do you possess a better solution to the grain shortage? Wei Xianzhong thought, something is amiss. This old fellow is acting strangely. If he were not 99% certain, he would not have dared to approach the throne so easily. I believe Chancellor Du raises a valid point. Whether it succeeds or fails, we must attempt it. After all, the current situation is already the worst it can be. As thoughts raced through his mind, he decisively knelt, glancing at Du Qinglian, both surprised and puzzled reflected in their eyes. If that is the case, then let us proceed with the trial. Impatiently, Empress Qinglan exclaimed, come, bring a pot and heat water. Your Majesty, what is this, a feast of the poor? The officials murmured. However, once the imperial decree was issued, there was no room for dissent. As the dragon cavalry guards quickly set up a large pot in the hall, Lu Suifeng, Li Yuanhui, and Shen Zhouling immediately began to follow the process instructed by their mentor. Carefully placing the large grain into the pot filled with water, they summoned their pure spiritual energy, igniting true fire. In no time, the water began to boil, and a delicate fragrance soon permeated the grand hall. Chapter 75 of the fragrance of Beilongjiang rice. Has Lord Wei Xianzhong overindulged? This aroma, amidst the bewildered gazes of the courtiers, was first recognized by the Empress Qinglan. Within this subtle yet refreshing scent, there seemed to be an infusion of some extraordinary power. According to that esteemed predecessor, this rice is known as Beilongjiang rice fragrance. A single grain surpasses 5, capable of alleviating the current famine we face, spoke Lu Suifeng in a calm voice. Among those present, they possessed the lowest cultivation, deeply affected by the fragrant rice, merely inhaling its aroma dispelled the pangs of hunger, filling their beings with vitality. Are you referring to that esteemed predecessor? Du Qinglian, disregarding the decorum expected in front of the monarch, hastily scrambled to his feet, gazing incredulously at the three young men. Zhen Jiuling turned to glance at him, offering a casual nod at the Dao De Jing, attributed to Shen Yun, states, if the heart is as clear as ice, one need not fear the heavens collapsing. How could the esteemed prime minister of the human race display such overt emotions? In terms of mental fortitude, he was far inferior even to himself. If you have grown accustomed to the presence of the predecessor, the heavens will not forsake our race. Have you seen, your majesty, the predecessor has made his move. Upon receiving confirmation, Du Qinglian turned and erupted into joyous laughter, exclaiming, Your Majesty, with the predecessor here, our race shall not falter. Has he lost his mind? Did that old fool take the wrong medicine today? What audacity to spew such nonsense before the Empress? Yet, to their astonishment, Empress Qinglan nodded in agreement. You speak the truth, summon the Beilongjiang rice fragrance. I shall partake in it myself. As these words left her lips, the courtiers in the grand hall were instantly thrown into a frenzy. Numerous influential figures rushed forward, bowing fervently and advising against it. Your Majesty, you must not. Absolutely not, such an unusual substance is unheard of among our race. Should anything untoward occur, how shall we face our ancestors? Was the Empress jesting? She was the mightiest force in the human race and indeed the entire known world. Should this be a scheme shrouded in mist, the consequences would be dire. TCH, occupying the heights of power yet trembling in fear. If you had any capability, you would resolve the famine yourselves instead of uttering such foolishness, retorted the fiery-tempered Li Yuan Kuei among the three youths. Slandering the predecessor? Forgive me, I am not targeting anyone, I merely wish to state that all present are utterly inept. His words rendered the assembly of dignitaries speechless. A famine cannot be resolved by mere words. Even if they exhausted their entire fortunes, it would not suffice. All of you, including our young friend here, have valid points, an elderly voice chimed in. Allow me to take on the tasting duty. After all, at my age, I fear not the consequences. Du Qinglian's eyes darted about, and without hesitation, he boldly declared, a bunch of naive bumpkins, this is a gift from the predecessor. Consuming it might lead to immediate ascension. The esteemed Prime Minister, being the foremost among the courtiers, ought not to take such risks. I am young, and my position matters little, I believe it best if I partake instead. As Du Qinglian finished speaking, Wei Xianzhong had already appeared before Lu Suifeng. Without waiting for Empress Qinglan to speak, he seized a handful of the cooked rice and stuffed it into his mouth. Old fox, the old fox does not release the hawk until he sees the rabbit. This must be a remarkable substance. Wei Xianzhong thought to himself. Ever since Du Qinglian had seized the opportunity to engage with the Chaos Pearl and thus transcended to the pinnacle of strength, he had regretted it deeply. Today, with a rare opportunity presenting itself, anyone who missed it would be a fool. No, stop. Lu Suifeng exclaimed in shock, just as Wei Xianzhong swallowed a large mouthful of rice. Fragrant and sweet, the flavor surpasses even Wuchang rice. Yet, just as he attempted to comment on the taste, his expression morphed into one of utter strangeness. From red to purple, then transitioning to green, within mere breaths, his face turned as pale as paper. Poison, the Minister of Revenue has been poisoned, a censor exclaimed in horror. The toxicity of this substance was truly alarming. It must be noted that Minister Wei Xianzhong was a long-established powerhouse of the human race, his prowess said to be infinitely close to the pinnacle. No one anticipated that even he would ultimately succumb to such a fate. Summon help. Capture these spies sent by the Mist Sect and interrogate them thoroughly. The act of assigning blame was something the Minister of Justice was all too familiar with, as he immediately placed a dire accusation upon Lu Suifeng and the others. Fools! Are you all truly this dim-witted? Zhen Jiuling could no longer contain his frustration, stepping forward to deliver a firm smack to Wei Xianzhong's back. He then turned, filled with sarcasm, to address the civil and military officials. I previously mentioned that a single grain of Beilongjiang rice fragrance surpasses 5. Even my predecessor would not indulge in it so liberally, let alone you all. Before coming here, my predecessor emphasized repeatedly that this rice should not be judged by common standards. It is best to find someone of profound cultivation to test it incrementally to ascertain an appropriate dosage for ordinary individuals. How could one consume it so recklessly? Under Lu Suifeng's firm encouragement, Wei Xianzhong retched violently, expelling the partially digested rice. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if his stomach might burst. The overwhelming power was beyond his capacity to bear. You say he overindulged? Du Qinglian's lips twitched uncontrollably. Moments ago, he had been resentful over losing an opportunity, yet now, he struggled to suppress laughter, nearly distorting his face. What else could it be? Did you really think that the predecessor's offerings would be poisonous? He shot a cold glance at him. Li Yuan Kuei now clearly perceived the incompetence of these individuals, each fixated on personal gain, lacking even the most basic sense of responsibility. Your Majesty, this is truly extraordinary. Truly extraordinary. Wei Xianzhong, having finally regained his composure, hardly paid attention to the commotion. Taking deep breaths, he managed to quell the tumult in his stomach and, with a resounding thud, knelt before Empress Qinglan. This Beilongjiang rice fragrance is not merely one grain surpassing 5. Based on my earlier experience, a single grain could satisfy the hunger of nearly 1,000 individuals for an entire day. As his words echoed in the golden Luan Hall, silence enveloped the space. Even Du Qinglian's expression of suppressed laughter became frozen on his face. Is this the true capability of the predecessor? Terrifying indeed. Chapter 76, The Spectacle of Space 3. A colossal turtle has emerged from the East Sea. Completely oblivious to the tempest stirred in the court due to a moment of weakness. At this moment, Xinyan reclines in his study, engaging in a casual conversation with the system. I feel that the current yield of hybrid rice is still somewhat lacking. Is there any means to expand the cultivation area further or to enhance the yield per several-fold? Through the tireless efforts of Lu Suifeng and his companions, the entirety of Gulan Alley has not only eradicated hunger but has also become the sole location in Qing'an City where grain is distributed. In light of this situation, the Qing'an Prefectural Office has repeatedly dispatched individuals to investigate, yet, in the end, they have not even managed to grasp a single strand of Lu Suifeng and his group's activities. Please, host, do not be idle, diligently complete your daily tasks. The mirror space still possesses room for expansion, and the high-yield compound fertilizer system is likewise well-stocked. Xinyan, are you implying that I have not fulfilled my daily tasks? You frequently threaten to reset the proficiency of various skills to zero. You must be intentionally making things difficult for me. Anyone can draw grand visions. Can you provide me with something tangible instead? With an exasperated roll of his eyes, he mused that if the system had existed before his transmigration, it would undoubtedly have been a proficient capitalist. Ding dong, daily task issued. Please make good use of the residential teleportation function to fish in the East Sea for 2 hours before nightfall. Task completion reward 3 units of mirror space. Task failure penalty. All proficiency and life skills reset to 0. Countdown begins 7:59:59. A thick line of despair instantly enveloped his face. Xinyan had yet to experience the residential teleportation, and now he was suddenly tasked with fishing thousands of miles away in the East Sea. Is this not an unreasonable demand? If you wish to endanger my life, you could simply state it outright. You haven't even provided me with a manual for the residential teleportation function. Am I to risk my life in the East Sea? Every day, he felt 100,000 urges to uninstall the system. However, after careful consideration, he reluctantly abandoned that notion. After all, life is precious. System bug fixing in progress. Bug fix completed. The manual for the residential teleportation function will soon be sent. Xinyan, damn it, you took less than 2 seconds and you tell me the bug is fixed? You certainly know how to play. The system has completed the translation and has rendered the manual into comprehensible text for the host. Step 1. Use holographic projection to lock in the longitudinal and latitudinal coordinates of the desired teleportation location. Step 2. Invoke the residential teleportation function and input the locked coordinates. Step 3. Prepare your motion sickness medication. Any vomiting during transit is not my responsibility. Hello, system. I bought a watch last year. It's super durable. After saying this, Xinyan swiftly blocked the system's recovery. Instantly, the world became vibrant and full of love. Meanwhile, at the East Sea, the clouds roiled, and giant waves surged menacingly. Standing atop the walls of Jinhai City, the once dismal Fenshin now bore an expression of profound gravity. Just moments prior, he had prepared to dispatch his most elite demonic subordinates to assist Tianshui City. However, before he could set off, news arrived that the Tianshui granary had been set ablaze. The spirit queen, Shui Zilian, highly attuned to the natural environment, issued a warning that evening. In the distant East Sea, a formidable presence seemed to be awakening. It would not be long before it broke free, and at that time, Jinhai City, the last bastion against the fog, would face an unprecedented catastrophe. Thus, Fenshin immediately altered his course and hastened to this location. Your Majesty, the fluctuations of power from the depths of the ocean are becoming increasingly pronounced. Shall we merely sit idly by? The howling winds whipped up towering waves, relentlessly crashing against the rocks below the city. A spirit practitioner standing behind him voiced his concerns. Should we summon Empress Qinglan, if any unforeseen events arise, all 30,000 of us may be doomed. Fenshin, what the hell? Who do you think you're looking down on? Do you believe that only Empress Qinglan can quell the chaos while I cannot? Why panic? I await the moment it reveals its true form so that I may strike it down in one fell swoop. Its true form is the howling moon wolf. Fenshin's understanding of water was limited to mere basics. Engaging in combat with such an opponent in the sea would be akin to asking for his own demise. Spirit practitioner, very well, after all, you have the might. Arguing further would make me the fool. Thus, as the gale and waves surged higher, Fenshin turned to his several demonic comrades and instructed them briefly. Subsequently, he leaped from the wall, wielding his exceptionally sharp demonic blade, and struck fiercely into the depths of the ocean. In an instant, he unleashed the formidable power of the unknown realm. In the eyes of countless onlookers, a brilliant crimson light erupted, instantly suppressing the storm. Demonic art, returning shadow, breaking army. With an enraged roar, Fenshin unleashed his full might. The dark clouds above were swiftly dissipated by his overwhelming aura. The soldiers stationed on the city walls bore witness to a scene they would never forget. The unfathomably deep ocean was cleaved in two by Fenshin's strike. It was utterly terrifying. Is this the might of the truly powerful? I dare say no one would dispute that Fenshin is formidable. The soldiers erupted into cheers. The commanders defending the city brimmed with confidence. The several great demons could not help but share knowing smiles. Their king's strength was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of the known world. This wave of triumph was as stable as a rock, with no semblance of uncertainty. Yet, in the next moment, an unforeseen calamity struck. From the unfathomable depths of the ocean, an enraged roar reverberated like thunder in their ears. It appeared that Fenshin's attack had incited the wrath of something far greater, obliterating the last vestige of reason from its being. From afar, a turtle larger than Jinhai City emerged from the water. As the terrifying sound waves assailed Fenshin, he involuntarily let out a grunt and stumbled back several steps. An ancient monstrous beast. Why would an ancient beast be here? Upon recognizing the turtle's form, a wave of dread washed over Fentian. An ancient beast, one that exerted direct pressure on him through its bloodline. Let alone engaging such a creature, merely maintaining his composure in the face of its overwhelming presence was already a formidable challenge. Chapter 77. If fishing for ferocious beasts, the predecessors might shake the heavens and the earth. Indeed, this place is teeming with shallow waters and numerous turtles, spitting fiercely at the sea surface. Fentian is now overwhelmed with dread. How could ancient ferocious beasts emerge in this locale? Shouldn't they have long been extinct? Although he has yet to see the true form of the creature lurking in the depths, the mere aura it exudes already sends chills down his spine. Your Majesty, should we not notify the Empress Qinglan? This monster likely targets our Jinhai city. The spirit clan cultivator had transformed all his vitality into a barrier, narrowly withstanding the previous sonic wave. The creature's strength surpasses their wildest imaginations. At this moment, Fentian finally feels trapped in a precarious situation. He stands here representing millions of demonkind, and having already issued a bold proclamation, would yielding now not be akin to slapping his own face? What is there to fear? Although the bloodline of ancient ferocious beasts is indeed formidable, I am no pushover, he muttered a fierce retort through clenched teeth. Subsequently, he raised his hand to unleash a terrifying surge of spiritual power, descending upon the sea like a cataclysmic force. Regardless of the odds, one must strike first and ask questions later. Heavenly demon, quell the spirits, protect my king. The other great demons exchanged glances, stepping forward to stand beside Fentian. An enigmatic force began to circulate among them, manifesting intricate and obscure symbols above their heads and beneath their feet. Fentian chose not to elaborate, as his life was at stake. Who knew what unspeakable entity lay sealed in the depths? Roar! The formidable power from the unknown realm instantly encased the surroundings in an icy grip. It seemed the creature sensed an unprecedented provocation, emitting a furious roar. A staggering force swirled violently, effortlessly shattering Fentian's confinement, revealing nothing of its true form. Cursed be it, having suffered a backlash from his own power, Fentian spat blood and grimly remarked, I now see that this creature's strength is not particularly overwhelming. It is merely its bloodline suppression that is utterly terrifying. In fact, even among the ancient, his bloodline would certainly rank within the top 100. What manner of being is this, on the verge of breaking free from the depths? Your Majesty, under such bloodline suppression, we cannot even unleash half of our strength. Should we not summon the Empress Qinglan to handle this? The expressions of the few great demons beside him grew increasingly grim, their voices thickening with anxiety. The unknown beast they faced seemed to be their natural nemesis. Fentian thought of the situation is indeed distressing. Clearly, combat is futile, yet fleeing in disgrace would tarnish my reputation. Just as he found himself in a dilemma, a sudden flash of white light appeared on the tidal flats, dozens of miles away from Jinhai City, and a house materialized out of thin air. That looks oddly familiar. Blinking vigorously to confirm the vision before him was not an illusion, he shook his slightly dizzy head, yet he could not recall where he had seen it before. Cursed be it, could this finally be the shores of the Eastern Sea? Standing at the threshold of the dwelling, Xinyun cursed vehemently, if this place isn't correct, do you believe I will bring you to ruin alongside me? The hostess' intelligence has sunk to a level beyond the system's comprehension. If the host persists, the system can activate self-destruct mode immediately. Xinyun, a dog of a system, are you even human? Just an hour ago, he departed from Qing'an City, only to be randomly teleported to the mouth of an active volcano, nearly becoming a roasted pig. Following that, a series of bewildering events landed him in a foul-smelling swamp. Fortunately, his dwelling was protected by the system's restrictions, otherwise, he would have been enveloped in the stench on the spot. Next, he was transported to an underwater brothel-esque cleansing room, finally zeroing in on the correct coordinates for the Eastern Sea. Enough of this nonsense, just tell me if this is indeed the Eastern Sea. My fishing rod is itching with anticipation. Changing the subject with irritation, he produced a shimmering fishing rod. Since reaching maximum proficiency in fishing skills, he had yet to engage in a proper fishing endeavor. Gazing at the vast ocean before him, Xinyun could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Sea fishing was exhilarating. Sea fishing is a moment of bliss, and the joy continues with each cast. Countdown 0:02:110:0:2:100:0:2:09. Watching the system prompt appear before him, Xinyun stifled the urge to lash out. With his fishing rod and bait at the ready, he quietly sat on the threshold of the dwelling. This place still falls within the system's bound range. I remain in a state of invincibility in the strictest sense. Meanwhile, Fentian, a dozen miles away, felt his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. If he wasn't mistaken, that person was a predecessor. How did he suddenly appear here? Is he preparing to fish? Countless questions swirled in his mind, leaving him rooted in place, unable to advance or retreat. But in the next moment, a shimmering line of multicolored light shot straight from the house, landing with a splash on the ocean's surface miles away. Fortune smiles upon me, may luck be with me. Singing a cheerful tune, Xinyun eagerly anticipated the first fish to be caught, bluefin tuna, king salmon, or perhaps a spotted grouper or a nine-tailed shark? Regardless, if he could land any of them, dinner would be secured. As he sang an off-key melody, the fishing rod suddenly tightened. The line seemed to be tugged by a colossal creature, desperately trying to escape the hook. It bit so quickly. Excitement sparkled in his eyes as Xinyun rose to tighten the line. With maximum fishing skills enhancing his every move, he deftly managed both line release and retrieval. Your Majesty, has he caught it? The ancient ferocious beast. The eyes of the several demon kings sparkled with fierce intensity. As they beheld the tumultuous ocean roiling with winds and clouds, the spiritual energy in the atmosphere began to grow erratic, as if a spiritual upheaval could erupt at any moment. Predecessor, did you foresee my predicament and come to help me avert this crisis? Fentian stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Even though he had endeavored to elevate the predecessor's power to his imagined zenith, it now appeared that even a dignified demon king was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Chapter 78 of the Ancient Sea Wilderness. It is not that I do not understand, but rather that this world is changing too rapidly. Damn, could it be that I have caught a whale? Gripping the fishing rod tightly, Shin continuously tugged back and forth with his catch. It was evident that he had hooked a colossal creature. Host, please spare me a chance at survival. The system truly does not wish to criticize your intellect daily. Within the confines of the residence bound to him by the system, he was, in the strictest sense, invincible. With sufficient effort, he could easily reel in not just a whale, but even a kuanpung transformed from a bird. If you cannot speak, then do shut your mouth quickly. Do you dare me to disembowel you in an instant? Although Shin Yun uttered these words, a flicker of undeniable excitement danced in his eyes. The essence of sea fishing lies in the thrill of reeling in bountiful catches amidst raging winds and towering waves. Moreover, one could never predict what kind of fish might bite next. Host, I implore you to exert some strength. Otherwise, the system is likely to encounter new bugs due to your antics. Shin Yun declared, with the sun and moon in hand, I pluck the stars from the sky. There is no one in this world like me. Drawing his energy deep into his core, he steadied himself in a martial stance. Adorned in a flowing azure robe that billowed in the tempest, he commanded, whatever you are, reveal yourself to me. Suddenly, his arms erupted with an unparalleled force. With a furious roar, Shin Yun summoned a towering wave that surged dozens of feet into the air. Fenshin. Form a formation, protect the city behind us with all our might. In the blink of an eye, this demon king finally regained his senses. Ignoring his prior injuries, his primordial spirit burst forth. He could hardly fathom that an Eldoras fishing endeavor had provoked a cataclysmic tsunami. If they did not intercept this monstrous wave, the city of Xinhai would be reduced to nothingness in the blink of an eye. The few great demons standing beside him awoke from their stupor, unleashing their utmost combat prowess to join Fenshin in erecting a barrier that enveloped the entire city. Meanwhile, the ancient beast Haiwang felt as if it were being trampled by countless alpacas deep within its heart. Just moments before, it had finally shattered the seal that had confined it for countless ages. As it prepared to reveal its true form and teach those ignorant demons a lesson, it spotted something emitting a tantalizing aroma falling before it. Although its current power had been nearly obliterated, it still remained an entity above the strongest. Coupled with the noble blood flowing within, Haiwang had nearly forgotten what it felt like to eat. Yet upon seeing this object before it, all resistance evaporated. It appeared utterly delectable. Just having broken free from its seal, it was ready to indulge and replenish its strength. I shall only take one bite, truly just one bite. After convincing itself, it opened its mouth wide and voraciously swallowed the bait. That it felt as if it had been caught like a fish. In ancient times, a mature Haiwang could have battled divine beasts such as dragons and kunpangs. Now, someone dared to fish for it? An unparalleled rage instantly drowned out all rationality. In a frenzy, it struggled violently, intent on tearing the person on the other end of the line to shreds. However, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. What sort of line is this? Why can it not be broken? Who is this bizarre individual? How can they possess strength greater than my own? As countless questions surged through Haiwang's mind, it suddenly felt weightless, its massive form akin to a mountain being effortlessly lifted. A colossal and strange power surged through its meridians, forcibly compressing it to a size comparable to that of an adult human, transforming it into a ribbonfish. Shame, this was utterly humiliating. How could it, a proud ancient beast, once a fearsome presence, now be reduced to a mere ribbonfish, helplessly flopping on the ground? Is this it, a ribbonfish? A disdainful voice echoed, as a remarkably ordinary-looking human kicked it a few times in dissatisfaction. The pain was negligible, yet the insult was profound. Such a large ribbonfish, its flesh undoubtedly tough and unappetizing. It appeared utterly devoid of appeal. How foolish to have thought it was some rare seafood. After expending considerable effort to catch such an ugly ribbonfish, Shin Yun's temper flared. Forget it, I'll just toss it into the fish pond for now. Later, when the little kitten and the little Sammy had come over, I can make it into fish meat cans. He violently yanked the hook out and unceremoniously threw Haiwang into the fish pond behind him. The latter struggled fiercely in the water, attempting to break free and return to its true form, yet it soon sensed countless gazes fixed hungrily upon it. Eastern Sea Yellow Croaker, or perhaps dozens of unknown Eastern Sea Yellow Croakers? Panic surged within Haiwang. Even at the pinnacle of its powers, it could never contend with so many formidable foes simultaneously. Is this the pet that human has just caught? Can it be eaten? It seems to have a crispy chicken flavor. A chorus of unfriendly thoughts flooded its mind. Haiwang was plunged into deep self-doubt. Is this still the known world I once knew? Who is this powerful elder that has descended to wreak havoc upon the realm? Amidst the dim green light surrounding it, its massive form could only tremble in the corner of the pond. Am I moved? I dare not move. I truly do not dare to move. Originally, I believed the day of breaking the seal would herald a time of great slaughter, yet before I could even grasp the current state of the known world, I had become mere fish meat on someone else's chopping block. If it were possible, could I be returned to my confinement? It is not that I do not understand, it is that this world has transformed too swiftly without any awareness of the ancient beast Haiwang's current despair. Shin Yun eagerly cast his line once more. After all, there was plenty of bait left. I refuse to believe that I cannot catch a satisfactory large fish today. With a mutter of discontent, he expressed his frustration, yet, this was hardly Shin Yun's fault. Whether in the world he traversed or in this new realm, ribbonfish were hardly considered a delicacy, especially before the various seas were sealed. A few copper coins could easily procure a ribbonfish of excellent quality from a seafood shop. Floating in the distance, observing all of this unfold, Fenshin was utterly numb, translocating an entire mansion, effortlessly fishing for an ancient beast. Who would believe such a tale? Chapter 79, The Deep Sea Leviathan. The millennial-old stone crab, senior, are you certain you are engaged in sea fishing? The purple fin tuna, the deep-sea emperor eel, live lobsters the size of adults. In less than an hour, an array of rare and exquisite seafood had accumulated before Shen Yun. He chuckled, thinking to consume the larger specimens first, leaving the smaller ones to grow before indulging in them. Countless culinary methods danced in his mind: charcoal grilled, oil braised, steamed, and red braised. Given his mastery in cooking, none of these presented any challenge. Shen Yun had already calculated his plans. Should he ever find himself short of provisions, he could simply venture to the East Sea to reap a bountiful harvest. If he could not afford a meal, he would settle for seafood. This was his grand aspiration for life. Meanwhile, several miles away on the ocean's surface, Fan finally regained his composure. Belatedly aware of his surroundings, ignoring the dozens of concerned gazes around him, he eagerly splashed through the water, making his way to Shen Yun. "Hey, boss, it's been ages," he exclaimed, bowing deeply in a show of respect, his heart swelling with genuine excitement. Shen Yun, however, could not suppress the involuntary twitching at the corners of his mouth. What was happening? Why did these individuals seem to appear wherever he went, in such turbulent times? Why was he not in Qing'an City but here? Did he not see that Shen Yun was fishing? With a huff, Shen Yun shot him an exasperated glare. If his imminent catch were disturbed, he might feel an overwhelming urge to dismantle this fellow into pieces. I came to the East Sea to handle some family business. I never expected to encounter you here, and I couldn't be happier. Fan Tian's mind raced. If the senior wished to feign ignorance, he would not be the one to pierce that veil. This was not a reunion with an old friend. What was there to be so excited about? Observing the near gleeful expression stretching across Fan Tian's face, Shen Yun felt a wave of deep resignation wash over him. Indeed, those three young fellows were quite pitiable. It seemed that within their vast family, there were hardly any sane individuals. Thus, they had gone to great lengths to toil in his establishment. Fan Tian chuckled awkwardly, ready to respond, but as his gaze fell upon the lively assortment of seafood strewn carelessly on the ground, his previously strong heart twisted into knots. The deep-sea leviathan, the millennial-old stone crab, and a host of other fearsome creatures he could not name, the senior was truly remarkable. Even the act of fishing was so refreshing and serene, effortlessly sealing these monsters into ordinary forms. All right, no need for further explanations. Shen Yun, shaking his head in exasperation at Fan Tian's naive demeanor, pointed to the trembling sea monster still quaking in the corner of the pool. Fate has brought us together, so I shall gift you this large ribbonfish. It can be prepared in any manner, regardless, its flavor will not disappoint. Wasn't he simply coveting the seafood before him? After all, this was a loyal customer who had supported his business on numerous occasions. This gesture would serve to maintain their relationship. With a smile plastered on his face, he felt a surge of resentment within. This is a gift for me? Fan Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Here was a formidable ancient beast, now being tossed aside as if it were refuse. Is it too much to ask for you to not act so naively? While the gesture may not have been particularly extravagant, it carried the weight of sentiment. Crouching down, he quietly placed all the fish he had just caught into the basket, returning the favor to a valued client. The cost of gifting one ribbonfish was something Shen Yun could just about accept, but if it were any more, it would be untenable. Sentiment outweighs material value? The sudden windfall left Fan Tian momentarily stunned. An ancient beast of such high lineage was treated as lightly as a feather in the eyes of the senior, yet, apart from accepting it, he saw no other course of action available to him. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss, wishing you a lifetime of peace and prosperity. He bobbed his head like a chick pecking at grain, grinning foolishly as he dashed to the fish pond, seizing the ribbonfish that had transformed from the sea monster. The earlier blessings of longevity and prosperity almost slipped from his lips, but he managed to restrain himself. Had those words fallen upon the senior's ears, it would have been tantamount to a deadly curse. Whether as a human or a beast, one must always remain acutely aware of their circumstances. As the mist of battle began to unfold, the ancient beasts stirred from their slumber. To assert that there was no causal relationship amidst all this would be utterly unbelievable. Even to the point of death, the beasts were alive, their powers sealed. The senior's concern for them had reached a level of profound mystery. Almost with closed eyes, he could envision that as long as he could bring this creature back to Qing'an City, there would be 100 ways to extract useful information from it. Well then, if there is nothing else, I should take my leave. Remember to keep a low profile and do not disclose to anyone about my arrival here today. The green robe billowed in the wind. Since much of his affairs had already been revealed to them, Shen Yun was indifferent to this minor detail. After speaking, he turned to return to his residence, silently urging the system to input the coordinates for Qing'an City. If he delayed any longer, he feared that all the fish he had caught would be snatched away by this young man. Though the host's concerns may have been unwarranted, the system input the coordinates within a few breaths. As the Grand Estate's door slowly closed, a dazzling white light streaked across the sky. Shen Yun, along with his abode, vanished from the shores of the East Sea in an instant. My lord, is this fellow you're so casually holding the ancient beast from earlier? Once everything returned to its former state, the several great demons beneath Fan Tian approached cautiously, their eyes filled with confusion. Who was that person just now? They seemed quite formidable. As soon as his words fell, an overwhelming force struck him, sending him flying several miles away. Bah, you wretches, mind your own business and don't pry into matters that don't concern you. Fan Tian snapped in irritation, ask what needs to be asked, and refrain from the rest. If you wish to gossip, you might as well return and cultivate for a few more years, rather than embarrassing yourselves before me. Does the presence of the senior allow just anyone to inquire about it? Even the three great kings of our known world must serve tea and water with utmost respect in their presence. The demon kings murmured among themselves. It seems that those who did not confront the ancient beast earlier were not limited to just us, were they? Chapter 80. The collapse of the Ghost King, the urgency of the Qinglan Empress's bedside vigil. In the depths of the mist, the Ghost King Chongjia knelt upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably, scarcely daring to lift its head. Just moments ago, it had sensed the vanishing aura of the sea desolation, which had suddenly dissipated without a trace of an explosion or any forewarning, as if it had been erased from existence. The sea desolation, the dragon horn, and the crab monarch all had vanished without a whisper. Who could elucidate the events that had transpired? A terrifying will, sweeping through the realms, surged forth from some sealed domain, igniting a fervent dread within it. These were measures it had set in place before succumbing to slumber. What was intended to be a decisive strike had inexplicably dissolved into nothingness. Thus, it was consumed by rage. A collective uprising ensued. Chongjia, if you fail to provide us with a reasonable explanation, this place shall become your final resting ground. Another overwhelming will descended upon it, and despite being at the pinnacle of power, the Ghost King found itself prostrated in abject submission, foul green blood seeping from every pore of its body. I beseech you, my lords. I truly know nothing. Its voice bore the tremor of despair. Initially, Chongjia had sought refuge here, but never could it have anticipated such a harrowing turn of events. You have utterly disappointed us, the master of that will articulated, though its fury could not be concealed behind the fragmented words. 10 days' time. Should you fail to unravel this matter, I shall personally extract your soul's flame, subjecting you to eternal torment. Upon hearing this, Chongjia nearly lost control of itself. It wept profusely, imploring, my lords, it's not that I wish to avoid investigating, but the terror of Qingyan City is insurmountable, akin to a meat grinder for beings such as us. Neither the shadows nor the cunning beasts, nor the ancient existences that have lain dormant for eons, have managed to escape from Qingyan City alive. I cannot even contend with the human race's prime minister, Du Qinglian, let alone the 3 sovereigns, including the Qinglan Empress. If confronted with insurmountable troubles, we shall procure this item. We too yearn to witness who, after countless ages, has emerged anew in this known world. The emotions conveyed by that will remain tumultuous, yet a semblance of reason resurfaced. Upon being teleported from the depths of the mist, the Ghost King found an unidentifiable talisman dangling from its hand. Recalling the deadly commands issued by those fearsome entities, Chongjia slumped to the ground, gazing despondently at its ominous palace, a mournful expression etched upon its face. Qingyan City, I am coming. In stark contrast, the Qinglan Empress's mood was one of exuberance. The god-slaying incense has arrived. In ample supply, at their current rate of consumption, even with the potential escalation of warfare, it will suffice for a considerable duration. The fragrant rice of the White Dragon River has also arrived. This wondrous plant transcended all descriptions. Following meticulous experimentation, just a single grain could sustain over 1,000 individuals daily. According to the 3 little creatures, an abundance of the fragrant rice awaited them from their predecessor. Your Majesty, we have successfully received 5,000 grains of fragrant rice from the predecessor, and they are being dispatched post-haste to various county offices. The rosy-faced Minister of Revenue, Wei Xianzhong, stumbled to his knees before her. 3 days had passed, and the residual power within him still imbued him with vitality. He had consumed nothing, yet could ascend the peak of Mount Tai without breaking a sweat. Even ailments accrued from years of toil had miraculously vanished overnight. Excellent, you have performed admirably. This reward shall be noted, and upon our triumphant return, a grand celebration shall be held in your honor. The Qinglan Empress felt a surge of delight, reminiscent of her earlier harsh words in court. With the most pressing matters resolved, she silently contemplated her next opportunity to serve her predecessor. Deliciously intoxicating, a taste that lingers. By the way, Your Majesty, Prime Minister Du has personally traveled to Tianshui City to rendezvous with the young Minister Chao. He instructed me to convey that the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Tribe is on the verge of a breakthrough. Once her comprehensive power reaches the pinnacle, she will inevitably return to Qingyan City. Upon hearing this, Wei Xianzhong sensed an inexplicable oddity, yet could not articulate it. The Holy Maiden of the Spirit Tribe? What connection does she have with the human Empress? Could it be that Your Majesty has foreseen something and reached an agreement with her future successor, bypassing Shui Zilian? Are you suggesting that girl, Shui Qingying, is about to attain the pinnacle of power? The Empress's previously fervent enthusiasm was swiftly extinguished, her countenance shifting to a tempestuous mix of emotions. Indeed, Your Majesty. The former Prime Minister also noted that in recent days, Shui Qingying's cultivation speed has markedly accelerated, several-fold compared to before. The more he spoke, the more profound the sense of unease grew. After a moment's hesitation, Wei Xianzhong prudently chose not to pry further. Very well, I understand, you may now attend to your duties. The Qinglan Empress, suddenly agitated, waved her hand dismissively before Wei Xianzhong could withdraw. She vanished from the dragon throne in the imperial study. Strike first to gain the upper hand, for the latecomer shall suffer the consequences. Seizing the opportunity before that girl has the leisure to contemplate her future, she resolved to firmly establish her position beside her predecessor. She had never envisioned that only one individual would occupy the predecessor's side, yet, becoming the first consort was the ultimate aspiration the Qinglan Empress had long yearned for, the stormy pear-blossom needle, the 9-fingered linked caves, the thunderbolt sky-piercing technique. Thankfully, she had not neglected her studies during this time. With these techniques at her disposal, she could surely engage in countless rounds of combat with her predecessor. In a hidden chamber, the Qinglan Empress picked up a book adorned with illustrations of little figures. Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet her eyes brimmed with confidence. What can those naive little girls compare to me? Chapter 81 Boss, She Can Also Be a Girl, The Return of Shui Qingying. That night, a resplendent full moon hung high in the sky. After delivering the first batch of ripe rice to the palace, Lu Suifeng and his companions arrived punctually at Xinyun's luxurious residence. What brings you back here during the festive season? I have not prepared any food for you this evening. Xinyun looked at the trio, panting and out of breath. With a mix of amusement and annoyance, the children are truly good kids. They pour their energy into their work and show him utmost respect without ever slacking off, yet, their luck seems rather unfortunate, born into a prestigious family where many matters appear to be beyond their control. Hee, boss, I have brought you some local delicacies. The autumn crabs from Dongting, rich in roe and plump in flesh, each weighing over 7 taels. Li Yuan Kuei chuckled as he set down the basket he had been carrying on his back. Though Badeo Valley is situated in a remote area, its natural conditions are exceptionally favorable, making these Dongting autumn crabs a coveted delicacy for many. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, with the moon at its fullest, how could the boss celebrate without fine wine? This jar of Daughter's Red is a century-old brew, enriched with several precious herbs. Lu Suifeng, equally cheerful, placed a jar of wine squarely on the table. Apart from its renowned techniques, Daoxian Mountain is also famous for producing exquisite wines, and this particular Daughter's Red is a rare gem. With crabs and wine in abundance, the only thing the boss now lacks is a hearty dish. Removing the storage ring from his finger, Qian Zhouling focused his thoughts, and a snow-white deer, weak and feeble, materialized before them. This snow deer, unique to the forest of illusory rain, boasts meat so tender and delectable that it is deemed the finest in the world. In truth, this gift had already been prepared by their respective sex, otherwise, it would have been impossible to procure something so quickly. The crabs are splendid, and the wine is exquisite. What better way to indulge? Seeing this, Xinyun burst into hearty laughter, holding a crab in one hand and a jar of wine in the other. However, as for this snow deer, it would be a fine addition, as my residence could use a touch of vitality. Life without a playful kitten or a little husky can feel rather dull. This snow deer, appearing quite sentient, would certainly bring some joy to my otherwise languid existence. After speaking, Xinyun crouched down, casually plucking a tuft of grass and smiling as he offered it to the snow deer. The creature, previously on the brink of death, had its life force tenuously sustained by the rich spiritual energy of the world that surrounded it. Now, upon seeing the grass offered before it, it paused momentarily before instinctively opening its mouth. Hee, you little creature are quite perceptive. Xinyun chuckled as he fed the green grass, piece by piece, into its mouth. The famished snow deer had just chewed a couple of bites when a surge of powerful energy coursed through its limbs and bones. The indescribable vitality surged within it, healing all its wounds in an instant. Unable to articulate its relief, it let out a noise of contentment. You've come back to life. It seems you are quite easy to care for. Gently patting its forehead, Xinyun, do you understand? The snow deer, bewildered, nodded its large head. It was still grappling with the surreal experience of going from being nearly killed by hunters to suddenly being healed, feeling as if it were trapped in a dream. TSK, this creature has indeed found a fortuitous fate. Li Yuan Kuei, standing nearby, remarked with a tinge of envy, this is akin to soaring to the heavens. Even someone as formidable as the Qinglan Empress cannot serve at the side of a senior for long. To be a pet in this residence, it must have accumulated countless lifetimes of virtue. Regardless of how you all feel, I must admit I am rather envious. Qian Zhouling pouted, casting a sycophantic glance at Xinyun. Boss, do you need a pendant for your leg? If you require, I could also be a pet. Xinyun responded with a teasing smile, if you can wear women's clothing and help me attract business at the door, I might consider it. Opening a shop with a transformation theme does seem like a delightful idea. Women as clothing? Senior, such a shameful thing is truly beyond my capabilities. Chen Zhouling protested. If I were to do that, the hundreds of people in the sword-hiding manor would surely drown me in spit. Before he could finish, Li Yuan Kuei, seated nearby, suddenly adopted a delicate gesture, clearing his throat to produce a high-pitched voice. Boss, do you think I could pull it off? To be honest, when I was very young, I suspected for a long time that I might be a girl. Shen Yun. Lu Suifeng, Chen Zhouling, the once lively snow deer, in the depths of the Qingyan Palace, deep within the imperial court, all the problems that had been troubling the Qinglan Empress had been swiftly resolved. However, as she gazed at the thrashing ribbonfish before her, her expression turned grave. Are you saying this creature's true form is an ancient fierce beast, that it was sealed by a senior's powers? She could sense an overwhelming sealing force emanating from the creature, causing her brow to furrow deeply. Returning hastily was Fenshin, who offered a wry smile and nodded. Thanks to the timely arrival of the senior, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The bloodline of this being is beyond my comprehension. Recalling the battle by the Eastern Sea, where he, one of the most formidable beings in the known world, had not even laid eyes on his opponent and nearly succumbed to despair, he let out a long sigh. The ancient fierce beast is awakening. What else lies hidden within this fog? A potent unease began to surge uncontrollably in his heart. The Qinglan Empress grasped the ribbonfish, pressing down with her fingers, yet she could hardly budge even the creature's protective skin. With such a powerful seal from the senior, just how formidable must the true form of this monstrosity be? At present, the creature's cultivation had been almost entirely suppressed. The technique of soul-searching, however, is something your kind excels at. A glint of cold light flashed in Fenshin's eyes. The full-scale war against the fog has already begun, with both sides engaging in unimaginably fierce battles daily. The known world is constantly bearing the brunt of horrendous casualties. If we could grasp the entirety of this creature's memories, we might be able to easily alter the course of the entire conflict. That is possible, but I need Shui Qinglian's assistance. If we could further suppress its life force, it would significantly enhance the likelihood of a successful soul search. After a moment's contemplation, the Qinglan Empress nodded in agreement. No sooner had she spoken than a blurred figure began to materialize in the study, rippling like water. Such a trivial matter as suppressing life force, why should one of our royal family intervene? This little girl is willing to assist. As the watery ripples faded, a graceful silhouette emerged. Shui Qingying has returned once more. Chapter 82. The terrifying truth. Has a bewitching beauty appeared beside the senior? Is it you? A glimmer of surprise flickered in the eyes of the Empress Qinglan. However, as her gaze swept over Shui Qingying, a spark of brilliance surged within her eyes. You have broken through? To the Supreme Realm? It was utterly unexpected that merely a month had passed, and this holy maiden of the Spirit Clan had undergone a fundamental transformation. TSK. It is no wonder she has received the personal guidance of the senior. Achieving the Supreme Realm in such a short span of time places her among the top 3 in the annals of the known world as history. Fenshin gazed at her and couldn't help but speak with a hint of envy. Back in his day, to break through to the Supreme Realm, he had wandered countless circles at the brink of death. In the end, it was sheer luck that allowed him to become the Demon King. Indeed, one can only compare their worth through the lens of experience. What significance does the Supreme Realm hold? Were it not for the pressing time, I would be tempted to challenge your current realm. Speaking of this matter, Shui Qingying cast a resentful glance at the Empress Qinglan. At that time, Shui Zilian had ordered her not to step out of the Spirit Clan unless she broke through to the Supreme Realm. This was not only to ensure her position in the rear but also to preserve a glimmer of hope for the Spirit Clan. Yet, Shui Qingying was growing increasingly anxious. If she did not return soon, the senior would likely have Empress Qinglan devour her completely, leaving not a trace behind. To venture into the unknown realm? Ha, you certainly have lofty aspirations, Fenshin remarked, his lips twitching. Are the youth of today so brazen, they no longer regard the Supreme Realm with reverence, casually referencing it as though it were beneath them? Enough of this idle chatter. First, we must delve into this fellow's memories. I have an unsettling feeling. He interrupted the two in matters of cultivation. Aside from the senior, Empress Qinglan had never deemed anyone worthy of her attention. A mere holy maiden of the Spirit Clan posed no threat to her. After all, with the senior's formidable assistance, her cultivation was advancing at a terrifying pace, albeit unnoticed by others. I shall assist you this once. Heaven-s destruction, spirit suppression. Shui Qingying pouted in dissatisfaction, and with a flick of her hand, a surge of vibrant life emerged from her being. The once lively Haihuan was instantly enveloped in a green light, completely transformed. At that moment, sensing the life force of the fish being suppressed to the brink of death, Empress Qinglan acted without hesitation. Soul-searching was not particularly difficult for her, yet she remained cautious in the face of the ancient beast, Haihuan. The terrifying spiritual energy coalesced into thin, sharp steel spikes, invading Haihuan's body like a parasite. A cataclysmic battle ensued, wreaking havoc and desolation. Powerful beings from various clans took action, and the mists were born from the unknown. The ancient beast was tainted by a shared origin. What was once a nearly certain endeavor faced unexpected resistance. The memories that surfaced were fragmented, as though shattered by some unseen force. Despite Empress Qinglan's utmost efforts, she could only glimpse a few fleeting fragments, unable to sustain even the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Both women let out muffled groans, blood spilling from their mouths, and they staggered back several steps, barely regaining their footing. What is happening? Fenshin exclaimed, hastily channeling spiritual energy to support them. Incredible! This fellow's memories are incomplete, they have been deliberately shattered. Adjusting her chaotic aura, Empress Qinglan replied gravely, someone seeks to conceal the truth. Although she had sustained minor injuries, she quickly returned to her former state. In contrast, Shui Qingying appeared exceptionally pale, the impact on her vital essence evident. Just now, I saw many ancient beasts in slumber. In the East Sea alone, there are no fewer than 10, each radiating a presence that rivals this one, if not stronger. Suppressing her internal injuries, Shui Qingying stated with utmost seriousness. She was acutely aware that this was not the time for emotional outbursts, given that thousands of their kin fell daily on the battlefield. Are the ancient beasts awakening? Are they allied with the creatures in the mists? Summarizing the sentiments of the two women, Fenshin felt a shiver run down his spine. How much of the known world as history has been obliterated by the sands of time, and who aims to shroud all of this in darkness? Countless questions surged within him, and in that moment, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. I must ponder this matter further. We shall discuss the specifics when Shui Zilian returns tomorrow. With a long exhale, Empress Qinglan slowly returned to her dragon chair. Fenshin could only nod in agreement, his form vanishing from sight. In the vast imperial study, the two women exchanged knowing glances, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. They prepared a sumptuous late-night feast, stir-fried hairy crabs paired with rich, aged yellow wine. After finally ushering the 3 slightly inebriated individuals back to their quarters, Xinyan found himself alone in the courtyard, raising a cup to invite the moon, his shadow forming a trinity. Just as a cool night breeze swept by, 2 childish voices echoed from not far away. Upon closer inspection, he saw a small kitten and a little dog standing there, wagging their tails and scampering towards him with their short legs. Ha, at long last, I've been waiting for you 2 little rascals. On such a joyous occasion, I knew you would come. Scooping one in each arm, he placed them on the stone table, excitedly stroking them. He then presented the 2 steamed hairy crabs he had prepared, urging them to eat if they were hungry, promising to introduce a new friend soon. New friend? A flicker of wariness passed through the eyes of Empress Qinglan and Shui Qingying simultaneously. Could it be that another enchanting vixen has infiltrated? Observing their expressions, Shen Yun couldn't help but chuckle. With the thought, aided by the system, the previously relaxed Xueling suddenly appeared before them. Xueling, who am I, where am I? They wouldn't want to eat me, would they? Her large, azure eyes brimmed with confusion and fear. Yet, upon recognizing Shen Yun, she dashed over, affectionately rubbing her head against him. Xueling, a horned plum blossom, a millennium of cultivation, why do you seem so oblivious? The two transformed women immediately discerned the anomaly. Within the body of Xueling surged immense power, yet she appeared utterly unaware, her intelligence alarmingly low. Chapter 83 The monstrous beasts of the eastern sea assembled. A foolish snow antelope, akin to a simpleton, widened its eyes as it gazed at the two little creatures before it. Seemingly grasping the essence of Shen Yun's words, it affectionately attempted to approach. Empress Qinglan, does a fool dare to stand before me? She extended her short leg and slapped its left cheek with a swift motion. Shui Qingying, when I was but a child, my mother warned me never to associate with fools, for they would diminish my intelligence. With a disdainful expression, she extended her paw and struck its right cheek forcefully. Snow antelope, master, they are striking me. It turned to Shen Yun, its expression one of utter grievance. Did you not summon me to play with them? Ha, little ones, do not be so exclusive. You cannot be here every day to accompany me, and yet you do not allow me to raise another pet? Shen Yun chuckled heartily, amused by the antics of the three creatures. He quickly stepped in to separate them. Empress Qinglan, is the elder lamenting my absence from his side? Elder, I am quite busy and feeling quite put upon. Shui Qingying arriving late, as expected, I allowed this foolish antelope to sidle up to the elder. Yet, judging by its foolish demeanor, it should pose little threat to me. Enough, today, you three shall become acquainted. From now on, you shall be good companions and refrain from fighting, understood? With a wave of her hand, she returned the snow antelope to the mirror space. Noticing that the two little creatures showed little interest in food, Shen Yun pointed towards a nearby pond. Recently, I ventured to the Eastern Sea and caught some intriguing creatures. Eastern Sea? Upon hearing this, Empress Qinglan's eyes lit up with excitement. She could hardly contain herself as she sprang from Shen Yun's side, scampering towards the pond. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow, while the entire residence basked in the light of the chaos pearl, revealing the swaying aquatic plants in the pond with clarity. In the next moment, Empress Qinglan's fur bristled. An alarmed out of fish, several yards long, glimmered with an eerie blue light. Despite its sealed form and cultivation, her keen eyesight discerned its formidable power. It was at least of the unknown realm. Though it may not surpass her own strength, it was certainly not far behind. In a corner lay a massive lobster, waving its claws in apparent displeasure. Empress Qinglan recognized immediately that the bloodline within this creature was far beyond what even the burning heaven could compare to, an existence to be feared. What sent shivers down her spine was the realization that there were as many as 13 ancient beasts sealed within the pond, all of equal rank. Elder, did you catch all of these from the Eastern Sea? A sudden awareness of a possibility struck her, prompting Empress Qinglan to let out a surprised meow. Elder, have you helped to capture all the ancient beasts hidden in the Eastern Sea that were about to emerge? Initially seeking only to gather some clues from Shen Yun, she never anticipated that he would resolve the very root of the problem. Almost instinctively, she glanced at Shui Qingying, her emotions becoming a tumultuous mix. Due to her responsibilities in governing the kingdom, she could not be by the elder's side every day. Yet, the elder had discreetly aided them through a significant crisis once again. How could she repay him? The only option was to diligently cultivate the divine arts within the palace day after day. Shui Qingying, who had just caught up, was equally astonished, her mind momentarily blank. She completely lost interest in the origins of the snow antelope, utterly shocked by the scene unfolding in the pond. Elder, you have captured all the beasts of the Eastern Sea and placed them here as if they were pets? Had she not just broken through to the supreme realm, the spirit clan Saintess would have surely been overwhelmed. As the revered demon king, burning heaven's strength was not to be underestimated in the known world. Yet now, it appeared he lacked even the qualification to be a pet for the elder. Sometimes, reality could be quite harsh. After engaging in playful antics with the two little ones for a while, Shen Yun noticed the moon had begun to set in the west, and he carried one in each arm back to the bedroom. He casually tossed them into the newly installed automatic bathtub, exclaiming, "Surprise, this is my newly equipped fully automated bathtub, powered by spiritual energy, eco-friendly, pure, and pollution-free." Chuckling, he soon had them all cleaned up and placed on either side of the large bed. He patted Shui Qingying's head, reminding her to behave when it was time for sleep. Last time, the little kitten performed splendidly. You should take notes, understand? Shui Qingying, last time, the little cat performed exceptionally well. The spirit clan Saintess quickly comprehended in her heart. It has finally arrived. The long-awaited moment is at hand. Her heart raced, nearly leaping to her throat as she envisioned what was to come, her body involuntarily warming with anticipation. Heh, the little hoof is too naive. Did you think that breaking through to the supreme realm means you can withstand the elder's intimate connection? On the other side, Empress Qinglan could easily envision the Saintess's expression without even looking. She let out a cold chuckle, silently ridiculing her. However, as the memories of the previous events replayed in her mind, an odd sensation surged through her being. Anticipation, nervousness, or perhaps the relief of a long-awaited rain after a drought? At that moment, a warm hand suddenly grasped her little head. Do not become too complacent. Though your overall performance last time was commendable, you did place a bit of pressure on me. Remember to adjust yourself this time. Xin Yun raised an eyebrow in curiosity. How could a mere palm-sized kitten make me feel suffocated? Am I simply lacking in exercise? Perhaps it is time to start a fitness regimen. Just as his thoughts settled, Empress Qinglan's heart rate surged dramatically. Perform well. Adjust yourself. The elder's intentions were clear. He was satisfied with her performance during their last encounter, but there were nuances that required refinement. In her mind, she quickly recalled the various techniques she had been studying over the past few days, from the basics to the more advanced, ultimately reaching a state of supreme mastery where no technique was needed. What she currently lacked was merely practical experience, which she would have the opportunity to validate tonight. Unbeknownst to Xin Yun, after ensuring that the two little ones were settled, he soon fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he beheld swirling pink mist, and two voluptuous women, each with strikingly different styles, appeared before him, striking alluring poses. Chapter 84 of the Jade Pot Glows, A Night of Fish and Dragons Dance. The Underworld King's deception. As the Jade Pot glowed, the night saw a dance of fish and dragons. The eastern and western winds blew relentlessly, yet they could not shake the unyielding sea god's needle. The Empress Qinglan and Shui Qingying, having exhausted all their strength, fell into a deep slumber. As dawn gradually broke, they opened their eyes almost simultaneously. Their cultivation had advanced, and their paths had expanded considerably. Their power surged at an astonishing pace. However, the ensuing shyness quickly brought them back to the ground from their ethereal state. Shui Qingying, what should we do next? Empress Qinglan, I have experience in this matter. Let us tidy the room and then withdraw. Thus, after a few breaths, the restrictions dissipated, and the room returned to its original state. The two of them fled the scene with the speed of thieves. Feeling a strange sensation, they turned over. Why, with winter approaching, were they still having such dreams? It seemed imperative to find a girlfriend soon. Mumbling sleepily, Xin Yun continued to embrace her pillow, deep in slumber. When Empress Qinglan convened once more, the entire court was in an unprecedented state of exhilaration, with the fragrance of the god dispersing incense in ample supply and the aroma of rice blossoms from the White Dragon River wafting across the land. The frontline battles exhibited a decisive tilt. In a mere 2 to 3 days, the borders of the known world and the mist expanded nearly 1,000 miles, recovering lost territory, restoring our rivers and mountains. Such invigorating news made them wake up laughing even in their dreams. Your Majesty, the Underworld King, Zhongjia, formally sent word yesterday, expressing his desire to enter the capital to pay homage and demonstrate his submission. At the forefront, Du Qinglian stepped out of the ranks and knelt with a loud thud, proclaiming, the tribute from foreign lands is of great significance. I beseech your Majesty to make a judgment. The old man's voice resonated throughout the grand hall, prompting all ministers to roll their eyes in unison. Was this a request for imperial judgment? Clearly, it was a bid for credit. He seemed intent on reminding the Empress that it was he and the young minister Chao who had subdued the Ghost Clan last time. Such a trivial matter, I could handle it too. Is Zhongjia finally choosing to submit? Very well, I shall grant him this opportunity. In a buoyant mood, Empress Qinglan unhesitatingly agreed. However, Du Qinglian was taken aback by the Empress's apparent change of habit. Faced with such grand news, she did not even rise? Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, the Ghost Clan is nothing but a duplicitous bunch. Seeing our victories in the war against the mist, they now choose to submit out of fear. Wei Xianzhong, the Minister of Revenue, quickly interjected, such shameless and unprincipled groups are a menace. It would be better to eradicate them. He was determined not to let the old man steal the limelight in front of the Empress. Otherwise, with his cultivation, how long would it take for him to ascend to the position of Prime Minister? Empress Qinglan, when did this old Minister of Revenue become so spirited, a dignified clan of the known world, and he dares to suggest annihilation? Wei Aiqing makes a valid point. What say the rest of you? Though internally critical, they maintained a facade of composure. The art of governing subordinates was a skill Empress Qinglan had mastered to perfection. Eradication, Minister Wei certainly speaks boldly, but are you aware of the immense pressure our human forces face daily at the front lines? As her words fell, the Minister of War could no longer remain seated, hastily standing to express his dissatisfaction. Over 10 third-rank generals have fallen, and countless soldiers have perished. And you speak of waging war against the Ghost Clan now. At this juncture, to engage them in battle would be akin to searching for waste in a latrine with a lantern. I second that. The war in the known world must not be recklessly ignited. The old minister echoes this sentiment. Indeed, your Majesty, do not heed his nonsensical prattle. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. Yet this time, everyone clearly grasped the situation and resolutely aligned themselves with the old Prime Minister Wei Xianzhong. TSK, a bunch of opportunists, silently cursing in his heart, he coldly glared at those who had stepped forward. You all wait and see. In the future, should any of you dare to request even half a coin from my ministry, I shall bow and call you grandfather. He mentally noted their names in his little notebook. I have always been fair and just. Since everyone has spoken, let us grant Zhongjia a chance for redemption. Empress Qinglan seemed to have anticipated the outcome of this matter long before. Satisfied, she nodded, and with a wave of her hand, declared, let him enter the capital. A mere ghost king cannot stir up any storm before me. Feeling that familiar tingle of confidence, she was assured. As long as her predecessors were present, even the ancient fierce beasts could be subdued, let alone a ghost clan that would never amount to anything. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Zhongjia awaited news from the human realm, his anxiety palpable as he sneezed several times. Zhongjia, how alarming, is it possible that I am being monitored by that slumbering entity? It seems I must hasten my plans to infiltrate Qingyan City for information, otherwise, I dread the day I might be obliterated like a firework. What are you doing back and forth here? Are you attempting to gather intelligence on our city? On the border with the Ghost Clan, a human general watched him with hawk-like intensity. Having been stationed in this desolate place for nearly 20 years, he had never encountered these treacherous beings nor felt fear. And no, my lord. You jest, the entire known world is at war with the mist, who would dare to hinder us at this time? He chuckled nervously, and meanwhile, Zhongjia felt a bitterness welling in his heart. Regardless of his status as a ruler, he found himself reduced to this pitiful state. Why couldn't those detestable old geezers in the mist just awaken a little later? If only I could take that step into the unknown realm, everything would change. Had I known this would be the case, why did I not act sooner? If our Empress had not insisted on holding the reins of power, you would have long been reduced to ashes. The general reprimanded him without reservation. Now, who in the world did not know that Empress Qinglan had entered an unprecedentedly profound realm? Even the kings of the demon and spirit races could only barely break through by relying on her influence. To the Ghost Clan, they were merely fish on a chopping block. Chapter 85 of the Bloodbath of the Ghost King. Has Xinyun raised a foolish roe deer? Indeed, you are absolutely correct. I have come to a profound realization of my errors, which is why I humbly seek an audience in the capital, yearning for the forgiveness of Her Majesty, the Empress. There is no semblance of arrogance befitting a powerful being. Zhongjia has directly lowered his stance to the utmost degree. There was no other choice. Beneath the eaves of another, one must make such a selection. Be it the slumbering oldtimers or the enigmatic city of Qing'an, both are fraught with peril. A slight misstep could lead to an irrevocable situation. Surviving the last catastrophe and even elevating his cultivation to the peak realm, he acknowledges that his current strength may not even rival that of Shui Qingying, yet there remains a glimmer of hope for the future, unlike the ordinary shadows who languish in aimlessness. Thus, he cherishes his life more than anyone else. At least you possess some sense. Casting a disdainful glance at him, the commander had initially intended to reprimand. However, a message soon resonated in his mind, prompting him to stand upright immediately. After a moment, he coldly remarked amidst Zhongjia's obsequiousness, "This time in the capital, I can formally arrange for your audience, but what do you intend to offer as a bridge between our two clans?" This statement, though delivered with tact, elicited a swift understanding from the latter, who eagerly nodded. Yes, I am aware that the known world is embroiled in war against the mist, thus I have prepared 50,000 stones of provisions. A mere token gift, not meant as tribute, primarily intended to contribute to our known world. As a sovereign, Zhongjia is acutely aware of the current state of the war. With the mist wreaking havoc, the supply of provisions has become a pressing concern for humanity. He is utterly confident that the Qinglan Empress could never refuse this offering of 50,000 stones of grain. Is that all? To his astonishment, the border commander regarded him as if he were a fool. Then, lowering his head in silence, it seemed he was communicating with someone. After what felt like an eternity, he turned back to Zhongjia. "I'm afraid the last thing our human race lacks is food. If you have nothing else prepared, this journey to Anqing City may not be feasible." Zhongjia, who can enlighten me as to what has transpired? Countless thoughts flickered through his mind. How could humanity possibly lack provisions? The major granaries have been decimated, and the autumn harvest is still some time away. The entire realm of Qing is facing a monumental grain crisis. He even knew that the mist had seized upon this weakness and was planning a counteroffensive. And now, to hear that food is the least of their concerns, thoroughly bewildered, he opened his mouth and, after a moment, stiffly inquired, "May I ask, General, what is going on?" Yet, before he could finish, the other party unsheathed their weapon without hesitation, glaring at him with utmost vigilance. "What are you prying into? The development of the Bailong Jiang rice fragrance is something you can probe into." "Zhongjia, this fellow is indeed quite the clever one, my lord. Please calm your ire. Our ghost clan resides in a remote area, and these provisions have taken years to accumulate. If it is unacceptable, would it suffice if I exchanged them for an equal quantity of spirit stones?" The border commander's eyes lit up, skepticism lacing his voice. "Are you certain it is an equal quantity? If you dare utter a single falsehood, I assure you, you will not escape Anqing City." Spirit stones, such treasures, not only can they restore strength, but they are also invaluable for healing. They are an essential resource on the front lines. Zhongjia nodded fervently. "Absolutely no falsehoods. I beseech you to relay this." Having relinquished the most treasured possessions accumulated over countless ages, his heart bled, yet, he had no choice. This journey to Qing'an was imperative, lest he be self-destructed by others. Little did he know that his unintentional actions had led the Ghost King to ruin. In recent days, business at the general store had dwindled. The alley of the brothel barely survived on the meager rations provided by Lu Suifeng and his companions, preventing anyone from starving. As wages diminished and prices soared, households were left with nothing to spare beyond their daily expenses. They would almost split a grain of salt into 8 parts. I vow to the heavens, to the earth, and to the esteemed readers before my phone, I shall never again entertain the notion of training you into a steed. Otherwise, may the heavens strike me down." Limping to the rattan chair, Xinyun lamented, "What I have raised is hardly a snow antelope. It is clearly a foolish roe deer, is it not? How could Lu Suifeng, that rascal, have so confidently claimed that this creature is the epitome of understanding and the perfect choice for a mount? That little brat shall soon learn why flowers bloom so red." Glaring at the snow antelope, which gazed back at him with wide, innocent eyes, Xinyun felt his anger boil over. He waved his hand and summoned it into the mirror space. During his high school military training, he had the fortune to witness a certain individual marching in perfect unison, yet, he never expected such foolishness to exist within the animal kingdom. Though the snow antelope was prone to running about with its long legs, once he attempted to mount it, it seemed to lose all sense of direction, becoming excessively timid in its movements. In just half a day, he had been thrown off a dozen times the system. "Tell me, is it too late to slaughter that foolish creature for meat?" 3 young men were tending the general store, unable to find anyone to converse with. Xinyan decided to summon the daily system. Friendly reminder: snow antelope, gentle temperament, tender meat. It is recommended to stew for maximum flavor. If complemented with a hint of black and white truffles, it will surely ensure the host's vitality and health. In the next moment, the system unhesitatingly provided its answer. Hee, it seems we are in sync. Rubbing his still sore posterior, Xinyan painfully rose from the rattan chair, intent on sharpening his knives. Wait, what does vitality and health even mean? I have lived 2 lives, accumulating decades of martial training. Do I still need to replenish my vitality? The dog system never fails to disregard humanity. Ding! Detection indicates the host's dissatisfaction with this system. Daily task issued. The host must recite the disaster-repelling and calamity-overcoming sutra in front of others within the hour. Task completion reward: rice maturation speed increased by 15 times. Task failure penalty: thunderstrikes. All skills reset to 0. Countdown begins. 1:59:59 1 hour 59 minutes and 58 seconds 1 hour 59 minutes and 57 seconds. Xinyan, damn it. Chapter 86, the true scripture for exorcising calamities. Adults never face multiple choice questions. Enduring the excruciating pain in his posterior, Xinyan stood up with a grim expression. Reciting the scripture for exorcising calamities, and in front of others, how could I engage in such an embarrassing act? Once again, the urge to destroy this system surged within him, and Xinyan took several deep breaths, barely managing to suppress it. I understand your reasoning. I can comprehend the resetting of all skill proficiencies to 0. But could you kindly elucidate what struck by 5 thunders signifies? Supporting himself against a nearby tree, Xinyan gritted his teeth and inquired. Ding dong, the penalty conditions are generated automatically by the program. The system has no authority to interfere. Due to the host's wastage of time, the countdown speed increases by 30%. Xinyan. Damn, this is my own bound system. Stay calm, stay calm. Angering oneself only harms the body. If others are angry, I shall not be. Embracing a broad-minded approach cultivates greatness. After silently repeating this several times, Xinyan, with a sense of resignation, shouted towards the grocery store, "You little ones, you may return now. Shall I recite scripture for you?" Lu Suifeng Li Yuan Kuei Chen Zhouling. Among all the daily tasks, the one Xinyan most dreaded was this scripture recitation. The obscure characters were exceptionally tongue-twisting. The most crucial aspect was that not a single character could be mispronounced. Otherwise, the task would remain uncompleted. Boss, we haven't finished loading the grain we need to dispatch. How about we listen later? Li Yuan Kuei tentatively stretched his neck to ask. I in the Blade Valley, he had always feared reciting scriptures and blade techniques the most. For him, most of the time, it was even more effective than a lullaby. Yes, boss, I believe we should prioritize the main task. Reciting scriptures can be done at any time. Lu Suifeng also urged with a forced smile. Having been born in the upside-down mountain, the act of reciting scriptures had truly become a shadow and nightmare of his childhood. You old man, shut your mouth. Qian Zhouling opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Xinyan interrupted him brusquely. With a sullen expression, he admonished, "Young man, always restless and impatient, my recitation of scriptures is something countless people yearn for. Is it not meant to cleanse your souls? Do you not understand the importance of respecting teachers and cherishing the young?" Looking at the system's notification bar, the countdown was rapidly ticking away, causing him to grind his teeth in frustration. As the boss, he had to maintain his stature. The daily tasks of the system must also be fulfilled. Only children make choices. Adults must have both fish and bear's paws. Just as he finished speaking, Li Yuan Kuei had obediently set up a small stool and sat down before him with a sincere expression. Lu Suifeng seated himself on the ground, forming a gesture of meditation with a compliant demeanor. Qian Zhouling, however, kicked Li Yuan Kuei aside, drew his sword, and sat down, muttering under his breath, "On this long journey, only the sword is my companion." Xinyan deeply exhaled a few breaths of stale air, then retrieved the prepared scripture for exorcising calamities. "Since you are all so eager, let us begin." At that moment, the Heavenly Lord was in the land of Chanli, accompanied by the true immortals of the Great Tao, myriad divine beings. What a convoluted opening line. Outside Qing'an City, the ghost king Chongjia, who had devoted all his life savings, gazed at the magnificent city from afar. His emotions surged, inevitably giving rise to a multitude of complex feelings. Eons ago, he was merely a formless shadow without subjective awareness. He had once accompanied a clan elder to this place. Although he still gazed from a distance, the view was strikingly similar to what he saw now. Indeed, the human race possesses profound heritage. A city could remain intact for so many years. Enough, stop looking. Our human imperial capital has remained unchanged since ancient times. Do you now comprehend your insignificance? The border commander escorting him into the capital remarked with a cold laugh. If one were to say that the human race's continuity is a miracle, then the color of that miracle must surely be the hue of Qing'an City's walls. Indeed, I do feel quite small, he replied, a rare moment of earnestness. As he approached the city, Chongjia felt an overwhelming pressure. What untold secrets lay hidden within, that it could obliterate all the shadows of the mist. Once he entered, there would be no turning back. Life and death would no longer be within his control. The border commander chuckled in triumph, ready to provoke the Ghost King further. However, unexpectedly, a radiant burst of multicolored light soared into the sky, enveloping the entire city and the surrounding 100 miles in an instant. Before they could grasp what had happened, a voice filled with solemnity and compassion echoed in their ears. All heavenly lords and all heavenly dragons, ghosts, and gods have gathered, bound by my decree. I wish to repent before the Jade Emperor, the true sage of the Great Tao, to exorcise calamities and liberate from disasters. I command the heavenly kings, descending with holy power and strength, to protect the disciples. Thus, upon hearing this scripture, all present were overjoyed, believing and practicing it. Sections of profound yet dignified scripture flowed gently. At this moment, even time seemed to come to a complete standstill. All beings in Qing'an City and within 100 miles unconsciously ceased their actions. Some gazed with reverence, others with fervor, some in shock, and others with enlightenment. In short, each person had their own interpretation of the scripture, yet without exception, all beings from the known world found themselves enveloped in a profound sense of tranquility. It felt as though their souls had undergone an unprecedented cleansing. Countless common folk, who once struggled to afford food, felt their restless hearts settle, as if even their hunger had dissipated. The wealthy, hoarding vast quantities of grain, all wept uncontrollably, realizing they were akin to ancient sinners, wishing to order the distribution of food for disaster relief without delay. Empress Qinglan stood in her study, gazing dreamily in the direction of Wu Wenjai. Senior, are you aiding me in dispelling calamities? Qinglan sensed it. She would undoubtedly return tonight to serve wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, in a secluded garden, Shui Qingying's eyes were filled with infatuation. This voice unmistakably came from a senior. The essence she had been digesting transformed into a gentle power, integrating seamlessly into her being. Her level of infatuation reached an astonishing peak, yet the most shocking response came from the ghost king Chongjia. His body trembled uncontrollably, the voice holding no destructive power for him, yet it continuously transformed the power within him that belonged to the mist. Purification, annihilation, then rebirth. This overwhelming level of power was something he had never seen or heard before, far surpassing any formidable creature of the mist he had encountered. Chapter 87, The Demon King in Turmoil. Illuminating the supreme path, the Demon King Chongjia now felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Ever since retreating from the shadows following that unparalleled battle, it had become entirely one with the ghostly race, save for its core. Yet what filled it with dread was the realization that this newfound power was incessantly eroding its core, perhaps even assimilating it, offering an opportunity to entirely escape the realm of the misty beings. A monumental choice lay before Chongjia, which path to take. Bowing its head, even its breath quickened and grew heavy. The caliber of this power evidently surpassed all misty strongholds it had ever encountered, including those ancient beings still in slumber. In the face of such might, they were but mere dust. The fervor in its heart surged relentlessly. It understood better than anyone that, with its ghostly form, as long as it liberated itself from the constraints of its core, the future of its cultivation would be unencumbered and bright. Yet at that moment, the grand voice abruptly ceased. All manifestations vanished in an instant. No, it's gone. How could it have disappeared so swiftly? It felt as if it had been yanked from a dream back into the harshness of reality. Chongjia's eyes instantly reddened, its fists clenched tightly. No, I must seize this opportunity. I cannot allow it to slip through my fingers. In an instant, it resolved to act. This journey to the human capital was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the past, I had no choice. Now, I simply wish to be a good person indeed, a truly genuine person. Having firmly resolved within, it vowed to pursue greatness. What are you hesitating for? Qing'an City lies before us. Can you not move faster? Chongjia abruptly turned to the dawdling border commander, urgency lacing its words. This king can hardly wait to meet Her Majesty the Empress. Please do not delay any further. Border commander, what is wrong with this fellow? Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Now, after a few incantations, he is transformed completely. How dare he refer to himself as this king before me? It seems he has truly lost his bearings. Why the haste? Do you think you can enter the city without a summons from the Ministry of Rights? The commander replied with a sardonic smile. He gestured towards a nearby inn, stating that, according to protocol, that would be where he would have to temporarily reside. Chongjia, I suspect you are deliberately toying with me, yet I have no proof. Meanwhile, within the Wuwen studio, Lu Suifeng and his companions remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding outside. At this moment, the once obscure and enigmatic texts of the disaster-averting sutra resonated within their minds, each word crystal clear. To avert calamity is to protecting countless lives, safeguarding the populace, is the supreme path I pursue. Unconsciously tightening their grips on their swords, Xian Zhouling excitedly stood up. In his mind, it felt as if a golden path had unfurled, allowing him to see his future with unprecedented clarity. All beings are equal, bound by my will. Wherever my blade points, there lies truth. Reclaiming lands and restoring territories, his entire being trembled uncontrollably. Liu Kue sensed a connection as the newly reforged blade by Shen Yun emitted joyful vibrations, as if slicing through a chaotic world. Clarity emerged, and with it, the vitality of all things blossomed. In that moment, he truly embarked upon his own supreme path. The Tao can command spirits and alter the heavens. Wherever I gaze, all races of the heavens submit, and this is the truest path of my cultivation. Opening his palm, the ancient Fuxi hexagram emerged as he chanted. The 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches blossomed simultaneously, radiating brilliant light. Lu Suifeng also, in that instant, expanded upon his ultimate path. Under the guidance of the venerable Master Shen Yun, the disaster-averting sutra flowed from his lips, as if endowed with an indescribable special ability, evoking unique insights within every listener. Thank you, Master, for your teachings. My swordsmanship has finally begun to take shape. The profound grace of my master is unforgettable. To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying for in the evening. The three young men quietly approached Shen Yun, then, in perfect unison, bowed deeply. They were the unparalleled prodigies among the human race, yet to ascend smoothly to the realm of supremacy required vast amounts of time and a fair share of luck. However, since encountering Shen Yun, their lives had undergone a revolutionary transformation, their foundations solidified, as if impurities had been hammered out of them, granting each countless possibilities. Their cultivation deepened gradually. In the Wuwen studio, infused with the essence of heaven and earth, they absorbed spiritual energy like sponges, reaching the pinnacle of their current state. It could be said that any one of them, when drawn out, would confidently guarantee invincibility among their peers. Their paths expanded and were clearly illuminated, akin to a guiding beacon, thoroughly lighting the way for the three young men they needed only to advance towards the direction they perceived, with the realms of supremacy and beyond merely a matter of time. No doubts would arise mid-journey, nor would any bottlenecks impede their progress. After this relatively brief period, Lu Suifeng, Zhen Zhouling, and Li Yuankui underwent a profound metamorphosis. No one could henceforth limit their futures. Such immense grace is more than mere rebirth. Exhaling a long, deep breath, Xinyan slowly opened his eyes at last. The recitation of the entire disaster-averting sutra had indeed drained considerable energy from him. He vaguely sensed a tinge of fatigue. What is this? As he lifted his head, he saw the three bowing respectfully before him, causing Xinyan to pause momentarily, then wave his hand dismissively, saying, quickly rise, quickly rise. If outsiders were to see this, they might think I am taking advantage of you. If there is nothing else, hurry and distribute rations to every household, lest we forget and cause trouble later on. Truly, this fellow from such a peculiar clan has yet to shed these odd habits, even after all this time spent by my side. At your command, they responded in unison, then forcibly suppressed their excitement, turning to vanish from the courtyard at the quickest pace. Xinyan's words were akin to imperial edicts for them. Ding dong, congratulations, host, for completing the daily task. Reward rice variety growth rate increased by 15 times. System acceleration activated. Before he could voice any complaints, the system notification promptly followed. Xinyun's thoughts whirled as he summoned a holographic projection within the vast water screen. The rice variety that had just been harvested not long ago began to grow at an astonishing pace. Nearly emptied by those little ones, but fortunately, the landlord still had some reserve. Chapter 88. Alas, the first ghost king to faint from hunger in the world. As the day wanes and the moon rises anew, the evening breeze stirs, carrying with it the wisps of cooking smoke intertwined with the scent of burning incense. Thanks to the regular and ample supply of provisions, Gulan Alley has nearly transformed into a veritable paradise within Anqing City. Almost every household venerates the Longxing tablet. Although they remain unaware of their benefactor's identity, they do not hesitate to express their profound gratitude, devoutly offering their respects day and night. These little ones are remarkably punctual, yet, have you noticed that their cultivation seems to have advanced significantly? Seated in a humble abode, Du Qinglian clutches a wine jug in one hand while casually tossing fried peanuts into her mouth with the other. Opposite her sits the formidable winesure of the spirit clan TSK. Is it even necessary for you to observe? Those three younglings shadowing the elder daily would be a marvel if their cultivation had not progressed. Without a second thought, Du Qinglian shot him an exaggerated eye roll. Ever since acquiring that precious Bailu grass, her cultivation has soared at an astonishing pace. After all, it is an entity comparable to the clan's treasured painting, the mountains and rivers. It effortlessly shattered her previous limitations. Enough of your envy towards the youth. Moreover, your spirit clan saintess has reaped even greater benefits from the elder. With a beaming smile, she savored another sip of fine wine. Du Qinglian has resided here for quite some time now. Initially, she merely intended to frequent the area to become familiar to Xinyun, yet she gradually found herself enamored with the warm atmosphere of Gulan Alley. It truly astonished me that she could reach the pinnacle of strength in such a short span. She popped another fried peanut into her mouth, the crunch echoing delightfully. Wang Shi, satisfied, smacked his lips. When it comes to gastronomy, no race surpasses the human tribe. Silently lighting 3 sticks of incense and placing them before the Longxing tablet, he turned to continue, as the esteemed prime minister of the human race, why do you choose to reside in this modest dwelling instead of your vast estate? The small courtyard they inhabit is hardly spacious, containing merely 2 rooms no larger than a palm's breadth. Just the thought of Du Qinglian's unabashed demeanor made him grit his teeth in frustration. Of course, you are the spirit clan's Wangshi, why not return to mentor the younger generation? Casting a bemused glance at him, Du Qinglian replied with a cheerful demeanor, that Taoist scripture you recited earlier has already benefited me immensely. Perhaps I truly have a chance to transcend to an even higher realm within my lifetime. At this, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Although Xinyun's recitation was brief, it delivered an impact akin to a tsunami crashing upon the shore. Did you not notice anything peculiar? Even if one desires to preach, it is unnecessary to envelop the entire city. Nodding noncommittally, Wang Shi's gaze flickered with a hint of uncertainty. With the specter of true conflict looming, it is only natural that the storm approaches, and the elder's actions are beyond our comprehension. It is, after all, more crucial to enhance our cultivation during this period. Du Qinglian waved her hand dismissively. Both of them are among the highest echelons of the known world. Their conversation need not be laden with convoluted expressions. As the war against the mists progresses, everyone is acutely aware that if this trend continues, a genuine battle among masters will soon ensue. A renowned, unperturbed, or perhaps transcendent, even the esteemed Empress Qinglan would not dare to guarantee which level of adept would become involved. What they can do now, as Du Qinglian suggested, is to strive for unparalleled strength to secure victory in this war or simply to preserve their lives amidst the chaos. In any case, I believe the elder's actions today are intentional. We have resided here long enough. Should we not pay a visit to the elder? Increasing evidence suggests that the threats hidden within the mists are far more formidable than they previously anticipated. Although Wang Shi has now ascended to the pinnacle of strength, he remains acutely aware of the precariousness of his existence. The known world cannot afford failure, and they cannot withstand any defeat. Otherwise, the consequences for all races would be beyond imagination. Your words possess a semblance of reason. Since the elder has chosen to shelter this alley, there must be sound reasoning behind it. Chewing on a peanut, Du Qinglian exhaled a long breath, her gaze shining even brighter. Meanwhile, outside the city, in the relay station, an almost imperceptible shadow flitted through the darkness. Within a few breaths, it arrived at the gates of Qing'an City. The Ghost King, Zhongjia, his true form remained within the relay station, while this shadow represented the final innate skill of a mist creature, akin to an external incarnation. Time is of the essence. I must infiltrate the city immediately to discern the truth, otherwise, those ancient beings will leave me no chance of survival. Silently cursing under his breath, once a shadow possesses its own consciousness and intellect, it can make many independent judgments. As long as it can endure, Zhongjia cares not for its lineage. Stealthily, it latched onto a gaunt middle-aged man, whose frail state rendered him a prime target due to his weakened vitality and negligible mental fortitude. It felt confident that by attaching itself to this man, it would remain undetected. I must locate the source of that voice. He is my greatest ally in resolving my identity crisis. Before emerging from the shadows, it had meticulously plotted every possible scenario. The core within its body now resembled a powder keg ready to explode. Zhongjia yearned to rid itself of this looming threat. However, as it fully integrated into the emaciated figure, just after stepping through the city gates, it was suddenly besieged by a wave of intense dizziness. The internal organs seemed to rumble in protest. Hungry, just how starved is this fellow that his subconscious compels him to covet every morsel of food in sight? Blast. What is happening? The world spun, and stars danced before its eyes. Summoning every ounce of strength, it clutched a gnarled tree by the roadside, feeling an overwhelming urge to curse. Did not the human race proclaim they had an abundance of grain? Yet this individual appears to be a reincarnated glutton, with nary a scrap of sustenance within. He had consumed a considerable amount of guanine soil. I swear, I will never associate with such a wretch again. Fuming, the current Ghost King could only manage a final howl before collapsing to the ground, having gathered not a single piece of intelligence, succumbing to hunger-induced unconsciousness. Chapter 89. The Ghost King. I have a phrase that I'm unsure whether to utter. What a travesty. Is this individual not on the brink of starvation, nearly devoid of human form? I believe I have encountered him before. He appears to be the cousin of Aunt Lee's daughter-in-law's third uncle. What brings him here? Ah, your memory is indeed impressive, recalling that he is the cousin of Aunt Lee's daughter-in-law's third uncle. Likewise, your tongue-twisting skills are commendable. Can you two simpletons refrain from chattering? Aunt Lee perished from hunger before the benefactor dispatched provisions. In front of the brothel alley, a crowd has gathered, pointing and murmuring around the unconscious Ghost King. The fact that no one starved to death before the benefactor sent grain has become their most closely guarded secret. In the interest of their family's survival, they dare not speak of it to anyone, each person tight-lipped. Thus, the decision of whether to save this man has become a matter of difficult deliberation. Bold Lu, what is your opinion on this matter? In an inconspicuous corner, Li Yuan Kuei inquired with a somber expression. Witnessing someone starve to death before his very eyes is certainly not something he can easily accept. What else could I possibly say? Naturally, we must save him. A resigned smile graced Lu Suifeng's face as he glanced at Wu Wenjai. Since the moment the elder decided to distribute grain for relief, did you truly believe he feared being scrutinized? What a joke. The elder is a figure to whom even the Qinglan Empress must look up. In the entirety of the known world, who could possibly threaten his safety? Your reasoning is quite sound. I find myself at a loss for a rebuttal. Goodness, Qian Zhouling, you sly rascal. Li Yuan Kuei nodded, intending to step forward to assist in the rescue, only to see a figure flash past him. It was Qian Zhouling, already at the side of the unconscious Ghost King. Is he not clearly seeking to showcase his abilities before the elder? Those who practice swordplay are indeed a brazen lot. Everyone, please remain discreet. We have saved this man at Wu Wenjai. Kindly disperse quickly, lest someone detect any irregularities. This could lead to trouble. The taciturn yet determined Qian Zhouling nodded to the surrounding onlookers, swiftly lifting the unconscious Ghost King and returning to Wu Wenjai. Lu Suifeng, a true scholar, possessed a keen intellect. However, he was somewhat slow to react. How could he let this opportunity to garner favor before the elder slip away so easily? With a barely perceptible smile tugging at his lips, he chose to disregard the furious glares of his two companions, raising his voice to exclaim, "Boss, something terrible has happened. He is dead." In the yard, while idly controlling the holographic projections that flitted about chaotically, Shen Yun nearly toppled from his wicker chair upon hearing these words. Damn it! With a flick of his thoughts, he retracted the holographic projections and seized a rolling pin in hand. Fuming, he approached and struck Qian Zhouling on the head with it. What do you mean something terrible has happened? Are you wishing for my demise every day? Qian Zhouling protested. Elder, allow me to explain, that is not my intention. Boss, I didn't mean you, I was referring to this fellow who was on the verge of starvation. He cast a look of grievance toward the unconscious Ghost King. Instinctively loosening his grip, he let the Ghost King fall to the ground. The Ghost King groaned, his forehead colliding with the root of a nearby tree, a large bump visibly forming in an instant. Shen Yun retorted, Qian Zhouling, if he does not recover, you shall be deemed a murderer. Rest assured, I will personally escort you to the authorities to confess and seek leniency. He shot a glare at him. Is this fellow becoming a fool from practicing swordplay? He has recently appeared rather dim-witted. Qian Zhouling, like a defeated rooster, sulked to the side. This situation seems to deviate from what he had envisioned. Boss, this man is reportedly the cousin of Aunt Lee's daughter-in-law's third uncle. Suppressing a chuckle, Li Yuan Kuei hurriedly stepped forward, speaking in a deep voice. Qian Zhouling, you are a fool. Before we dispatched the grain, Aunt Lee's entire family succumbed to starvation. This fellow likely sought refuge with relatives after losing his means of livelihood in the countryside. With a long sigh, Lu Suifeng's tone turned somber. Prior to the onset of the famine, he had indulged in Aunt Lee's fried cakes on more than one occasion. While they were not particularly delectable, the elderly woman's warm smile was etched into his heart like a chisel on stone. Prosperity brings suffering to the common folk, demise brings suffering to the common folk. The elder's teachings ring true. Lifting the Ghost King, he placed him on the wicker chair. I shall examine his condition first. After all, having resided in this brothel alley for many years, Shen Yun's heart sank at the thought. The saint of medicine, Max, promptly activated. He meticulously checked the Ghost King's pulse, his furrowed brow gradually relaxing. It appeared he had nearly fainted from hunger. The three young men, upon hearing this, hurriedly nodded and dashed toward the kitchen to prepare a watery porridge with scant rice. A flickering light danced into view. Instinctively, Shen Yun smacked his lips. It smelled delightful. Who am I? Where am I? The Ghost King, Zhongjia, awoke with a momentary lapse of clarity, staring blankly at the ceiling. After what felt like several cups of tea had passed, he finally regained his senses. Damn it, were it not for the soul residing in another's body, how could I, a dignified Ghost King and a being of supreme strength, succumb to starvation? What a monumental disgrace. His gaze was vacant, his eyes unblinking. Well done, old Shen, the elder has successfully rescued the individual, while you have successfully rendered him foolish, Lu Suifeng remarked, stepping closer and observing with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. Li Yuankue, standing nearby, seized the opportunity to mock. You have indeed outdone yourself, old Shen, that was our finely milled Beilongjiang rice, and yet you saved a fool. Shen Zhouling clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to unleash a torrent of anger. He then engaged in a battle of wits with the two sarcastic companions. Did I really cause him to become a fool? What on earth is this finely milled Beilongjiang rice? His eyes darted about, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Moments later, he emitted a few whines and attempted to struggle upright from the bed. Who claims I rendered him foolish? Is he not awake now? Shen Zhouling, startled, excitedly pointed at the Ghost King and declared, have you ever seen a fool whose eyes can turn? And moreover, a whiny one at that. Zhongjia interjected, I have a phrase that I'm uncertain whether to utter. Ah, it seems he has truly awakened. Are you the cousin of Aunt Li's daughter-in-law's third uncle? Li Yuankue leaned closer, inquiring with curiosity. As he touched the egg-sized bump on his forehead, Zhongjia felt a surge of anger. The cold energy of the ghostly realm coursed through him as he exclaimed, Who am I? But before he could finish his sentence, he caught sight of the luminous orb resting in the room, radiating a gentle glow. A chaos pearl larger than a watermelon. Chapter 90. The case is solved, the disappearing beast has been found. As the Ghost King, Zhongjia, regained consciousness, he was immediately engulfed in an overwhelming confusion. Am I truly within the imperial palace of the human race? Although he had long been aware of the existence of the chaos pearl, most of those encountered in the marketplace were merely the size of eggs. Stammering for what felt like an eternity, he ultimately failed to articulate a single coherent sentence. The only figure occupying Zhongjia's mind was the formidable Empress Qinglan, a woman whose power left him breathless. Who else could possibly possess such a precious treasure? Alas, it was evident, this individual had completely lost his wits, unable to even form a clear sentence. Li Yuankue, reveling in the spectacle, fanned the flames of chaos. Shen Zhouling, struggling to suppress the urge to draw his sword, pointed an accusatory finger at the Ghost King, exclaiming, They say he is the cousin of Li De Auntie's daughter-in-law's third uncle. Should you dare to stoke the flames further, do you believe I will not confront you in a duel right now? Li De Auntie's daughter-in-law's third uncle? What kind of convoluted relationship is this? Zhongjia felt an inexplicable twitch at the corner of his mouth, and weakly inquired, Pardon me, esteemed young heroes, but where exactly is this? Internally, he fervently prayed to the celestial deities, hoping that upon opening his eyes, he would not find himself in the human imperial palace. Setting aside the terrifying palace guards, the shadow of having been brutally beaten by Du Qinglian still lingered in his mind. Where else could this be? Isn't this the brothel alley you wish to seek refuge in? Li Yuankue replied curtly, disinterested in Shen Zhouling's antics. Zhongjia was left utterly perplexed. What manner of place is this brothel alley? Why do humans refer to their imperial palace as an alley? Could it be that Empress Qinglan harbors some peculiar inclination? With merely a fragment of a remnant soul to cling to, he could not access more of the host's memories. Enough, since you are fine, rise from your bed at once, come, let us meet your savior. In the midst of their banter, Lu Suifeng disregarded the two boorish warriors. Zhongjia's throat constricted, and he could distinctly feel a warm energy coursing through him. The sensation of hunger, once overwhelming, had dissipated entirely. To his astonishment, this energy was continuously mending the damaged meridians in his body, worn from years of toil. What miraculous method is this? In a state of bewilderment, Zhongjia stealthily descended from the bed, gazing vacantly at the three men and asking, Is this not the imperial palace? Their laughter erupted at his question, their amusement palpable. Indeed, it was evident he was a hapless country bumpkin, mistaking such a modest room for an imperial palace. Have you lost your senses from hunger? How could this possibly be an imperial palace? Lu Suifeng chuckled, moving to explain, See, this is merely an ordinary courtyard. Li Yuankue interjected, You dare call the elder's courtyard ordinary? Shen Zhouling chimed in, Quickly note this down. I must inform the elder about this matter later. This fellow has been rather arrogant of late. Oh, my sincerest apologies, esteemed sirs. I must have been dazed from hunger. Zhongjia breathed a sigh of relief within, grateful to avoid the wrath of the formidable Empress Qinglan. However, as he stepped outside, his body froze in place, petrified by the scene before him. The ethereal essence of the world, the opulent pavilions and towers. Compared to this, what significance does the human imperial palace hold? Could this truly be the abode of some venerable master, an ordinary courtyard? Where do you find the audacity to utter such words? Turning to Lu Suifeng, Zhongjia's face was etched with sorrow. Ahem, when I referred to ordinary, it was not meant to offend you. My employer has always claimed this is merely an ordinary mansion. Instantly grasping the implication in their gazes, Lu Suifeng hurriedly defended himself, wishing to shift the focus. Qian Jiuling retorted, "You need not speak further. I've noted everything you've said." Li Yuankuei chuckled, "Ah, how delightful, let us see how you escape this predicament." Zhongjia now found himself beyond exasperation. His gaze fell upon a nearby pool, nearly causing his eyes to pop out in astonishment. By the heavens, the case has indeed been solved. The ancient beasts of the Eastern Sea have finally been located, yet, why do they all appear to be sealed, curled up in the corners of the pond, afraid to even move? What lies within? His mind nearly ceased to function. Though his cultivation was diminished, his sight remained keen. Even with the slightest glance, he could discern the true forms of these sea creatures. Zhongjia could no longer contain himself, his lips twitching and body trembling as he stammered, "These beasts, even in ancient times, were notorious for their ferocity. At their peak, a single one could easily crush me to dust. What manner of situation is this? Do not gaze where you should not, nor inquire about matters best left unasked. They are merely a few seafood creatures. Must you be so terrified?" Zhongjia's bewilderment left them utterly speechless. Qian Jiuling began to regret bringing him back to the courtyard. "Ah, have you finally regained your senses?" At that moment, a voice as soothing as a spring breeze floated through the air. A young man, not far off, smiled as he spoke. Zhongjia, lofty as a mountain, as if on the brink of an abyss, unfathomable and terrifying. Upon seeing Xin Yun, these words inexplicably sprang to mind. He dared not release any aura to probe the depths of this human being. Before him, he felt as insignificant as an ant in the vastness of the world. Should the other wish it, a mere breath could reduce him to ashes. "You must have faced considerable hardship on your journey to the capital, haven't you?" Due to Li Daanti's influence, Xin Yun maintained a gentle demeanor toward her relatives. Even as he offered a bowl of thin porridge, Zhongjia's mind was rendered blank. It was as though his very essence had been siphoned away, leaving him devoid of even the most basic capacity for thought. He suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, the sudden demise of celestial beings, the annihilation of long-hidden spies within the city. Considering these inconsequential creatures, even he could not withstand a single breath before this individual. "Fear not, there is no need for concern. I am aware of your origins. Tonight, do not be in haste to depart. First, take the time to familiarize yourself with your surroundings." Observing his bewildered expression, Xin Yun's smile grew warmer. "After all, now that you have arrived, there is no reason to leave. Zhongjia, you know of my origins, not to leave? Has this person seen through my every secret?" Chapter 91. The Ghost King has surrendered. Our spirit clan also possesses shameful techniques. Zhongjia has now begun to question his existence with fervent intensity. Why does standing here feel more perilous than entering the human royal palace? What is he thinking? My esteemed employer is speaking to you. Could you not concentrate a little? Li Yuankuei cast him a disgruntled glare. For reasons unknown, there was an unsettling feeling whenever he looked at this fellow. Yes, indeed, I have come here to seek refuge with relatives. Wherever you say to stay, I shall abide." His peripheral vision swept over the pond again. Without a moment's thought, Zhongjia vigorously nodded in agreement. It turns out there exists such a formidable deity in Qingyan City. No wonder their misty endeavors have met with repeated failures. Well, even though Aunt Li and the others have since passed away. If you have chosen to venture into the brothel district in search of a way to survive, you must understand there are certain deeds that can be done and others that must not. Xin Yun cast a meaningful glance his way. He had no intention of making his affluence and provisions public just yet. After all, in these tumultuous times, it is wise to maintain a low profile. However, these words fell upon Zhongjia's ears and transformed into an entirely different sentiment, seeking a way to survive, recognizing which actions are permissible and which are not. Indeed, everything about him was seen clearly by this elder. Understood, I shall comply. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly made a decision. Zhongjia now comprehended better than anyone that should he utter a word of defiance, he might turn to ash in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the moment he laid eyes on Xin Yun, his resolve to break free from the mist's control solidified further. This senior had not directly taken action against him, clearly leaving him an opportunity. Faced with such a grand chance, one must not let it slip away easily. Thus, with the assistance of Lu Suifeng and his companions, they promptly tidied up Aunt Li's desolate residence. They even generously provided pots, pans, and various essential living supplies. The once mighty Ghost King commenced a life of cohabitation amongst mere mortals. Standing at the entrance of a grocery store, he observed himself carrying a thick quilt, nodding and bowing his way back into the house. Xin Yun could not help but let out a long sigh. Truly, I am an exceedingly benevolent person. I simply cannot bear to witness the suffering of my neighbors. He then patted his slightly empty stomach. Perhaps tonight I shall reluctantly indulge in esteemed eel, deep-sea emperor eel. Human, please do not gaze at me with such a perilous look. I was once a fearsome ancient beast. Do I not deserve some dignity? Xin Yuning, indeed, you are precisely the one. You appear to be quite delectable. Deep-sea emperor eel, MMP. Get lost. In a secluded courtyard of a certain inn in Qingyan City, Shui Qingying's meditative breathing gradually came to an end. As she gazed at the moon ascending above, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. It has grown dark, the moon is out. I hope the crimson moonlight shines down promptly. Deep within her heart, a long-awaited small fortune was pulsating with excitement. Why does it feel like something is amiss? She scratched her head and suddenly noticed the calming jade pendant hanging around her neck. Shui Qingying, oh dear, I nearly forgot. Is this not the treasure sent to me as a gift? With a face flushed with shyness, she cradled her small visage, remembering the absurdities of the previous night. The spirit clan saintess began to feel an uncontrollable restlessness. Engaging in such intimate affairs truly makes one crave more. The Elder's power is indeed magnificent. No wonder the Qinglan Empress is willing to share with me. She cannot bear it alone, can she? With this thought, she slowly rose, her toes barely touching the ground. Moments later, she vanished without a trace. In the vastness of the night, a fluffy little snowfox darted about, its short legs moving rapidly as it frolicked. Today, I absolutely must not allow the Qinglan Empress to take the lead. Meanwhile, Shen sat contentedly in his courtyard, letting out a satisfied belch. Steamed hairy crabs, braised mountain chicken, fragrant osmanthus cake, accompanied by a jar of aged yellow wine. Although he had temporarily spared the deep-sea emperor eel, he still savored the lingering flavors. Meow, meow. Just as he finished tidying up the remnants of his meal, he heard two adorable meows emanating from the corner of the wall. Little one, you have returned. Overjoyed, Shen hurried forward and scooped it into his embrace. Not forgetting to pat its round little belly. I see you are quite plump. You must have eaten a lot tonight, haven't you? Qinglan Empress, after being tossed about by you for half the night before sleep, having digested the essence you bestowed upon me, of course, I am hungry. I only ate a tiny bit, truly just a minuscule amount. Seeing it act coy and adorable in his arms, Shen could not help but chuckle, understanding that when one is hungry, one must eat. Indeed, being able to eat is a blessing. A little kitten so cute certainly can do no wrong. As they frolicked, a series of mournful barks broke the atmosphere. Turning around, Shen discovered that little Sa had somehow appeared under the tree, looking at them with a face full of grievance. Qinglan Empress, can you not be any more obsequious? You arrived so early. The royal palace is quite a distance from the elder's home. Surely you must have set out before dark. Her fluffy face bore an expression of indignation. This woman dreams of taking advantage of the elder. Qinglan Empress, surprised. Are you? Do not be fooled by your current strength. My cultivation still surpasses yours even 1,000 miles away. It is but a stone's throw to me. Do you think you can contend with me, little Sa? You have arrived just in time. Let me see if your belly is as round as it should be. Shen, blissfully unaware of the rivalry between the two women, also hurried forward to embrace her. Without hesitation, he began to tickle her belly. Ha, it seems you have eaten more than the little kitten. Shui Qingying, I am still in my growth phase, and I must also digest the elder's blessings. Eating a bit more is only natural, is it not? She playfully licked Shen face with her tongue, raising her small head. She defiantly glared at the Qinglan Empress. Do not think that only your human clan possesses those shameful techniques. Our spirit clan has plenty as well. For instance, today I thoroughly studied the 36 postures of yin and yang, intricately entwined in 72 forms. Tonight, let the storm rage even more fiercely. Chapter 92 The Unveiling of the Rune Masteress Skills. Where is my esteemed green dragon crescent blade? The Ghost King has exploded. It was a complete and utter catastrophe from beginning to end. He never anticipated that the unfortunate soul he had possessed, known as Li Ernio, would perish from hunger upon entering the city. Were it not for his own power still lingering, his physical form would have begun to decay long ago. What a dismal state. I am merely a fragment of my former self, utterly incapable of sustaining this corporeal body's vitality for long. With a forlorn expression, I plopped down onto the bed. Chongjia was utterly bewildered. In its protracted existence, it had never encountered such an embarrassing predicament, yet, scarcely had it begun to lament when a flash of insight illuminated its mind. Wait, I seem to have overlooked a crucial factor. Given that esteemed elder's profound cultivation, it was impossible for him not to perceive my condition. A chilling dread surged from the soles of my feet to the crown of my head. Chongjia's mind began to race. Although it still had no comprehension of what the so-called White Dragon River rice flower fragrance truly was, it could surmise that whatever had yanked this body back from the brink of death must be an extraordinary divine artifact. Since that elder had reached such lengths, his intentions were unmistakably clear, were they not? He wishes for me to completely abandon the misty shadows and even the identity of the Ghost King. To be reborn as a human. Upon reaching this realization, Chongjia felt parched. It seized the tepid water jug on the table and gulped down several mouthfuls. In the mist, it had risen from obscurity. From a naive and unknowing shadow devoid of any spiritual awareness, it had ascended to its current state, yet those sealed ancients had never regarded it as a true peer even upon breaking through to the pinnacle of strength. To them, the so-called Ghost King was merely a slightly more robust ant. The core essence remained firmly in their grasp, its very survival hinged upon their whims. Over the years, how many opportunities have I forsaken in service of the mist, how much suffering have I endured? In the pursuit of orchestrating their grand return, I sacrificed countless members of the ghostly race, only to be met with perpetual pity and reprimands. Past experiences replayed in Chongjia's mind like an old film. When a seed took root in its heart, certain ambitions and grievances began to uncontrollably burgeon. I yearned to live with dignity, like a human, to breathe in fresh air freely, to bask in the sunlight and rain without restraint. Since the elder has bestowed upon me this opportunity for choice, why should I not follow my heart? My breaths grew heavier. My gaze gradually ignited with fervor, observing the corpse spots multiplying upon my arm. I understood that only by shattering my essence and investing all my power into this body could I possibly utilize my innate talents to facilitate Li Ernio's soul exchange and rebirth. As a sliver of blood-red moonlight streamed through the window, I finally made the most arduous and pivotal decision of my life. The relay station outside Qing'an City, the Ghost King's true form, merrily indulging in wine and laughter with the border commander, suddenly froze, caught off guard. Before the other could comprehend what transpired, a resounding explosion echoed, black smoke billowed forth, the physical form detonated. Damn it, I merely lost it. Rock paper scissors to him twice. Was it truly necessary to explode in rage? The border commander stood agog. Witnessing the scene unfold, the aura of the Ghost King Chongjia rapidly dissipated, signifying a genuine demise. You might find it hard to believe, but I, while drinking and playing games, inadvertently caused the death of a pinnacle Ghost King. I still held my wine cup in hand, and the chicken leg in my mouth had been forgotten in mid-chew. The border commander was utterly dumbfounded, his lips twitching uncontrollably. The spirit stone seemed to have turned to dust. I reckon the esteemed officials of the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of War would never believe my tale. Oh dear, is it still possible for me to feign death? As dawn broke, Shen Yun unexpectedly stirred from his slumber. He skillfully wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and, with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, climbed out of bed. What a calamity, what on earth has happened to me? Last night was yet another night of dreamless slumber. The troubling part was that it was now the second consecutive night, and the woman atop him had escalated from 1 to 2. Recalling the incredibly vivid sensations and euphoric highs, he felt an inexplicable embarrassment. Point 1 was a poised and capable woman, particularly with those long legs, perfectly proportioned, with skin as delicate as silk. Most importantly, she was agile and strong, unlocking many realms of knowledge that had previously only existed in his imagination. The other was youthful and vibrant, brimming with fiery passion, though their synergy still lacked some finesse. Her melodious voice was captivating, seeping into his bones. Just a few whispered words in his ear had left his heart aflutter, and her stunning beauty, even a slight bite of her lip could ignite his very soul. Good heavens, it appears that finding a girlfriend must be prioritized. Otherwise, my sanity may soon be in jeopardy. A smile, more grotesque than tears, graced Shen Yun's face. He found himself utterly unable to accept his current state. Nonetheless, being an adult, it was best to bury such thoughts deep within. He rose to stretch his limbs and then stepped into the courtyard, performing a set of 5 animal frolics as per his routine. Thankfully, within the bounds of the system's protection, I was invincible. Otherwise, my body would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. Muttering to himself amid a cloud of frustration, Shen Yun unexpectedly realized that despite the outlandish dreams, his physical condition had noticeably improved day by day. Even without activating the system's invincible attributes, he could distinctly feel his strength enhancing, his speed accelerating, and his endurance flourishing. Even without any innate talent for cultivation, it did not hinder his pursuit of physical fitness. If he persisted in this manner, perhaps he could prolong his lifespan, year after year. Ding dong, the system issued its daily task. A daily task of the host must recite the Tao Te Ching in front of others within 2 hours. Task completion reward: unlock new daily skill, pattern rune drawing. Task failure penalty: all daily skill counts reset to 0, and the host shall endure the wrath of 5 thunderbolts. Countdown begins. 3:59:59. 3. 59:58. 3 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. Shen Yun, hey, you dog of a system, you dare insult my dignity with host pig? What does that even mean? Explain yourself. In a fit of anger, he scanned his surroundings. Where is my 80-meter-long green dragon crescent blade? Chapter 93 of the Tao Te Ching has been published. How is it that you all fell asleep while listening? There seems to be a system bug, and efforts are underway to rectify it. Shen Yun, I have encountered many shameless individuals, yet none as audacious as you. The system has been successfully repaired. May I inquire if the host desires an 80-meter-long Qinglong Yenue blade? Upon seeing this system notification, Shen Yun couldn't help but twitch his lips in irritation. Indeed, you are correct. Bring forth my 80-meter-long Qinglong Yenue blade and let us see if I can't bring you to your end today. What is the host's cultivation talent? Surely you possess some awareness of it yourself. There is no 80-meter-long Qinglong Yenue blade, but would you care for an 8-centimeter nail clipper instead? Shen Yun sighed, though I longed to retort. It strangely seemed to possess a semblance of logic, leaving me with a sense of frustration lodged in my chest. Shen Yun silently turned away, then raised his voice to call out, time to rise, you lazy bones. Do you not realize the sun is already high in the sky? Lu Suifeng. Li Yuankue, Qian Zhouling, by the heavens above, can it be that the dawn has only just broken? Boss, has something occurred? Wiping the remnants of drool from the corner of his mouth, Qian Zhouling rushed out of the room like the wind, his hair still in disarray and his clothes only half donned. Confucius once said the early bird catches the worm. Do you not aspire to become a worm that is not devoured by birds? Having finally found an outlet for his pent-up frustration, Shen Yun scolded without hesitation. Lu Suifeng, Senior, I can comprehend each word you utter, yet when they are strung together, I find myself utterly befuddled. He pondered deeply for a considerable time. Father, son, Mosey, Confucius, it seemed no sage had uttered such words. Yet, boss, it is indeed not yet midday. Li Yuankue's head buzzed. Just a moment ago, he had been slaying foes in his dreams, and now he stood in a daze in the courtyard, looking at Shen Yun with a bewildered expression. Ha, you crude warrior, you are unworthy of being a steward of time. With a scoff, Shen Yun pointed to a nearby stone bench. Go, sit in a row for me. Count yourselves fortunate, you 3 little ones, for today I shall elucidate the Tao Te Ching for you. The moment these words left his lips, Lu Suifeng and the others instantly became alert, their lingering sleepiness dissipating in an instant. The Tao Te Ching, a classic of Taoism passed down since ancient times. The profound truths it contains are such that even the mightiest of warriors may struggle to comprehend them fully throughout their lives, and now, for a senior to personally explain it to them? This could not merely be described as an opportunity, it was a divine bestowal. Observing the 3 of them, their eyes sparkling with anticipation, Shen Yun nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, they are worthy companions. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Therefore, always be without desire, in order to observe its wonders. Always have desire, in order to observe its boundaries. As the system ticked away in countdown, Shen Yun held a copy of the Tao Te Ching and began to recite. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he opened his mouth, an enigmatic force manifested and spread throughout the city at an astonishing pace. The three young men sitting across from him were the first to be affected, their minds engulfed in a deafening roar, subsequently immersing themselves entirely in the text's content. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Ghost King, who had been awake nearly all night, rubbed his dry, weary eyes. Indeed, this human body is not particularly efficient, various ailments intertwined, greatly limiting his capacity, the sensation of being human. It has been far too long. Rising from the bed, he struggled to stretch his limbs. Zhongjia had nearly forgotten how long it had been since he utilized the talents of the Shadow Clan. This tactile, warm sensation brought him an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Gurgle, his stomach growled, promptly pulling his thoughts back to reality. Yes, as a human, and an exceedingly ordinary one at that, food and water are daily necessities, leading him to realize that perhaps it was time to start cooking. Yet at that moment, a low yet clear voice pierced through the doors and windows, reaching his ears directly. All under heaven no beauty is beauty, and thus evil is born. All no goodness is goodness, and thus not goodness is born. Therefore, the sage engages in non-action and imparts teachings without words. Every motion froze in place, leaving him no room for resistance, utterly dazed by the profound power inherent in the voice. The ghostly energy within his body began to dissipate gradually. The core essence, which had nestled deep within his meridians, was continuously melting away, forming waves of pure power. There was no warning, no indication. Has the senior already begun? Not daring to exhibit any carelessness, Zhongjia promptly sat cross-legged on the ground. The Tao Te Ching, this was indeed the supreme sacred text of human Taoism. His heart ignited with fervor. He immediately cast aside all distracting thoughts, dedicating himself wholly to the comprehension of the scripture. Shedding the fog of confusion, he transformed completely into a human. This monumental opportunity lay before him in unadulterated clarity. Unlike the previous recitation of the Calamity-Dispelling Sutra, this recitation of the Tao Te Ching from Xinyan's lips elicited no extraordinary sensations in ordinary individuals. They merely noticed their thoughts becoming clearer, while minor problems seemed simpler and easier to resolve. Yet, in the ears of those with cultivation talent, it was as if a veil had been lifted. They sprang from their beds with remarkable speed, eager to comprehend and cultivate. Can one truly believe in the arrival of such fortuitous opportunities? Indeed, this is humanity, this is in the imperial capital of humanity. From the fingernails of those venerable beings, mere dust is sufficient to sate the hunger of ordinary cultivators. However, oblivious to all that was transpiring, Xinyan continued his fervent recitation. The way of heaven is to benefit without harming. The way of the sage is to act without contention. Having laboriously completed the final word, he raised a cup of tea, parched and weary, and without a second thought, gulped it down. In this era, how precious is a reliable and useful system. After silently lamenting a few more times, Xinyan finally lifted his head. You three rascals, I intended for you to cleanse your spirits, yet you have the audacity to fall asleep while seated? Chapter 94. Visitors from another realm. A small firebird falls from the sky. Just as the practitioners in Anqing City began their collective meditation, amidst the depths of the mist, the towering Great Wall suddenly radiated in astonishing brilliance. Even in broad daylight, its luminosity was blinding and dazzling. As a flash of resplendent colors passed by, several figures emerged slowly from within. The mist continued to dissipate, yet its density appeared to be increasing day by day. It seemed that the time for those sealed beings to re-emerge was drawing near. The Great Wall was immensely tall, almost touching the clouds. Among the group, a man adorned in splendid attire gazed contemplatively into the mist across the abyss, remarking, according to our calculations of the known world, they stand no chance against this impending catastrophe. Behind him, a handsome young man scoffed dismissively, then spoke with a tone of utmost respect. Your Majesty, the Eastern King, why should we concern ourselves with that group of inept individuals from the known world? We have withstood the majority of the mist's onslaught, yet they cannot even manage the slight density. On their side, the vast majority held the so-called known world in utter contempt. Years had passed since the last great war, and they had only become more pitiful, unworthy of being called the origin of heritage, preposterous. The Eastern King had often warned against underestimating the known world, lest our plans. A young woman with a furrowed brow chastised. However, before she could finish her thought, she hesitated and fell silent. Plans, such matters are not to be casually spoken of. It is precisely for that plan that I require you to venture into the known world. The Eastern King's gaze, as solid as matter itself, turned away. The Western King has dispatched his most formidable saintess, who has evaded the mist using the technique of time regression. If my calculations are correct, she should now be appearing in the capital of the human race. Those simple words immediately cast an immense weight upon the individuals behind him. Your Majesty, the competition for the imperial throne is imminent. The Western King's actions, the young woman's brow knitted in concern. Perhaps outsiders were unaware, but they understood full well that the four kings were never a flawless entity. Among them, the Western King was the most fervent advocate for war. The saintess, does that woman, Zhuge Yanran, even deserve such a title? The young man declared, Your Majesty, simply issue the command. Our expedition to the known world will surely eradicate all troubles at their inception. His confidence stemmed from his own formidable abilities. With a disdainful chuckle, he emanated an astonishing aura and power. The pinnacle of strength, and it was formidable, far beyond the likes of the Ghost King. I am willing to venture through fire and water for your Majesty. The others, upon hearing this, quickly knelt solemnly on one knee. In their eyes, the Eastern King was a deity, exalted and unfathomable. Very well, henceforth, I command you to spare no effort in stopping Zhuge Yanran. The Eastern King nodded lightly, then with a wave of his grand sleeves enveloped the group, instructing them to enlighten those in the known world about the true terror of the mist. They must come to terms with the disparity between themselves and us, understood? As his words fell, a rift in the void suddenly appeared in the sky. The individuals who had just knelt behind him simultaneously vanished from their positions. Twilight quietly descended, some disheveled figures emerged from the shadows, their armor riddled with numerous wounds, even their sharp swords bearing several chips. After battling through the mist, they had finally infiltrated Anqing City, yet Zhuge Yanran's entire being was a testament to her disarray. Damn those mist creatures. Why are they so different from the ones I usually encounter? Even in self-detonation, they obstruct my path. Spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood, her stunning visage appeared particularly pale under the moonlight. After a moment's hesitation, her gaze quickly fixed upon the distant royal city of Anqing, her resolve strengthening. No matter what, finding the current human king was paramount, otherwise, with the imminent eruption of the mist, they would stand no chance of resistance. Recalling the Western king's admonitions before her departure, Zhuge Yanran's emotions reignited fervently, yet, just as she took a few steps, the moonlight above suddenly cast down several streaks of crimson. Just as she began to rise, a dark object plummeted from the sky, striking the ground directly in front of her. Xinyun, while leisurely enjoying a freshly roasted sweet potato in his courtyard, before he could take a bite, a dark object unexpectedly fell from the sky, landing squarely before him. What on earth? Startled, he instinctively jumped back several steps. Upon discerning that it was merely a small bird, he sighed in relief, realizing it was just a slumbering creature that had fallen from the sky. As Zhuge Yanran? What has happened? Where is my power? Why does everything around me seem to have grown countless times larger? A myriad of complex emotions surged within her heart. As she lifted her gaze, she spotted a peculiar round face peering down at her with curiosity. Zhuge Yanran, put away that loathsome expression. Her reprimand was caught in her throat, unable to escape. Instead, she opened her mouth and emitted a sound akin to that of a startled bird. Ha! I can still make noise? Curiosity piqued, she picked up the little bird and cradled it in her palm, observing its feathers. This adorable little creature was undoubtedly adored by many unsuspecting maidens. Perhaps she could keep it and feed it. If it proved unsellable later, she could always roast it for a meal. Zhuge Yanran, where did this ignorant fool come from, who gave you the audacity to think you could domesticate this saintess? Opening her mouth, she was ready to unleash her fury, but instead, she merely croaked. Zhuge Yanran, well, you seem rather lively. Would you care for something to eat? Xinyun found her antics amusing, and nonchalantly picked up a piece of sweet potato produced from his spatial realm. Zhuge Yanran shot him a disdainful glance, yet as her gaze swept over the sweet potato, she suddenly felt ill at ease. Chapter 95 of the neural reflex arc of this saintess is quite lengthy. Xinyun's curiosity was piqued. Is this a sweet potato chunk? Does your sweet potato look like this? Although inexplicably transformed into a small bird, Zhuge Yanran immediately recognized the object in Xinyun's hand, which was infused with an extraordinarily rich vitality. Eh? Why aren't you eating? Are you not interested in this kind of sweet potato? Observing its indecisive demeanor, Xinyun couldn't help but ask. I in the world he traversed from, weren't birds omnivorous? Eating sweet potatoes shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Zhuge Yanran replied with a sneer. Foolish native of the known world, do you think I have never encountered food brimming with life force? You think you can deceive this saintess with just a piece of sweet potato? You must be dreaming. Look at your pitiful state. Have you not filled your belly in a long time? Since you don't fancy vegetarian fare, shall I offer you something meatier? Silently placing the sweet potato aside, Xinyun casually picked up a plate of the mountain chicken he had left uneaten. This tastes delightful. Would you care for a bit? Zhuge Yanran's heart was filled with disdain. She turned her head away haughtily. Damn the native of the known world, not only are you foolish, but utterly hopelessly so. How could someone of my noble status consume your leftovers? However, as her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the remnants of the mountain chicken, her expression shifted dramatically. The vitality was still surging forth, and the powerful traces of Taoist fortune were subtly visible upon it. What a wretched creature, you dare call this chicken? Surely you did not slaughter a phoenix for this barbecue, did you? Even in their world, Zhuge Yanran had never encountered such a precious delicacy. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to partake. Could it be? You aren't even interested in this? With her patience waning, Xinyun tossed the sweet potato into the nearby thicket. Did you not crave insects? Then go feast to your heart's content. Yet, the next moment, a comically absurd scene unfolded. The fiery red little bird, thrown into the grass, scampered on its short legs, flapping its wings, and swiftly returned before him. Then leaped onto the stone table and began to feast heartily on the mountain chicken. Zhuge Yanran exclaimed, so delicious, I have never tasted such exquisite food in my life. As pure vitality flowed into her limbs, the injury she had sustained from the fog monsters began to heal at a visible rate. However, the ominous traces of Taoist marks were imprinted directly upon her path, not only restoring her cultivation but gradually filling the gaps in her Tao. She was utterly astonished. Despite being a saintess under the Western heavenly throne and having encountered numerous rare treasures, she had never come across a delicacy of such caliber. After a good half an hour, the mountain chicken before her was entirely devoured. Little one, you were just acting aloof moments ago. Who would have thought you would succumb so quickly to the allure of fine food, utterly lacking in decorum? Accustomed to petting cats and teasing dogs, Xinyun paid little mind to the small bird. However, seeing its ravenous consumption, he couldn't help but chuckle. Zhuge Yanran sighed, how satisfying, how delightful, this must be the most sumptuous meal I have ever had since birth. Wait, I have transformed into a stunning phoenix, which is to say, the juvenile form of the Zhuke. This situation is already bizarre. Who is this native before me? What connection could he possibly have to my predicament? How is he able to present such treasures to me? Countless questions flooded her mind as she looked up, staring blankly at Xinyun. Don't look at me like that. It's not like I knocked you from the heavens. Consider yourself fortunate to have been found by me. She thought, surprised by the bird's appealing appearance, which seemed to possess a hint of human-like understanding, instantly piquing Xinyun's interest. My transformation into a stunning phoenix has no bearing on him. Our encounter is merely fate. Zhuge Yanran's crimson eyes darted around, and as she gazed again at Xinyun, her pupils involuntarily narrowed. Incomprehensible, this man is utterly inscrutable. I cannot even sense any fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him. His unyielding demeanor, calm and composed, exudes an aura that seems to surpass even that of the Western Heavenly Throne. Is there truly such a formidable expert in the known world? This notion was simply too astonishing. After savoring the flavors lingering in her mouth, her expression betrayed her lingering uncertainty. Having eaten and drunk to my fill, have I finally regained my senses? Rest assured, I have no intention of roasting little birds for the time being, Xinyun said with a grin as Zhuge Yanran felt an inner turmoil. Listen, is that even human language? How could one contemplate eating such a charming bird? Even if I do not consume your leftovers, with the abundant spiritual energy here, I shall recover my cultivation in no time. Clinging to her final vestiges of pride, she soon realized something was amiss. Spiritual energy? Abundant, here, goodness, I may have stumbled upon a false known world, otherwise, how could the spiritual energy here be purer and more abundant than that of the Western Heavenly Throne's paradise? Even a single breath brings an intoxicating sensation. Finally, her lengthy neural reflex arc completed its circuit. When she lifted her head once more to gaze at the smiling man before her heart was already in a tempest of turmoil. Is there truly such an unfathomable existence among the natives of the known world? Well, now that you are full, shouldn't you return home to find your mother? Xinyun squatted down and gently patted the top of Zhuge Yanran's head. Her feathers were smooth to the touch, and the sensation was delightful. Gugugugu, opening her beak, Zhuge Yanran attempted to clarify her origins, but the sound that emerged was an ungraceful bird call. All right. How careless of me, I forgot that I had become a stunning phoenix. What's this? You seem rather reluctant to part with me. If you wish to stay, just nod your head. Beyond petting cats and teasing dogs, Xinyun swiftly ventured into a new area of interest, playing with birds. Naturally, this was contingent upon the bird's apparent understanding of human nature. Such matters were not to be taken lightly. I must uncover this man's true nature, otherwise, the meticulously crafted plans of the Western Heavenly Throne would be at risk of unraveling at any moment. With her little schemes firmly in place, she lifted her head once more to look at Xinyun, instantly bobbing her head like a chick pecking for grains. No, rather, like a little bird pecking for seeds. Chapter 96, The Disheveled Western Saintess. Zhuge Yanran's worldview shattered. Observing the scene before him, Xinyun erupted into a hearty, soothing laughter. This little bird is rather amusing, truly delightful. Keeping it at home could somewhat alleviate the void left by the absence of my kittens and little Sasa. Very well, since fate has brought us together, I shall reluctantly take you in.as for when you wish to depart and return to where you came from. That is entirely permissible. With a smile, he cradled it in his palm, gently stroking it from head to tail like one would a cat. The texture is indeed quite pleasant. However, this remark fell upon Zhuge Yanran's ears like a bolt from the blue. Her cultivation had already reached the threshold of semi-ultimate strength. In their world, she could be considered among the top 3 prodigies, yet, this man before her seemed to have already discerned her origins. Could it be that he, after merely a brief interaction, had unraveled everything? The long arc of her nervous reflex completed its circuit. At this moment, the Western Saintess retained a semblance of clarity. Yet, she was utterly filthy. If I do not give you a thorough wash, how could you possibly sleep in my bedroom? Xinyun mused, feeling the increasingly cool evening breeze. He then turned to the kitchen, poured some hot water, and casually tossed Zhuge Yanran into it. Zhuge Yanran, help, this young lady cannot swim. Am I to drown in this basin? Having suffered from aquaphobia since birth, she flailed about in the basin in a panic. Her face, a portrait of terror, led her to believe that Xinyun intended to drown her and roast her for dinner. Do not panic. Do not panic, try standing up. Xinyun exclaimed, a dark line flashing across his forehead. Firmly pinning the trembling Zhuge Yanran down, he remarked, see, the water barely reaches your legs. This saintess is not panicking. I am simply elated, you uncultured native, she internally lamented, her thoughts swirling with sarcasm. Yet, almost immediately, a warm sensation, mingled with a hint of coolness, surged from the water, penetrating her body and coursing through her limbs. Her cultivation began to advance once more, even the impurities within her gradually being expelled. Why am I getting dirtier the more I wash? Xinyun's voice, dripping with disdain, echoed. In that instant, Zhuge Yanran felt an overwhelming urge to bash her head against the basin. She was a saintess is a lady. How could you claim a girl does not bathe? No matter how formidable her cultivation, she was still destined to be an eternal bachelor, never to experience the delightful fragrance that we girls possess. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, she sensed 2 pairs of seemingly tangible eyes fixated on her from the courtyard. One was an adorable little kitten, appearing to be in a state of fluffiness. The other was a grinning little fox, its emerald eyes glinting as if it were ready to swallow her whole. Regardless of Xinyun's repeated caresses, she struggled to lift her small head, her face a mask of horror as she gazed at him. What kind of place is this? A pet paradise, or a site for the large-scale abuse of animals? Meanwhile, the arrival of Empress Qinglan and Shui Qingying exchanged glances, each perceiving a trace of threat in the other's beautiful eyes. They then hastened to Shen Yun's side, one acting coy, the other playful, while simultaneously casting hostile glances at Zhuge Yanran and Zhuge Saintus's diary. This marks my first day in the known world. Harnessing the overwhelming power of the Western King, I successfully carved a bloody path through the mists, although shielded by a hint of divinity. Achieving this feat at my age is no small accomplishment in our realm. Thus, I am proud. I am elated, yet, I never anticipated that upon infiltrating the imperial capital of the known world, I would inexplicably transform into a startled swan. Indeed, a startled swan. The juvenile form of the divine beast Zhuge It is worth noting that in our Western King's faction, we are formidable, towering beings of the demon race. To become a Zhuge, even a mere fledgling, is a matter of great excitement. Hence, my pride swells further. However, just at this moment, I fell into the hands of a native human. My worldview, my values, my very perception of existence, are on the verge of complete disintegration this very night. Have you ever encountered a sweet potato more potent than a ginseng fruit? Yes, I have. Have you ever seen a stewed mountain chicken that surpasses the 10-patterned heaven-destroying pill? Indeed, I have. But, take note, this marks a significant turning point. This is merely the beginning of the shattering of my worldview. At the very least, the little kitten of the 8th level of the unknown realm and the little snow fox of the 3rd layer of the ultimate realm. Do not ask me why I insist on adding the word little. It is because I have keenly perceived that their ages are surprisingly similar to mine. Can you believe it? Beings of the unknown realm and the ultimate realm, all around my age, if they were in our world, wouldn't they tear the heavens asunder? Furthermore, according to hearsay, mind you, this is just hearsay and I cannot vouch for its authenticity, our esteemed Western King possesses only the cultivation of the 9th layer of the unknown realm, and as for when he might break through, it has been hundreds of years without any sign of progress. So, is this the foundation of the origin land? I now find myself incredibly curious about the several sovereigns of the primary races in the known world. What are their cultivations? On my way here, I heard the renowned name of Empress Qinglan. She is the current human emperor, the mightiest among the natives. Could she rival the king? This is something I, and everyone around me, dare not even contemplate. But take heed, this is a dramatic twist. In the stillness of the night, I was utterly astounded. The little kitten and the little snow fox simultaneously transformed into human forms, one appearing to be of the human race, the other of the spirit race. They directly engaged in intimate relations with the man who had rescued me, engaged in intimate relations, in various positions. In our world, I am still not considered an adult, mind you. The key point is that there were restrictions in the room. Restrictions that I am utterly incapable of breaking. Western King, please forgive me, my innocence has been irrevocably tarnished. Alright, I can no longer continue. Those two women seem to be approaching me. Oh, great Western King, I implore you to protect me. I do not wish to become the sole roasted swan in existence. To be frank, I long to return home. The known world is truly terrifying. The origin land deserves its reputation as the cradle of origins. Chapter 97 The Western Saintus. I can no longer face the world. As a ray of morning light cascaded upon the earth, Zhuge Yanran trembled violently, having been brought to the outskirts of Anqing City by a woman of dazzling brilliance. The mountains and forests were dense, and the surroundings were desolate, a perfect natural habitat for nefarious deeds. Enough pretense, I shall grant you 3 breaths to revert to your true form, otherwise, I shall prepare to pluck your feathers for kindling, she declared, snapping her fingers to summon a flame of samadhi true fire. Shui Qingying observed the petite figure of Xiao Jinghong with a smirk that danced between amusement and mockery. Do you not understand? This is Jinghong, the juvenile form of the divine beast Zhuge? Samadhi true fire cannot harm it in the slightest. With a light stomp of her foot, a moderately sized pool of water materialized. This is the supreme treasure of the human royal family, the path of weak water, specifically designed to counter all fire attributes. The Empress Qinglan scoffed, casting a glance at the verdant surface of the water. Zhuge Yanran was now engulfed in terror. What manner of individuals are these? Why do they all appear so grotesque? They were all cunning foxes that had cultivated for millennia. What audacity you possess to engage me in this game of guile? The holy maiden of the spirit clan sharpened her blades, having discerned the truth upon first laying eyes on this woman yesterday. Ordinary demon folk could never exude such an extraordinarily potent aura. Ha, do you still wish to play coy with me? It seems my absence has led the world to nearly forget the extent of my prowess. The Empress Qinglan's cold smile deepened as she noted the continued reluctance of Zhuge Yanran to reveal her true self. If even Shui Qingying could deduce the truth, it was evident that she was not oblivious. Raising her hand, she prepared to cast Zhuge Yanran into the weak water. No, please, are you not human? It's not that I wish to remain in this form, I simply cannot revert. The frantic flapping of her wings betrayed her despair, her ruby-red eyes reflecting boundless fear. I am seasick. Wait, did I just hear something? At that critical moment, Shui Qingying suddenly intervened, halting the Empress Qinglan. This unfortunate creature cannot revert on her own? The Empress raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Is that truly the case? Frowning slightly, she hoisted the terror-stricken Zhuge Yanran aloft. After scrutinizing her several times, she pondered aloud, I have conducted some research previously, while the cause of her inability to transform remains elusive, the influence of the lunar tide is undeniably significant. If she cannot achieve a balance of solar and lunar essence post-transformation, then there is but one explanation. A glimmer of insight flashed in the Empress's eyes, and her aura surged dramatically, enveloping Zhuge Yanran with overwhelming force. You little thing, you are a mist creature. Mist creature? Kill her, quickly, kill her. Shui Qingying urged, aghast that these individuals had set their sights on her esteemed predecessor. Were they truly so reckless? Zhuge Yanran protested. What nonsense is this about being a mist creature? Hey, I warn you, do not regard this holy maiden with such dangerous eyes. If I were to go mad, I would not spare even myself. Flapping her wings with all her might, she could only muster a fireball the size of a mung bean. This makes no sense. A mist creature could not possibly usurp the form of Jinghong. The life essence of a divine beast far surpasses that of shadows. Shui Qingying stroked her smooth chin, circling around the little firebird several times before reaching a conclusion. This may be an ancient ambush, a being of high rank and extraordinary power. Sister, I kneel before you. Please, cease this talk. Zhuge Yanran implored. If your mind has fallen to the ground, do pick it up and wash it, perhaps it can still be of use. Her words, though seemingly logical, only served to exacerbate the absurdity of the situation. After all, regardless of the circumstances, it would be simpler to drown the inexplicably lurking creature beside her esteemed predecessor. The Empress Qinglan waved her hand dismissively. Regardless of what Jinghong's true form may be, a deceased Jinghong poses no threat. With that, without a moment's thought, she raised her hand and flung the little firebird towards the pool. Are you two mad women serious? Zhuge Yanran cried, nearly paralyzed with fear. Struggling desperately, she flapped her wings, yet under the overwhelming might of the Empress Qinglan, she could mount no resistance. In a flash, the sun broke through the clouds, casting a magnificent radiance that illuminated Zhuge Yanran. The warmth enveloped her, evoking an indescribable sense of comfort. Wait, my wings have transformed into hands, my short claws have reverted to long legs? Ha ha ha. I have finally returned. Strength and speed surged back within her. A powerful spiritual energy swept forth, gently caressing the water's surface. She resembled a falling willow leaf, gliding gracefully over the pond, landing steadily on the shore not far away. Two unsophisticated natives dare to lay hands on me? I fear that revealing my identity as the Holy Maiden would terrify you to death. Yet in the next moment, Zhuge Yanran's expression froze in disbelief. Her features were utterly unremarkable, so pedestrian that one could easily forget them upon a mere glance. Shui Qingying, still stroking her smooth chin, rolled her eyes and commented, in such a state, you wish to entice my esteemed predecessor? The Empress Qinglan nodded in agreement, standing proudly. Not only is your appearance pedestrian, but you possess no discernible figure either. While others boast curves, you are as flat as a board. Zhuge Yanran retorted, what a grand joke, how dare you, mere natives, critique the Holy Maiden, which deity bestowed upon you such audacity? Finally able to voice her frustrations after enduring such indignation, she retaliated with even greater pride than the Empress Qinglan. But you are not clothed. Aren't you cold? Shui Qingying maintained her serious demeanor, pointing with a single finger, I can see your armpit hair. The Empress Qinglan unceremoniously added, TSK, and the worst part is that your armpit hair is asymmetrical. Zhuge Yanran gasped in shock, looking down in disbelief. An ear-piercing scream erupted, tearing through the sky and shattering the clouds above. What has happened? Where are my clothes? I, the illustrious Western saintess of the inner world, the goddess coveted by countless demon folk. How could I, in broad daylight, find myself exposed, and worse, being pointed at by two indigenous women of the known world? A suffocating anger lodged in her throat, leaving her no time to retrieve garments from her storage space. Rolling her eyes, she promptly fainted. Chapter 98. The known world is terrifying. The senior is deducing on the sand table, out on a mission, yet already facing demise. The tears of a common-sense hero stain his attire. This was the foremost thought that crossed Zhuge Yanran's mind upon awakening. Even in her wildest dreams, she could not have imagined that she would fiercely cut through the fog from the inner world to arrive here. Yet, before she could accomplish anything, she was met with a series of inexplicable events, ultimately finding herself as someone else's captive. As a Western saintess, this was akin to being nailed to the pillar of shame. Speak. What is your true origin? What purpose do you have lurking beside my senior? In the small courtyard of the inn where she usually stayed, Shui Qingying scrutinized her with hawk-like intensity. Half a step into the supreme realm, given this woman's age, she could certainly be considered a prodigy. The saintess of the spirit clan could not fathom why such a person would covet her senior's position of servitude. Firstly, my origins are not for you to pry into, unless you wish to meet a grim fate. Secondly, I have no knowledge of the senior you speak of. Who in their right mind would choose to lurk beside that man? With a glare full of fury, Zhuge Yanran found herself at a loss for how to vent her pent-up frustrations. She was powerless to strike back, and any word she uttered felt futile, leaving her seething with anger, almost to the point of grinding her silver teeth to dust. Oh, as if you speak the truth. Do not presume that I am unaware of your origins. The gaze of the Qinglan Empress was as tangible as reality itself, sweeping over Zhuge Yanran several times before she sneered, you are merely one of those hidden aristocratic families. Are you now attempting to claim a share of the spoils? Although the Empress's cultivation was now sufficient to look down upon the entire known world, the severed history left her utterly ignorant of the existence of the inner world. Instead, a flicker of doubt crossed Shui Qingying's eyes. Hidden aristocratic families, the magnificent and boundless Great Wall. For reasons unknown, she instinctively connected the two. No, I believe she must have come from deep within the fog. On the other side of the abyss lies a grand, boundless Great Wall. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in her beautiful eyes as Shui Qingying almost involuntarily blurted out, Zhuge Yanran, how does this woman know? It was impossible for those from the known world to venture into the depths of the fog, let alone uncover the abyss's existence. So there truly are humans existing deep within the fog. The fleeting shock on Zhuge Yanran's face was accurately captured by the Qinglan Empress. It also filled her with a sense of surprise. Why was there no record of such in our history? Just not long ago, she had discussed this matter with Shui Zilian and Feng Tian. To think that a clue would arise so swiftly. Do not inquire further. These matters are beyond your grasp. Release me at once, or the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Zhuge Yanran's composure shattered. She felt as though she had entered a false known world. An existence comparable to a heavenly king had seen through her identity at a glance. Could they truly withstand the impending calamity? For the first time, this Western saintess harbored immense doubt in her heart. Shui Qingying, the Qinglan Empress, this woman's intellect appears rather lacking. Does she not realize her current predicament? Shui Qingying opened her mouth, unable to resist the impulse to mock her, only to be unexpectedly restrained by the Qinglan Empress's grip on her shoulder. Subsequently, she communicated in a hushed tone. Her origins are shrouded in mystery, but since she has been taken in by the senior, there must be a deeper meaning. It would be best not to overstep our bounds. Shui Qingying, you speak as though it makes perfect sense. Have we erred? Qinglan Empress, since the senior has not prevented us from leaving, this matter does not constitute a grave error. There is still room for redemption. Shui Qingying, are you suggesting we release her? Qinglan Empress, do you truly believe she possesses the ability to harm the senior? Shui Qingying, I find myself at a loss for words. The two women chattered for quite a while, and after unbinding the restrictions on Zhuge Yanran, they transformed into streaks of light and vanished from the scene. The latter watched in disbelief as all of this transpired. They left, just like that? Can they not maintain some decorum? Awakening from her slumber, Xin Yun was now in a state of vexation. The cat was gone, the dog was lost, and even the little bird she had found the previous night had vanished. Life had once again plunged into the same dreary state as before. With a plethora of life skills at her disposal, Xin Yun casually crafted a sand table of the known world. She held several small flags, randomly thrusting them into the table like throwing darts. Ding dong, sensing that the host was practicing the fabric painting array patterns, proficiency level 10. Fabric painting array patterns entry level, proficiency level 1010086. Is this really possible? Xin Yun's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if a new world had opened before her. System, does this count as my training? For the sake of caution, she summoned the rather unreliable system. You merely output. The system is responsible for your proficiency. Is such a simple matter something that requires this system to teach you? Looking at the system prompt that popped up, Xin Yun's smile nearly reached her ears. Alright, understood. However, if you dare to label this as a bug later, believe me, I will find a way to bring you down with me. She issued a warning, only to receive even more disdain from the system. The host is as careless as a dog. You are not worthy of this system encountering a bug. Paying no mind to the system's tone, Xin Yun thought, since you said so, do not blame me for being precise with my strikes. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, fabric painting array patterns, proficiency level 50. Fabric painting array patterns, proficiency level 404. Fabric painting array patterns, proficiency level 38. Fabric painting array patterns beginner, proficiency level 100020086. Thus, within less than an hour, Xin Yun frantically leveled up, and her proficiency continued to surge. Meanwhile, before the Wuwen Jai, the Ghost King, transformed into Li Erniu, stood there with a beaming smile. 3 young sirs, these are a few local specialties I brought from my hometown. Though they aren't anything remarkable, I wish to express my gratitude for your boss's life-saving grace. Ever since that day when it self-destructed at the post station, it had not stirred any waves. The Qinglan Empress had no time to pay attention to this opportunist. The hall was filled with artifacts, each busy with their own affairs, soon forgetting its existence entirely. Indeed, you may appear to have a shifty demeanor, yet you possess a commendable heart of gratitude. Lu Suifeng glanced at the items in the Ghost King's hands. They were merely cured meats and sausages. Given the current situation, they were worth a fair sum. You may enter, the boss is inside deducing on the sand table. Deducing on the sand table? The Ghost King was taken aback, peering down the corridor, instantly feeling as if he could scarcely breathe. Chapter 99 The Underworld and Mythology, a peculiar banner. As Chongjia traversed the narrow corridor, what he beheld was not merely a sand table but an entire panorama of the known world, with its mountains and rivers projected vividly before his eyes. With a nonchalant gesture, Shinma cast small flags into the air, and wherever they landed, the very forces of nature seemed to reverse, and the elements shifted their positions. How could this elder, without stepping beyond his threshold, stir the winds and clouds of the realm? The demon king Chongjia was so astonished that his eyes nearly fell from their sockets. Such a terrifying method was beyond anything he had ever encountered. Even the most formidable of mist creatures he had witnessed paled in comparison to this human male before him. What are you dawdling for? The time to open the door is limited, so do not say I did not warn you. Lu Suifeng cast a puzzled glance at the man in broad daylight. Why did he appear as though he had seen a ghost? Oh, I shall enter right away, he stammered, his throat constricting painfully. In response to Lu Suifeng's voice, Chongjia hurriedly made his way into the courtyard, only to stumble over the threshold and nearly fall unceremoniously. Lu Suifeng Li Yuan Kue Chen Zhouling, this fellow hardly seems to possess any semblance of intelligence. One wonders if he was ever kicked in the head by a donkey as a child. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the southwestern frontier, the human coalition had pushed the border forward by nearly 100 miles. At last, they were confronted by a massive river that obstructed their path. Throughout our journey, all rivers have run dry, and every flowering tree has withered away. This great river is not even marked on ancient maps. Clearly, something is amiss. The spirit race's royal commander cast a glance into the distance before hastily returning to report to Shui Zilian. Rest assured, my eyes have not failed me, I can see far more clearly than you. The spirit queen nodded gently. While others may not perceive it, she, with the aid of the Chaos Pearl, could distinctly see countless vengeful souls lamenting upon the river's surface. The scene resembled the fabled realm of the underworld. Yet how could a river from mythology manifest in this place? Any discerning individual could sense the anomaly. Spirit race royal commander, look here, is it even human to utter such words? I merely offered a friendly reminder. It seems my forebear was indeed wise. Had the war not escalated so rapidly, I would prefer to linger in the brothels daily. Commander, you alone possess the strength of the supreme realm here. I must trouble you to approach and investigate what peculiarities lie within this river. Just as his grumbling came to an end, Shui Zilian's voice reached his ears. Royal commander? Turning with a furrowed brow, he was met with a face that bore a smirk. Damn it! How careless of me, I forgot that the royal lineage of the spirit race possesses the ability to probe into the hearts of others. Thus, under the scrutiny of many, he could only steel himself and reply, I accept the command. Having uttered those words, he carefully made his way towards the riverbank, step by step. With 100 paces remaining to the river, though the current was swift, it at least seemed calm. With 50 paces left, the wind abruptly intensified, and the river began to roar ominously. However, his cultivation level rendered him unaffected, allowing him to continue forward. At 10 paces from the river, the wind inexplicably ceased, and the sound of the waves gradually quieted. Just as the royal commander thought he was in the clear, a piercing scream assaulted his ears. His mind went blank. Oh no, it is an evil spirit. Commander, retreat. As he uttered the first syllable, Shui Zilian, prepared for action, darted from her throne and stood before him in an instant, intercepting the soundwave-like attack entirely upon her form. Wait. This force is corrosive, it directly counters our natural powers. Upon colliding with the shriek, Shui Zilian exclaimed in horror. She had never anticipated that there would be something here that would restrict her ability, forcing her to act as a shield to absorb the soundwave attack. Immediately, she felt a constriction in her chest and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Kakik, is this the current spirit queen, to be so gravely wounded by a single strike? It seems you truly are as ineffectual as your predecessors. The shrill voice emanated from the depths of the river, mingled with the wails of countless vengeful spirits. If it is merely this, then none of you shall leave today. An unknown entity had already overwhelmed them with but a single blow. The allied forces of the three races stood behind Shui Zilian, each face marked by immense fear and disbelief. What are you? How dare you speak so arrogantly before me? Drawing a piece of rose-infused medicinal tea from his storage space, she quickly healed her injuries to a substantial degree. Shui Zilian felt primarily humiliated. No longer concerned with her duties of overseeing the army, an overwhelming vitality surged forth from her being in an instant, but in the next moment, the river unleashed even more terrifying waves, as if it sought to engulf every individual present. You think you can thwart me? The voice carried an ancient resonance, conjuring towering waves that surged towards them. Damn it! Why does this power surpass my own? I can clearly sense that the opponent's cultivation is inferior, yet Shui Zilian found it difficult to even breathe under the pressure. To protect the allied forces behind her, she could only force out all the vitality within her, forming a massive barrier to envelop them. Retreat! Quickly retreat, this force is beyond our capacity to withstand. The spirit race's royal commander realized the gravity of the situation. Feeling the power within him being severely suppressed, he could only shout with all his might. Shui Zilian cannot hold on for long. Leave? Since you have come, surrender your souls to me, I shall lead you all into eternal damnation. The exaggerated laughter brimmed with arrogance, just as Shui Zilian's protective barrier began to crack, resembling the size of an adult's fist. A sense of dread washed over them all. It was over, all hope was extinguished. Not only the spirit race's royal commander but even the allied forces of the three races recognized the terrifying reality, yet, the possibility of retreating at this moment was less than 50%. However, just as despair blanketed the ranks, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. A banner radiating with resplendent colors tore through the endless void, appearing before them. Chapter 100. A decisive victory from afar. Senior, have mercy on me, a flag, from whence did this flag emerge? Yet, there was hardly time for Shui Zilian to ponder her predicament. In the blink of an eye, the flag was firmly planted before her. An astonishing force radiated from the resplendent hues of the flag. The tumultuous river, once roaring with waves, seemed to evaporate in an instant, vanishing before everyone's eyes as if it had never existed. Such a trivial skill, and yet you wish to deceive and pass through. Surely, you must be dreaming. This scene evidently incited profound fury. The creature concealed deep within the river once more emitted a piercing roar. The once tumultuous surface of the river instantly transformed into an arid wasteland. Each droplet of water morphed into a razor-sharp sword, descending upon them like an overwhelming tide. Cursed be this! Who could withstand such a force? A furious roar escaped their lips. Apart from enduring this onslaught, there was no alternative path left for Shui Zilian. However, at this critical juncture, the situation underwent a dramatic transformation. Every individual, including the amalgamated monster, sensed an incomprehensible power emanating from the flag. Wherever it touched, the very elements seemed to reverse, and the positions of the 5 elements shifted. No, how could this be? Why is it so? I have meticulously planned for countless years. How could my power dissipate without cause? A wave of immense terror washed over them. The creature lurking beneath the river's depths screeched with an ear-splitting tone. Yet, even with all its might, it could not alter the course of events. All the river's water transformed into vapor, all the vengeful spirits imprisoned within the river dissipated into specks of emptiness, entirely vanishing between heaven and earth. It could not fathom who was behind this, ensnaring its prey. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of Wowenjai, the Ghost King, Chongjia, dared not breathe, burdened with several dozens of kilograms. He stood before Xinyun with utmost reverence, even his breathing became cautious. What brings you here? Is there something amiss? As time passed, nearly an hour, as he diligently cultivated the intricate patterns of the canvas array. Glancing at the extensive list of proficiency tasks ahead, Xinyun was compelled to halt his practice. Old boss, I came today to express my gratitude for your past shelter and for saving my life. His shirt had unwittingly become completely soaked. Chongjia hastily placed the local specialties he carried upon the stone table. Xinyun shook his slightly dazed head and, upon recognizing the contents, smiled and waved his hand. You are a distant relative of Antli, thus one of our clan. Assisting you is but a trifling matter, no need for such formality. Yet, in his heart, he could not help but scoff. Brother, regardless of the situation, that was your life at stake. You dare to repay with a stash of my family's preserved pine resin meat and ordinary sweet potatoes. No need to be polite. I wouldn't dare disturb the boss's leisure. Please continue. Chongjia nodded fervently. A distant relative, a trifling matter. Clearly, the senior was reminding himself, for he had discerned the identity behind the misty shadows. He opened his mouth, intending to have him take these items back, when suddenly, Lu Suifeng rushed into the courtyard, beaming with excitement. Good news, tremendous news. His hands trembled with exhilaration as he continued. I just received a battle report from the family. We have triumphed over the Miracle Group. 300 miles forward, we have advanced without peril across the border. As days passed, the 3 clans reclaimed more and more lost territories, yet, such expansion failed to ignite the fervor within Xinyun. What do you mean by this trivial matter? Do not distract me from my serious affairs. He waved his hand dismissively, turning his back to begin refining the sand table. Regardless of their reactions, the tremors within Chongjia intensified. Thousands of miles away, in the southwestern region, wasn't he that the domain of the ancient mist's formidable being, Zhouyu? Even if Shui Zilian intervened, victory seemed unlikely. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the sand table, his eyes suddenly sparkled with insight. The senior's small flag was positioned precisely there. Could it be that the senior had intervened? Countless fearful thoughts surged within him, and in an instant, he confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, it must be so. He was all too aware of Zhouyu's powers, which were precisely the bane of the spirit clan. Even if Shui Zilian were a realm above, escape from this predicament was impossible. It became clear, it was confirmed. No wonder the counter-offensive against the mist proceeded so smoothly. The one behind this was neither the Qinglan Empress, nor the Burning Heaven, nor Shui Zilian, but the senior before him, who could not fathom any depths. Why do you still stand here? He lifted his head to find Chongjia still rooted in place. Xinyun inquired curiously. Do you have something else to discuss? At that moment, Chongjia felt parched. With Xinyun's slight prompting, he regained his composure and hurriedly shook his head. No, boss. Do you need help with any chores? I find myself with nothing to do anyway. Xinyun sighed, bemused. Was it his overly accommodating nature? Why did these people persistently seek to take advantage of him? How many hands could a tiny establishment like Wowenjai possibly require? However, upon seeing Chongjia's pallid visage, emaciated and malnourished, his heart softened. Do not be in such a rush. Assisting with chores is no great issue. As he spoke, he handed him a cup of water. Chongjia, with utmost respect, accepted it and instinctively took a sip. What sort of power is this? Merely drinking a mouthful of water. Why did the strength that belonged to the mist suddenly dissipate so wildly? Could it be that the senior intended to bestow upon him a magnificent fortune, to break free from the shadows and start anew? Without a second thought, he fell to his knees with a clatter. Boss, I implore you to have pity on this homeless soul. I am willing to toil like a beast, as long as you can take me in and provide me with sustenance. Xinyun was taken aback. What was happening? Had Lu Suifeng and the others not delivered the rations on time? Lu Suifeng, I must say, what a remarkable display. The 3 of us combined cannot match your level of performance. Chapter 101. An unfathomable revelation. The Western Saintess's worldview has crumbled. Lu Suifeng stood by the side, his lips twitching uncontrollably. He had originally thought that the 3 of them had already reached the pinnacle of shamelessness, but today's encounter utterly shattered his perceptions. Someone, quickly help this fellow up, kneeling at every turn. It's absurd. Xinyun felt equally overwhelmed. This Li Ernia was evidently older than him. Did kneeling not shorten one's lifespan? He jumped back like a startled rabbit, his face contorted with disdain. If you continue like this, do you believe I will strike you down? Zhongjia interjected. Predecessor, do you despise me? Having just taken a sip of the water you provided, the power of the mists within me is nearly expended. Even my core is being relentlessly diminished, on the verge of transforming into a mere human heart. Boss, I genuinely wish to seek a means of survival under your patronage. You see, if I leave the Guolan Alley, I might not even see tomorrow's sun. Ignoring Lu Suifeng's attempts to assist him, Zhongjia knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. Compared to the so-called Ghost King identity, becoming a flesh-and-blood human had now become an unshakable dream for him. To seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the illustrious Ghost King had completely forsaken his dignity. Let it be, Lu Suifeng thought, just have him assist in watching the shop. A soft nerve deep within him was touched. Xinyun quickly recalled the chaotic state of the outside world, where prices were soaring. It was no wonder Li Ernia claimed that one could not survive outside Guolan Alley. Clearly, this era offered no chances for ordinary people to survive, but scarcely had his words left his lips when a figure suddenly burst forth from the grocery shop. A swift kick landed squarely on the Ghost King's face. "You scoundrel, how dare you vie for the position of chief errand runner beneath my predecessor," the man declared, radiating an aura of lethal intent. "Do you believe I want to eliminate you right now?" Xian Zhouling was brimming with sword energy, ready to kill to silence him. "Chief errand runner," Shen Yin chuckled, "as long as you are pleased." A person wandered aimlessly down the street. Zhuge Yanran felt bewildered and helpless, utterly unsure of where to go. According to the predetermined script set by the Western Heavenly Kings, a half-step to supreme strength was sufficient to capture the attention of the entire known world. Especially at her current age, she would have been regarded as an exceptional talent even within their realm. Yet upon seeing the Qinglan Empress and Shui Qingying, she was left agape, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. These two, particularly the latter, appeared to be even younger than her, their cultivation levels leagues beyond her own. If this were merely an isolated case, it might be acceptable. However, as she staggered to the gates of the imperial palace, hoping to pay her respects to the current emperor, several terrifying auras extinguished every thought in the Western Saintess's mind. Since time immemorial, the four heavenly kings had been tasked with guarding the abyss. Even a half-step to supreme strength was a rarity, let alone those at the supreme level or beyond. Ridiculously, the denizens of their realm, including herself, had never truly acknowledged the natives of the known world, believing that without a complete heritage, it was impossible for many powerful beings to emerge. Who was truly narrow-minded? At this moment, it was all too evident. "You may not know this, but our first batch of soldiers returning from the front lines is about to arrive in Qingyan City." Just as Zhuge Yanran felt lost, a chatter from a nearby tavern caught her attention. A group of middle-aged men clad in long robes were animatedly discussing over tea, exclaiming, "This time, our counteroffensive against the mists has set a precedent in the known world." It is said that the reclaimed territory spans a staggering 1,000 miles, Zhuge Yanran thought. Counteroffensive against the mists, reclaimed territory, am I deaf, or are these fellows spouting nonsense? Even they dare not initiate conflict with the mists. Their power levels are far superior. The mysterious combat techniques had cost the four heavenly kings dearly, resulting in significant losses before they could retreat unscathed. Yet before her astonishment could fade, a tavern owner approached them with a grin. "You gentlemen are woefully uninformed. Just today, news from the Southwest War Zone has arrived. The coalition led by the Spirit Tribe Queen has dealt a significant blow to the mist monsters, expanding our territory by a full 800 miles. As his words fell, the entire tavern erupted in chaos. "Boss, you must be joking. Is the Spirit Tribe Queen truly that formidable? I heard our coalition's divine incense supply is running low, and the pace of the war is slowing down. Indeed, with the recent grain shortages, I fear this battle may soon come to a halt." Those still able to enjoy tea on the streets must have some means. As they discussed current events, their faces were alight with interest. Each word struck Zhuge Yanran like a thunderbolt, leaving her petrified in place. How dare they? How dare these natives of the known world? Did they not fear the mists retaliating? Were they unaware that the day of the seals breaking was imminent? Who granted them the courage to declare war upon the mists without first amassing strength during this rare lull? Yet what was this divine incense? It sounded quite formidable. Setting aside her identity as the Western Saintess, she leaned closer to the tavern to eavesdrop. The owner cheerfully remarked, "You are also misinformed. Although we experienced a grain shortage recently, particularly after the cunning shadow beast's ambush on several granaries, the Qinglan Empress is backed by a formidable elder, as you all know. She swiftly procured a large amount of divine incense and chaos pearls, and even developed a type of rice called the White Dragon River Fragrant Rice." At the mention of this, the owner's face beamed with excitement, quickly garnering the approval of those around him. "I know of the White Dragon River Fragrant Rice. Just yesterday, I saw officials in the West City distributing porridge for disaster relief using this very rice. Just the aroma alone is intoxicating. It feels more satisfying than consuming 10 bowls of rice." Zhuge Yanran's worldview had nearly collapsed entirely. What was divine incense? What were chaos pearls? What was White Dragon River Fragrant Rice? It was utterly unfathomable. In her heart, Zhuge Yanran furiously lamented, when suddenly a brilliant thought illuminated her mind. The Qinglan Empress had an elder standing behind her. Chapter 102. Is this the esteemed predecessor who has masterfully orchestrated the known world's dynamics? For reasons unbeknownst to her, upon overhearing the conversation of this group, Zhuge Yanran was instantly reminded of the visage she had encountered the previous night. The face, devoid of any discernible allure, or no resemblance to the term handsome. Yet, reflecting on it now, she realized she could not recall the surroundings at all. In her memory, that countenance seemed shrouded in an impenetrable fog, rendering its authenticity utterly elusive. The fact that the Empress of humanity was willing to share a consort with a woman of the Spirit Clan implied an extraordinarily harmonious relationship between them. The scene from that very morning flickered in her mind. Zhuge Yanran quickly grasped the crux of the matter, muttering to herself in a hushed tone, particularly about the remnants of last night's feast, which were simply not the kind of delicacies one would expect in this world. The previously vacant look in her eyes gradually ignited with fervent enthusiasm. Could it be that the man was indeed the predecessor concealed behind the Qinglan Empress? Was he the very architect of humanity's counteroffensive against the mist? If that were the case, had he not already discerned her true identity? From the outset, she had sensed something amiss with Shen Yun, intending to remain and investigate further. Little did she anticipate encountering the Qinglan Empress and Shui Qingying. Their seemingly frivolous antics had utterly disrupted her train of thought and rhythm. Therefore, the next course of action was to swiftly locate the path of the past. She must lie in wait beside that esteemed figure. Otherwise, who could predict whether the existence of their inner world would be threatened? Resolutely, she made up her mind. After silently encouraging herself a few more times, Zhuge Yanran turned on her heel and stormed out of the tavern. Yet, after taking only a few steps, she halted abruptly, her brows furrowed in frustration. Damn it, how could I, a dignified Western saintess, find myself lost? Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the southwestern frontier, the ecstatic thrill had gradually ebbed. Shui Zilian stood at the edge of a parched riverbed, unable to resist glancing back at the capital city of Qing'an. Predecessor, it was you who intervened, was it not? Just moments ago, in a critical juncture, when she was on the verge of being gravely injured by that monstrous entity, the flag that descended from the heavens deftly resolved their peril. With methods unheard of to Shui Zilian, it reversed the yin and yang, forcibly altering the surrounding geomantic positions, and without even showing its face, it obliterated the monster, leaving not a trace behind. Your Majesty, that was truly perilous. Our understanding of the mist-laden world is still woefully inadequate, a member of the Spirit Clan remarked, his demeanor somewhat despondent. Though his cultivation had long surpassed the pinnacle realm, he had been rendered utterly defenseless just now. Had it not been for the predecessor's intervention, not only he and Shui Zilian but also the allied forces of the three clans would have faced utter annihilation. Their weaknesses were glaringly apparent. Despite the numerous advantages bestowed upon them by the predecessor, it was evident that they had yet to grasp the full extent of their potential. A flicker of guilt crossed the Spirit Queen's face. To be incapable of self-preservation was a profound disservice to the opportunities presented by the predecessor. Hearing this, the embarrassment in the general's eyes was impossible to conceal. In contrast to his queen, he had spent a considerable amount of time in the brothel district. Yet, even now, they still relied on the predecessor for assistance. What a pitiful existence, akin to living like dogs for centuries. As he pondered, he silently tucked the flag into his embrace. Your Majesty, we need not be overly self-deprecating. Wasn't that fellow, Fan Tian, nearly capsized in the Eastern Sea just the other day? Rather than pushing forward, we should halt our expansion and promptly construct a beacon tower, then return to Qing'an at the swiftest pace. Observing this minor gesture, Shui Zilian could not help but twitch her eyes in annoyance. You scoundrel! You are more adept at taking advantage of chaos than anyone else. You are indeed correct, high cultivation does not equate to formidable strength. We must return to the predecessor's side to absorb his teachings and profound insights. Perhaps that will allow us to mend our shortcomings. After all, he exists in an unknown realm. Shui Zilian's thoughts raced as she summoned the small flag that the Spirit Clan general had just tucked away, and it reappeared in her hand. The flag, flapping in the wind, displayed the character Shin intricately embroidered with golden threads, appearing strikingly vivid. The Spirit Clan general retorted, "Are you seriously making earnest statements while engaging in such reckless behavior? Does high cultivation make one impressive? Were you not almost killed just moments ago? I've stored my belongings in the spatial pouch, and you brazenly snatched it away." Regardless of whether it was the Spirit Clan or the Demon Clan, their strengths and weaknesses were glaringly apparent. Those capable of entirely resolving these issues might truly only be the esteemed predecessor. Though they might jest, they must never cease to extol the predecessor's virtues. The general, visibly pained, nodded in agreement and continued, "Thus, advancing the boundaries is not the optimal choice. Only when we have addressed our shortcomings can we proceed with confidence." Gazing deeply towards the direction of Qing'an City, Shui Zilian exhaled a long, heavy breath. "You are right, even though the saintess is growing rapidly, it is still due to the predecessor's favor. Ultimately, the war against the mist must rely on our own talents." With the situation having escalated to this point, it must be noted that Xin Yun had not once made a proper move. Perhaps the entangled causalities were too profound, or perhaps these current foes did not warrant the predecessor's direct involvement. Regardless, they had fallen short of the predecessor's expectations. Upon returning, I shall not step beyond Qing'an City until I have addressed my shortcomings. With unwavering resolve, Shui Zilian turned to the general, her expression serious. "Have you prepared everything I requested?" "This is my heartfelt gesture towards the predecessor," she added to the general, with a smirk, retorted, "How shameless. Not only did you forcibly seize my flag, but now you've set your sights on the spoils I collected. If it weren't for the fact that I can't defeat you, I would have revolted by now." Though seething with indignation internally, he wore a flattering smile. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, everything is prepared and guaranteed to impress the predecessor." Seemingly satisfied with his response, Shui Zilian smiled gently, then patted his shoulder meaningfully. "Also, could you prepare a set of accommodations for me in the brothel district? I wish to stay a few more days. Being near the predecessor, even for a moment, is a boon. Those opportunities are as if they cost nothing. I must not squander the predecessor's goodwill any longer. Before coming to the front lines, I heard the predecessor mention he needed a doorkeeper. I wonder if you, General, would be interested?" The general grinned, finally regaining a bit of ground. Chapter 103 The Sound of the Great Path. "Today, I have come to realize that I am indeed myself. The Ghost King has attained enlightenment, a mere doorkeeper, you say." Little did the royal master of the Spirit Clan anticipate that Shui Zilian, after a moment of serious contemplation, would solemnly nod in agreement, declaring that if the senior was willing to accept him, it would be the greatest opportunity of his life. The royal master of the Spirit Clan retorted, "Have some self-respect. You are, after all, the sovereign of our Spirit Clan. What kind of spirit must one possess to utter such shameless words? My lord speaks the truth. The senior's profound cultivation is unfathomable. Merely being able to stand under his tutelage, even as a doorkeeper, is something many would envy." Turning away, his expression morphed into one of abject flattery. "In life, it is paramount to recognize who truly holds the power." "You are correct. We must now pause our advance. Returning to Qing'an City to address our shortcomings is essential. As the war has progressed to this stage, a sense of foreboding increasingly gripped Shui Zilian, with the fatal flaws in his cultivation becoming ever more apparent. Much like the fragmented history we endure, perhaps the techniques we practice are riddled with substantial gaps. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. On that day in the Eastern Sea, with the might of burning heaven, it was inconceivable to be suppressed merely by bloodline levels. The only plausible explanation is that their heritage is also incomplete. If that is indeed the case, we must resolve this matter promptly, otherwise, we will soon face grave troubles. A rare seriousness crossed the aged face of the royal master. Though he could not yet perceive these issues with his current cultivation, Shui Zillian's realm was unmistakably at the apex of power. He glanced back at the fervently enthusiastic allied forces of the three clans, taking a deep breath in a moment of inexplicable anxiety. The future of the known world rests entirely upon the shoulders of the senior. Meanwhile, in Qingyan City, in the backyard of Wowen Study, after a day of bustling activity, Lu Suifeng and the others were seated on small stools, behaving like well-behaved children in the courtyard. Observing their demeanor, Xinyan nodded in satisfaction, announcing that today's lesson would focus on the Taoist classic, the Chongshu Jing. As his words fell, the trio began to applaud in perfect unison. Bravo! Bravo, bravo, our esteemed leader is indeed remarkable. Chief Sycophant Qian Zhouling hurriedly offered his flattery. The robust Li Yuan Kuei, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in with grandiose praise. Such extraordinary talent is unparalleled in the vast expanse of the known world. He, such a crude warrior. Even your flattery lacks refinement. What difference does it make if you speak first? Lu Suifeng cast a disdainful glance at the two before slowly continuing. Without my esteemed leader, the known world would remain shrouded in eternal darkness. With that singular statement, the heavens cleared and the earth muddied, evoking a sense of primordial chaos. Qian Zhouling, indeed, you scholars possess no sense of shame. Li Yuan Kuei, I disdain you, sycophant. With tears in my eyes, tonight, I shall forego sleep and study all night. Ah, you should all be mindful of your impact. I have yet to commence my lecture. 3 black lines visibly appeared on his forehead. Shen Yun, speechless, covered his face and said, moreover, have you heard of the Chongshu Jing? In his recollection, the Chongshu Jing, also known as Lizi, was a Taoist classic penned by Lizi and his disciples during the Warring States period in the world he had traversed from. Given their reactions, could it be that this text is also known in this realm? Never heard of it, unfathomable. I have read little, the trio chorused almost in unison. Shen Yun exclaimed, if I leap up, I shall deliver each of you a swift kick. Alas, not knowing this is worse than being a dog. Sit properly, I shall commence the critical lecture now. He shot them a scathing glare. Shen Yun then exhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to chastise these 3 sycophants and began reciting. Lizi resided in Zhengpu, and for 40 years, no one recognized him. He traversed the realms, unable to conclude. The valley spirit is immortal. This is called the mysterious female. The gateway to the mysterious female is the root of heaven and earth. The obscure and convoluted verses flowed slowly from his lips. Unbeknownst to him, in an instant, the world became clear, and all things returned to tranquility. It was as if even the winds ceased to stir, and the white clouds hung suspended in midair. Insects fell silent, birds ceased their songs. Centered around Wowen Study, the entirety of Qingyan City was enveloped in resplendent radiance. The ephemeral mayfly, born in the water and perishing by dusk, and the summer cicada, straining to sing atop the trees, all came to a standstill, entranced by Shen Yun's resonant voice, entering a state of profound contemplation. A minuscule flicker of consciousness began to emerge within their minds. Back in his small courtyard, the ghost king, Zhongjia, was preparing dinner. Unbeknownst to him, his habits were increasingly resembling those of a human. He continued to grumble about those ungrateful youngsters. Once I fully transform, I shall swat one of them like a fly. Yet, amidst his mutterings, Shen Yun's voice resonated like the sound of the great path, exploding in his ears. A form arises not from form, yet form gives rise to shadow. Sound emerges not from sound, yet sound gives rise to resonance. Motion arises not from motion, yet motion gives rise to existence. It is not by name, but by stillness, by emptiness. The dissolution of affairs leads to existence and non-existence. Those without benevolence cannot return. Zhengjia's mind erupted in chaos. The consciousness of the misty being swiftly sank into oblivion. Every word spoken by Shen Yun was comprehensible, yet together they formed a unique cipher, illuminating him to a glimmer of the truth of the Tao. The sound of the great path. It is indeed the sound of the great path, awakened to the essence of existence. Amidst the endless years, only today does he grasp his true self. An unprecedented thrill surged through the Ghost King's thoughts, compelling him to kneel before Wowen Study, fervently bowing 3 times. Thank you, esteemed senior, for imparting wisdom. The tidal waves of the Qiantang River surge forth. Today, I have come to know myself. For the majority of misty beings born from chaos and returning to chaos, even possessing considerable power, they often lack true consciousness throughout their lives. They drift aimlessly through existence. Even upon reaching the realm of the Mist Master, they typically cannot possess complete emotions, devour, strength and evolve. These are indelible marks etched deep within their souls, forever unerasable. Thus, Zhongjia's current exhilaration is beyond description. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, these emotions have, for the first time, emerged with clarity in his heart. The heart of humanity. Chapter 104. Lu Suifeng and the others achieve enlightenment. Your journey lies among the stars and the vast sea. Unbeknownst to them, the situation on the other side of Chongjia was still unfolding, while Shen Yun's recitation continued unperturbed for several consecutive days. Such fortuitous events had transpired, sending the entire populace of Qingyan City into a fervor. First, the fragrance of rice from the Bailong River revived the city's denizens, and now, miraculous occurrences unfolded daily, allowing those immersed in them to feel their senses sharpen, their cultivation levels rising as effortlessly as eating and drinking. Gradually, some began to proclaim this as divine grace, a gift from the deities to the people of Qingyan City. Upon the completion of the Chongshu Sutra today, nearly all the citizens of the city knelt in unison, chanting their gratitude for the divine favor. Waves of power, invisible even to the esteemed Qinglan Empress, were gathering at an alarming rate in the Wuwen study, flowing into Xinyun's body like a funnel. A strange shiver ran through him. Xinyun lifted his teacup and took a couple of sips. Damn that system task, it always selected these convoluted, tongue-twisting scriptures for him to recite, bordering on madness. Ding dong, congratulations, host, for completing the daily task. Reward of proficiency level 2 in the skill of array patterns. Observing the reward presented by the system, a satisfied smile finally graced Xinyun's face. Look at how entranced the three of you are. Do share, what exactly have you comprehended? Proficiency level 2 has saved him a considerable amount of tedious time grinding for levels. In his good mood, he couldn't help but jest, suggesting they choose their words wisely before speaking, lest he strike them down without hesitation. The three young men fell silent. Time passed, and Lu Suifeng was the first to rise. Grateful for his mentor's guidance during this time, he expressed, the burdens of my past have dissipated. Now, my thoughts are clear, and I have finally found my path. His expression was solemn as he respectfully performed a bow of gratitude. I have resolved to set forth tomorrow to join the front line. How could the pride of the upside-down mountain be absent from the counter-offensive against the mist? As his words fell, a torrent of 5 elements and 8 trigrams energy erupted from him, soaring into the heavens, vaguely hinting at a breakthrough into the supreme realm. Li Yuan Kuei nodded in agreement and stood next. Boss, hearing your words today is worth more than 100 years of study. A phrase from your recitation of the Chongshu Sutra has granted me profound enlightenment. Heaven and earth yield not to perfection, the sage possesses no omnipotence, and all things lack complete utility. Unconsciously, he had tightened his grip on the long knife in his hand. His gaze sharpened as he declared, though the sage may lack omnipotence, I possess it in my entirety. With the resolve to rise from the dead, with the righteousness of my kin at stake, I shall join Brother Lu at the front line at dawn. The potent intent of the blade emanated from him, and the treasured sword, reforged by Xinyun, seemed to resonate with its master's ambition, producing a series of crisp blade sounds. Remarkably, he refrained from retorting. As Xinyun's foremost sycophant, Chen Zhouling was the last to rise. With deep respect, he bowed low and said, Boss, old Lu often claims I am a crude warrior, lacking in grand philosophies. Yet today, a passage from the Chongshu Sutra has opened my mind. The one who wields strength must be wise, and the one who is strong must not be weak. The murk in his eyes receded like a tide, and this once great talent of the Tsangjian mountain villa now raised his head, tears streaming down his face. Yet, the unyielding sword intent surged forth, stirring the winds and clouds of the world. We owe our ability to receive your teachings daily to the brave soldiers holding the mist at bay. Since we have chosen to wield swords, how can we falter? He declared, tomorrow, I shall accompany my 2 brothers to the front line. Even if death awaits us, I hope you will cherish your life, boss. Upon finishing, the 3 young men knelt simultaneously, striking their foreheads thrice against the ground. Once we have vanquished the mist, we shall return to serve you, boss. Xinyun was taken aback. He was genuinely astonished, merely asking casually, yet they had truly grasped the essence within. As the reciter, even he did not fully comprehend the true meaning of the Chongshu Sutra. He opened his mouth, yet the words failed to escape for a long while. Finally, Xinyun sighed helplessly. Since you have all gained insight, I shall not impede you further. Before you depart, I have 3 pieces of advice for you. Stepping forward, he first helped Lu Suifeng to his feet, patting his shoulder as he spoke. If it benefits the nation, one must embrace life and death, without shying away from fortune or misfortune. Go, let the brilliance of upside-down mountain shine through the mist, illuminating the future of the known world. Lu Suifeng trembled, gazing intently at Xinyun, then nodded vigorously. And next, he assisted Li Yuan Kuei to rise, imparting meaningfully, a man should not be measured by his poverty or wealth. Today we meet without wine to share, yet fret not about the road ahead without friends who in the world does not recognize you. Go forth with your blade and slay the fiercest of foes, safeguarding all that you wish to protect. He raised his massive head suddenly. Li Yuan Kuei felt a rush of emotion, his eyes stinging, as an inexplicable feeling surged within him. Had he truly held such weight in the eyes of his predecessor? Lastly, he pulled Qian Zhouling up with great force, his voice unusually somber. The road ahead is long, with only the sword as company, yet, do good deeds and ask not about the future. With your 3-footed azure blade, slay all injustices in the world, so that all may know you once wielded a sword that shone cold across 19 continents, that your sword energy spanned 30,000 miles. After hearing these words, Qian Zhouling was overwhelmed with emotion, gripping his longsword tightly, yet unable to utter a single word, only nodding fervently. Predecessor. This is the predecessor. Each word resonated deeply, filled with profound teachings. He embraced each of them in turn. Though he claimed indifference, Xinyun felt a bittersweet pang in his heart. Even a small kitten or puppy, after long companionship, would form an attachment, not to mention these 3 young men. After a brief hesitation, he spoke earnestly, as one ages, the hardest thing to endure is farewell. I shall not see you off tomorrow. Do take a look in the general store, take anything you find useful. Just remember, your journey is not merely the mundane before you, but the stars and the vast sea. After all, it was of little value. These 3 were evidently pampered scions of noble families. Should they venture to the front line, they would likely face numerous hardships and tribulations. This small gesture of his was merely a token of goodwill, a way to settle their wages for this period. The boss's great kindness will be remembered for a lifetime. Rest assured, boss, I shall not bring shame upon you at the front line. The 3 pledged loudly, thumping their chests in affirmation. Meanwhile, the once astonished Zhuge Yanran, who had only just found her way back, was now completely stunned at the door. 3 individuals, younger than her, yet possessing such extraordinary strength? Chapter 105 A life is not my bird, death is my dead bird, the Western Saintess lies flat. In this moment, Zhuge Yanran felt as though her very soul had left her body. On this dusky evening, with shadows dancing under the pale moonlight, she bore witness to the birth of three formidable beings of the utmost realm. Each of them grasped truths that seemed as distant as the horizon. They had merely just entered this exalted state, yet displayed an awe-inspiring celestial demeanor. Wait, something is amiss, this cannot be the known world I have heard of. Ah, it matters not. I shall truly lie flat this time, for my worldview has been shattered beyond repair. Her gaze fell upon an inconspicuous middle-aged man, and suddenly, her eyes ignited with fervent flames. Indeed, it must be this man's existence that has brought forth this phenomenon, otherwise, even the proud Qinglan Empress would never share her companion with anyone. Finally, the pieces of the puzzle began to align in her mind. Her breath quickened with anticipation as she eagerly unfurled her diminutive wings, fluttering toward Xin Yun. "Gugu, what brings you back, little thing?" Xin Yun observed her with a hint of surprise before disdainfully tossing her back into the grass. "Did you fall into a cesspool? Why do you smell so foul? Are you unaware that this garment is this year's limited edition from the Embroidery Spring Pavilion?" Zhuge Yanran retorted, as a dignified saintess of the Western realm, "When have I ever endured such indignity? I shall ensure you pay a steep price for this." "Gugu," she internally scoffed, before impulsively leaping into the nearby pond. "Elder, do you find me filthy? No matter, I can wash myself." Yet, in the next moment, this Western saintess felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Why were there so many ancient ferocious beasts inhabiting this tiny pool? Their gazes upon her were peculiarly unsettling. "Mama, I want to go home." "Why is this little one so temperamental? I merely spoke a few words, why must you resort to such drastic measures?" Xin Yun observed the fiery little bird, now surrounded by a multitude of seafood. With a resigned shake of his head, he effortlessly lifted her from the pond. "I did not, it is not true, do not speak such nonsense," she vehemently denied, nearly becoming a feast for the seafood. Such humiliation was something she would never concede. "Ah well, seeing you in such a pitiful state, you must be homeless too, let's clean you up, lest you dirty my entire courtyard." With a face full of disdain, Xin Yun pinched her little wings between two fingers and tossed her into a bucket of water. As the three young men returned to their quarters to prepare, Xin Yun took the opportunity to tidy up the little red bird. Thus began Zhuge Yanran's first experience of a massage. There was no privacy, no detail overlooked. Every inch of her was manipulated and kneaded by this man. "Mother, my body feels unclean, will I never find a worthy husband now?" However, before she could finish her internal lament, a gentle force began to flow into her body from her pores. It surged in at an astonishing speed, improving her original constitution. Refining the marrow? This notion flickered through her mind, only to be enveloped by an overwhelming sense of comfort, causing the once proud Western saintess to involuntarily emit soft moans. Meanwhile, Xin Yun's face turned as dark as coal. This diminutive creature, instead of becoming cleaner, was turning the entire bucket of water into a murky black. "Be quiet, your squawking is hardly pleasant." Irritated, he trudged back to the pond for another bucket of clean water, exclaiming, "I do not expect you to sing like a lark, but must you mimic a crow?" Completely immersed in the immense pleasure of her improved physique, Zhuge Yanran forgot her earlier grievances. "Say what you will. I have thick skin, as long as I gain sufficient benefits, I shall remain impervious." For the next hour, Xin Yun restrained the urge to roast her over an open flame. After using 5 buckets of water, he finally managed to cleanse her thoroughly. The once fiery feathers now shone even brighter, appearing to dance with flames under the dual illumination of moonlight and candlelight. "Who would have thought that once cleaned, you would look so splendid? Keeping you as a pet seems quite delightful." Gazing at the little red bird with satisfaction, Xin Yun chuckled heartily, "Regardless of where you come from in life, you are my bird. In death, you remain my dead bird. Do you understand?" Zhuge Yanran replied, "You are strong, your word is law, but I wonder, does being your bird require me to maintain my tenacity at all times?" She nodded her little head like a chick pecking for grain. Even though her cultivation had not substantively improved, the benefits of her enhanced constitution left her momentarily stupefied. Unbeknownst to her, a sliver of innate flame had begun to emerge within her. The terrifying essence of this power surpassed her comprehension. A peculiar thought took root in her mind. If she continued to delve deeper into her cultivation, this sliver of innate flame would surely become a force that all realms would fear. "All right, enough splashing about. You've been cleaned, now let us dry off. You shall rest in my bedroom tonight." When the last vestige of power had vanished from the water, Xin Yun promptly pulled her out. The weather was growing colder, and he planned to build her a nest in the courtyard tomorrow, otherwise, she would inevitably freeze and become his next meal. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Yanran paused, taken aback. "Are you jesting? Although I have transformed into a delicate creature, I am still the juvenile form of the divine phoenix. How could I possibly perish from mere earthly winds and snow?" Yet, as this thought crossed her mind, a gentle evening breeze swept through, instantly freezing her meridians. With a flurry of flapping wings, she tumbled into Xin Yun's embrace. Terrifying, not just ordinary fear. In this grand mansion, could there truly be no semblance of a normal creature? Chapter 106 Attending to the bed? Truly tempting. On this tranquil night, enveloped in an eerie silence, Zhuge Yanran lay upon the luxurious bed, her mind wandering through countless thoughts, until she eventually pieced together a semblance of clarity. The gust of wind that had brushed against her moments ago would undoubtedly be deemed a hellish whirlwind in the inner world. Such a phenomenon arose from an excess of spiritual energy, resulting in a precarious imbalance of yin and yang. Within the room, the Chaos Pearl radiated an exceptionally gentle luminescence, subtly aiding Zhuge Yanran in assimilating the strength she had recently drawn from the water. Though the process was not particularly swift, it was marked by a steady progression. It felt as though two miniature hammers resided within her, tirelessly refining her spiritual power to a more exquisite purity. If such treatment were to be afforded daily, it would be but 3 to 5 days before I could also tread upon the path of unparalleled strength. The fervor within her heart was utterly undeniable as Zhuge Yanran finally comprehended why the likes of the Empress Qinglan were so infatuated with the presence of this esteemed predecessor beside her. As the night deepened and the moon drifted westward, she succumbed to a sweet slumber, the glow of the Chaos Pearl warding off the biting cold wind outside. Time flowed unheeded until she was roused by a tingling sensation coursing through her body, prompting her to groggily open her eyes. Her limbs were draped across the esteemed figure beside her. Beneath the peak of Yushin, two translucent forms stood proudly, their delicate hues exuding an allure that could make one's mouth water. In an instant, all remnants of drowsiness vanished. Instinctively, she parted her lips to scream, but the murmured whispers beside her swiftly silenced her. Why are you behaving like a little kitten or a pup? Sleep soundly without lying atop me, if you please. Xinyun, struggling to breathe, rolled over and returned to her dreams. Could it be that this esteemed predecessor harbored a peculiar penchant for having someone attend to their slumber? Had I inadvertently uncovered a secret that should remain hidden? Cautiously curling into a ball, Zhuge Yanran dared not awaken Xinyun at such a moment. The dawn light outside began to break, casting a crimson glow upon her, rendering her utterly bashful. Though of the demon race, she had been sheltered under the nurturing care of the Western Heavenly King since childhood, never having experienced such intimate contact with any male, yet here she lay, entirely unclothed beside a stranger. Her mind involuntarily drifted back to the previous night. The little kitten was the Empress Qinglan, the little snow fox was a sister of the Ling clan. The cataclysmic battle replayed vividly in her mind, every detail crystal clear. Those positions were too embarrassing to contemplate, yet filled with an unexpected yearning. Having watched them depart after reverting to their human forms, must I also follow suit? Countless thoughts flashed through her mind before Zhuge Yanran ultimately chose to silently slip from the bed. Swiftly retrieving a garment from her storage space, she donned it with the agility of a thief, stealthily making her exit from the room. Initially wishing to leave unnoticed while the light was still dim, she found herself inevitably returning to the doorway. An invisible force seemed to disrupt her senses, preventing her escape from this opulent residence. Look who it is, only yesterday morning, you were boasting, and now you're sneaking out from the predecessor's bed so soon? As Zhuge Yanran stood frozen, a mocking laughter echoed from the courtyard. Shui Qingying regarded her with a knowing smile, her eyes brimming with mischief. Engaging in such acts of attending to the bed was hardly admirable, yet the identity of the involved parties mattered greatly. A cold yet commanding voice arose from another direction. To be favored by the predecessor is a blessing earned over several lifetimes. The Empress Qinglan maintained an impassive expression, yet her mind raced with calculations. She feared she could not thwart the predecessor's third consort, but she must establish her authority before the newcomers, otherwise, this residence would surely descend into chaos over time. Did you two remain here all night? Zhuge Yanran felt her embarrassment intensify, wishing she could dig a hole in the ground to hide. She had never anticipated that these two, whose cultivation levels far surpassed her own, would audaciously eavesdrop at the foot of the bed. Do you truly believe everyone is willing to serve in such a capacity? It wasn't an entire night. We've been present since you transformed back. Shui Qingying shrugged indifferently. And now that we're all on the same starting line, no one should look down upon the other. I might have arrived before her. Another voice chimed in. Everything you did with the predecessor has been captured by my recording stone. Qinglan waved the multicolored stone in her hand, her tone devoid of emotion. In that instant, Zhuge Yanran felt her defenses crumble. You are invading someone's privacy. Do you realize that, if this were in our world, I could summon the Western Heavenly King to scatter your souls? As her words fell, Shui Qingying and the Empress exchanged glances, then simultaneously regarded her with expressions of disbelief. I am the undisputed master of this residence, Qinglan declared, her eyes glinting with authority. I am the eldest, she is the second. You, the last to arrive, can only be the third. One must understand hierarchy. Shui Qingying straightened her posture, adopting a serious demeanor. Zhuge Yanran felt as though she were on the brink of collapse, shaking her head vehemently. What nonsense are you spouting? My relationship with the predecessor is pure. Yet as she spoke, even she felt the futility of her defense. Shui Qingying's smile faded. I understand, your relationship is indeed innocent, yet, having shared the same bed, we have evidence to the contrary. The Empress Qinglan coordinated seamlessly, waving the recording stone once more. Zhuge Yanran exclaimed, enough, the predecessor is about to awaken. This is no place for idle chatter, otherwise, should the predecessor hear, you would meet a dire fate. Qinglan surveyed the bedroom before transforming into a beam of golden light, vanishing with the two women from the courtyard. Certain matters must be clarified later. Some individuals certainly need to be made aware of the predecessor's household rules. Zhuge Yanran mused, I cannot fathom why, though I perceive serving in such a capacity to be exceedingly humiliating, the prospect of rapid advancement in cultivation ignites a certain anticipation within me.